Читайте в майском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Какие претензии предъявили опытные водители к китайским кроссоверам? Что общего между футболом и автопромом? Зачем поощрять жесткую конкуренцию внутри автобренда? Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен.
Если радио, то максимум.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
RDS GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка. Take it easy, honey.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
Ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как? Это возможно.
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит. Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем. I just couldn't be happier. Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
Happy New Drift, dear friends. Hello and welcome to the Leningrad Oblast. This is Igora Drive circuit and it's hosting the second event of Russian Drift Series 2025. This is the 7th time we're here. And somehow everything new usually happens here at this track. This is the third version of the scored section of the track, and it looks like the most interesting of the two reverse options and the longest one as well. the longest scored section of the track is a new record broken here at Igora Drive, because this reverse configuration has never been short, in fact, but now this is something absolutely mind-blowing. 809.10 meters of drifting with the run-in. So this is maybe not the record-breaking total length, but nevertheless the scored section of the track is really long. 5 transitions, 14 control points, and a lot of other circumstances that the yesterday's briefing was dedicated to. 39 drivers will compete for the competition bracket. We still have 32 places in the competition bracket. There is only one driver that is still struggling with his car, and his team is working on putting it back again. And his mechanics say that he will be back and join us at Nizhny Novgorod at the 3rd event. And Ruslan Arefiev is not here either. He's one of those who was there at Moscow Raceway, but well, it's all easy. Ruslan Arefiev joined us with the wild card. He selected 3 stages, and all of them, the events that he chose, are all in Moscow, which makes sense. So instead of 41 participants, we've got 39. It's still more than 32, which means that 7 people will be left behind. And this is what we're gonna see very soon. This is the team standings that is presented on the screen, and more or less it conforms to the results of the first event that was approximately 1 month ago at Moscow Raceway. 2 times we will come to Igora Drive this year, and we've got 2 events at Moscow Raceway as well. So we've got some certain cycles in RDS GP, and it is mostly connected to the specificity of the vehicles that we've got, because we require a certain control degree, and some RDS Open locations are too dangerous for RDS GP. We've got to take it into consideration. So this is why we are coming back to the 2010 configuration of our calendar, when we had 2 events at every circuit. This is the line assignment. This is what the leader will have to do in each of the tandem runs. There are 14 control points. Some of them are really cheap, such as TG1 and TG2, because you collect them automatically. There are more expensive ones, because the fact if you take them or not really determines what happens later. If you don't take some of them, maybe your tandem drifting will be absolutely not possible. These are the 2 TG3s, the only inner TG4, then Touch and Go 7. And it is also worth noticing that near Touch and Go 6, Touch and Go 7, getting outside the external border of the track will be penalized more strictly than ever. 2 points for 1 tire and 5 for 3, and here getting out will make a very serious impact on the chaser, and this is why 1 wheel after Touch and Go 6 until the transition into Touch and Go 8 will cost you 5 points of penalty. For 2 you will lose 10, and for 3 you will lose 15. And I remind you that the watershed that we had between those who qualified and those who didn't in Moscow Raceway was around 80 points. Here, if you get 1 15-point penalization at this spot and make a couple of really small mistakes, you can totally lose the qualifying. So this is a very, very serious matter. It is also worthwhile noticing that there is no direct connection between the 80 points of Moscow Raceway and what is going to happen here today. The weather is also pretty challenging. The dominating part of the practice yesterday happened in dry weather, then it began raining and it was pouring. It was absolute storm, and the drivers had a chance to ride around on the not the best grip ever. And the first part of the qualifying will also be done on a slightly unstable coverage, because there are some wet, dry areas, because the rain is over and some time has passed. It makes it more challenging for the contenders, but due to the very short practice session in the morning, and since the qualifying will take quite a long while, according to our schedule, it will take around 5 hours and 40 minutes. So lots of things may change in the process. This is why every group will have some practice runs before. So every contender will do 3 runs. One of them will not be evaluated. This is done for the driver to decide what to do later. They don't have to drift on those runs. They may just touch the asphalt and run on the straight wheels. And now let's proceed to the process. According to our draw, because this is our current procedure, the number 1 was drawn by Artyom Shabanov, our leader of the personal rating. Interestingly, regardless the victories that he has had, he hasn't got a single qualifying victory. So, well, he still became a champion. We remember Arkady Tseregradzev, who had 5 qualifying victories within one season, still didn't win that season. So qualifying victories are nice. It's a good bonus, but it mostly depends on what you do on the next day. Artyom Shabanov has got some music playing inside his cockpit. Maybe it matches his mood, but doesn't really match the weather. All right, so whatever. Here we begin. Number 77, the Supra, is softly and smoothly starting, and Artyom Shabanov does his first initiation in the qualifying run. His wheel wanted to cross the white line, but he didn't. You see that the borders of the track are drawn with white paint, and they're slightly narrower than the actual borders of the asphalt. Here's our reigning champion collecting the clip. You see that outside border doesn't always coincide with the circuit racing border. This is touch and go 6 already, and the touch and go 7. And you see that Artyom doesn't break the borders, doesn't break the limit. So he still keeps his score. It is not withdrawn from him. Now he is moving up 5 meters uphill. Here the uphill climb is pretty significant. Crosses the finishing line. I don't know what Vladimir Safonov speaks about commitment in this given case, but, well, he will have to score it somehow, no matter how challenging it may be. So let me remind you that from now on we've got a different specific gravity of a score. Now, fluidity belongs to the angle criterion, and it's up to Mikhail Davidyans to evaluate, and there are 35 points for the line and for the angle and for the style, and 30 for the line. Let me remind you as well that even though you don't really see it on air, this track consists of lots of climbs, ups and downs. And yesterday there was a huge discussion about how many cones would be put on the track. They are required for the drivers to see where the ups and downs are, because when they are behind the wheel, they don't really see it. So at the moment when you have to do something, you don't see what's coming next. And if you skip that point, you will not have a chance to correct that mistake. So, and it is interesting that the border of our scored section of the track doesn't coincide with the circuit track border, and it's quite a regular situation because our track is designed in such a way to provide for this rhythmicity of drifting. It took all Thursday for the judges to make their minds up how to arrange it all, and we showed you on the news how the drivers drifted without any marks at all, and the drivers spoke to the judges through a special chat where they changed their experience how to arrange it all, because you see that there is a lot of asphalt, which is great on one hand because it is easier for the driver to control his car, and therefore the number of accidents and damages are minimized, and we spend less time on getting the cars out from gravel traps. But on the other hand, due to the abundance of asphalt, it brings lots of options of what may occur on the track, and the judges had to see how this rhythm is built, where the chaser is more comfortable and where they're less comfortable. So this is why the lines were drawn specifically for the drifters. For circuit races, they might look slightly fun, let's say bizarre. So if some circuit racer comes here, if he doesn't know what drifting is, he may say like, well, why are you guys running sideways, and why did you change these borders? Why did you draw them in such a bizarre way? Speaking about the gravel traps, some drivers made jokes yesterday saying that probably the staff is trying to steal some crashed trucks to make something at their countryside cottages or whatever. But, well, here you can see that getting to the gravel is not that easy, and it looks pretty safe. But you know that Igora Drive is quite a high-speed raceway, and if you fall into the gravel at a high speed, it is not really nice. For example, Kirill Matskevich did get in the gravel yesterday during the practice session, and his steering rod was totally ruined. He had to change it. So we hope that there will not be lots of gravel runs. We're still waiting for the results of Artem Shabanov, and wow, look, only a little deduction angle-wise, half a point in each of the sectors. Probably this is the transition. Because you see, Mikhail Davidians formed his angle reference and transition reference on dry asphalt. And, well, this is a brilliant result. Absolutely brilliant. 98 points right away. This is not just a 90 plus that we usually expect to see. This is much better. I don't even know what could be better. We will see. He's got a second attempt. Maybe he can show us. And now we proceed to Alexei Kozlov from Predator Drift team, who became one of the losers of the first event. Somehow something went wrong for him. He failed to qualify, but now he's got a chance. Yesterday he drove on the dry asphalt, and now he misses one of the touch and goes. It is number 3. Then he collects number 4 and looks slightly lazy as he's trying to collect the rest. Maybe something is wrong with the tire pressure. Then the car tried to make a tour outside the track, but no. And Stanislav Dolgich was about to make this 5-point deduction, but no. He doesn't, and so, yeah, we can see that the car is pushing inward, and unfortunately the 2 touch and goes number 9 are also skipped. We could see how furious Alexei was, saying what's wrong with his car, but let me advocate for our drivers. Every minute the weather is changing. Even during the burnout, after you do this first practice run, it doesn't really guarantee you anything. It doesn't mean that a couple of minutes after it will be the same. You see that the smoke is appearing, which means that the asphalt is semi-dry, semi-wet, and this is the worst. This is the most disgusting, if I may say so, the most disgusting situation for drifting, because you never know what to expect next. Because the asphalt, first of all, has got a lot of rubber particles, and you don't really see which parts are drier, which parts are wetter when you are inside the cockpit. And speaking about the rubber debris, I really love investigating the track, walking around in the evening or during daytime, and I noticed that the amount of the previous season's debris is different in different sectors of the track. It depends on where the scored section is running, where it coincides with the circuit racing track, where the racing and motor racing and automobile racing is done. The asphalt is cleared, it's cleaner. And in the places where additional loops and tracks and taxiways are made, since the racing cars don't run there, no one cleans them because it's a very expensive and very hard thing to do. This is why in the second sector, in between touch and go 3, touch and goes number 3, there are huge deposits of the previous year's debris, and you can imagine what it turns into when it gets wet. And moreover, it contributes to the unpredictability. It creates additional micro terrain, and then after all these obstacles, the driver finds himself on a very clean racing track, which is also washed on a regular basis. Here, the racing track is very well cleaned. Even though the Formula One contract is cancelled, the quality standards are very high here at Igora Drive, and the grip is really great. And you never know. And some drivers prefer to pump the pressure higher in their tires just to get more predictability. This is one of the strategies, one of the tactics that you may use. But still, you can still lose some speed, which I guess just happened to Alexei. His car didn't want to push inward, but it did. It looked like these processes are all interconnected, because if your car doesn't push, there is no inertia. You get in the last curve like this, and you are pulled inward. And yes, it hurts me to see this result, but well, this is 80 points anyway, which is not very bad. We still keep on comparing to the previous events reference. We still don't know where the border lies. We don't even have any statistic foundation for this. But well, the first group will now establish this threshold. And we don't see the familiarization runs on air. There are more and more spectators on the run, but we think we should warn the audience who are here. The first run is not evaluated. Since the practice session was very short in the morning, it was decided that every driver can touch the asphalt before. How can you tell the difference? If this is a battle run, the light is on. If it's not, this is just a flag. This is the 4-time winner of RDS GP, Georgi Chevchan from Takaima Forward Auto, the Z Forward Racing, the fresh project that was trialed last year, and now it is very much improved and very much tuned up, and we believe that it will take its driver to the 20th victory. We can't wait to see it. And now Georgi Chevchan is working to touch and go 6 and 7 and spins around. This is the first 0. Speaking about the project ID, just like that previous was for the Forward Racing S15, this is Forward Racing Z34. And interesting that everyone says 400Z, even though it's the Nissan 300Z and 370Z are the same platform. R stands for the engine, the R30 DDT. In drifting, we use 2JZ GTE, and in this car there is also a 2JZ GTE, just like in the cars of Autobahn, like a car of Sergei Sak. But here you can see that probably it was decided to sacrifice the grip, and it was not really necessary, just like the turnability and the spinability that finally made the car spin around. Yesterday there were not so many spins in this area. This is quite a difficult place. You see that there is a drainage mesh, and what is outside is not a racing part anymore. This is just a curbside. And the asphalt there also changes a little bit in its texture. This is what the drivers didn't really pay attention to when it was dry, but now it gains a lot of significance. And even though the track is very well swept, some little particles of long tires may still accumulate there. And once you begin getting out from the track, you find yourself in that very slippery substance. Moreover, even though many people may think that this rubber on the asphalt may add and contribute to the grip, it does absolutely opposite thing. Especially if it rains, it turns into a skating rink, because when this rubber layer gets wet, it becomes extremely slippery. Moreover, long tires have a specific material, so it doesn't have the same properties when it gets rubbed into the asphalt. Here we have tried different kinds of tires, the previous ones, various ones, and so all these compounds can also react with each other in absolutely unpredictable ways. It often happens in circuit racing when one race is done on slicks and other is made on a different tire, and then these compounds conflict with each other because often different series can be integrated in the same weekend. First there can be some youth series, then something more serious, and therefore there appears a thick layer of the debris. Here comes Anton Dmitrienko from Irkutsk, and his S15, also built by Forward Auto Company. He's already there, 3 reds, 1 green, and here we start. Anton Dmitrienko also failed to qualify the first event of this season. Let's see what he can do now and how he feels, what he thinks. And now, of course, you've got to look at the outside white line, so he's okay with the bullets. This was a good transition, pretty sharp for this weather. And now he begins collecting the touch and goes number 3, but he skips 1. He takes 1 touch and go 4, but with some corrections in the angle. Then he makes the double transition, touches the border of the track, but I think there is still no foundation to penalize him, but here there is. The 3 wheels. This is exactly what just happened. Number 8 is under question, the second one is collected, there is also a puddle on the way, and finally the 9th touch and go. Yes, having missed 1, And one more trip outside. I think there was 1 or 2 wheels. I'm not sure. We've got to calculate it, but there is too much to aspire for top 32. I think that it will be even more difficult later. We could see it in the example of Anton Dmitrienko. I'm sure he didn't want to make those corrections, but the car simply sticks to the ground in those areas. And this also proves the instability of the asphalt. First, he couldn't collect them, then he started, and then he finished even earlier than he had to. This is one of the most difficult places where you can lose a lot of points crossing the white line. Well, this is not going to be easy here at this qualifying round. This is clear, and I really hope that the weather will not change a lot and we will see some nice and smoky drifting very soon. And the first 2 groups, or even first 3 groups, will have to go through this torture. In the first run, Artem Shabanov ran on quite wet asphalt, and then it begins to dry. And it is drying now in the process. And fortunately or unfortunately, we cannot check what the wind is like out there. But if it is also windy, if there is any wind at all, then the track will be drying very soon, very fast. And we continue watching the replays of Anton Dmitrienko's run from different angles. Some of them are of great artistic value. Every time I see it, I really love it. It's so beautiful. And this is the new livery that you can enjoy from all the possible sides and angles. So this is how they demonstrate it to us. The judges will now think about it, what to say, how to evaluate it. But we hope that if it's all normal, this run will... Well, it doesn't look like a top 32 run. I am very sorry to say that. I don't really wish to lose anyone, but this is the process. There are losers, there are winners. And we can see who loses and who wins here at the qualifying round. We remind the viewers that every contender will do 3 runs. And if you're watching us online, you will see 2, the 2 evaluated, the 2 scored runs. And in the first one, the warm-up runs, anything may happen. Spins or straight wheel runs or whatever. Because they're required for the driver just to feel what the track is like. To feel how wet or how dry it is. To switch the engine program, or maybe to change the wheels tire, the tire pressure, because when it's all changing like this, it's really required. But in between the warm-up run and the first run, no works on the car are allowed. The only thing that you can do is in between your first run and second run. That was Anton Dmitrienko, number 4, and now we've got another driver. He's also from Irkutsk, and number 44. Probably 4 is the most favorite number of drivers from Irkutsk, maybe some local superstition. But we also have Denis Sarkaput, who's got number 38. He is from city of Artyom, even though the city code of Irkutsk is 38, so we shouldn't look for any rules where there are none. Anton Dmitrienko has finished his run, and now we are gonna see the run of Maxim Grossman, who was very good here when the asphalt was dry. Now here comes a new version of a reverse configuration. Even though these 2 configurations, the new one and the old one, are very similar, the first sector is very different. And it's so different that the rest is also now absolutely new. Yeah, so with the 8 points for the line that is withdrawn, it looks pretty sad. But generally the result is not the worst, but well, there is what there is. And this makes it only 8 for the line. This is very little, but this is 58. 58, this doesn't look like a top 32 run. First of all, you shouldn't cross the track borders in that place. We have warned you. Now, here comes Maxim Grossman from Time Up team, and he's running on Toyota Supra A80, nicknamed Prix. So here we are, and this is Maxim Grossman from Time Up. He begins his first run, and there is Shabanov preparing for his second. And Maxim, right on time, presses the acceleration, and the angle has to be medium here. I don't know what corrections were made in the head of Mikhail Davidians. You can see that Maxim Grossman is pressing on the accelerator regardless of the weather. But the driver who has spent a great share of his life at winter drift battles perhaps shouldn't be intimidated by such weather. This must not be confusing for him. Pulling the handbrake for too long, but I guess that was on the way. Very nice on the white line. The left rear wheel, small correction near touch and go 8. And the last sweeper with touch and goes 9. And Maxim is trying to collect all the checkpoints. And I guess he did. Even the middle one, I guess the wheel still crossed that line. It smelled like heroism, don't you think so? Because you could see how hard it was for the driver. The initiation consisted of 2 little counter moves, and then the angle also wasn't the best. Then he made a transition to an angle that seemed too big, but still he handled that situation as well. And almost without any corrections except for touch and go number 9, he managed to get back into control. But we also know that there the cars run uphill, and the situation on the track requires some certain corrections. Because the car is really trying to go straight. And after the rain, this track is washed, it's cleaned, but nevertheless, there is always less grip after the rain than before. Grip-wise, no one could check the track anyhow, because it rained in the morning. That it stopped raining. So the condition of the track changed several times. And that is that, you know, that little rain, those tiny drops that can penetrate you through your skin. So anyway, Maxim Grossman did quite a great job in this situation, that should be stated. And now we should look up to a new reference. The speeds have fallen dramatically. Yesterday, the initiation speed was around 140 kilometers per hour. Now it's around 90 plus. And it doesn't really look slow. It looks like very close to the maximum. There's another point before touch and go 7, or to be more precise, from touch and go 6 to touch and go 7, before the deceleration zone, where the speed is also growing, almost to the initiation speed. There, some of the drivers reached their top speed, and they managed to run even faster there than they did during the Furidache. And now, looking at Maxim Grossman's run, you can tell that his speed even looked pretty high. It was 84 kilometers per hour, and the track run speed was slower by 8 seconds. I guess it happens here in between touch and go 6 and touch and go 7 because there is a straight line before. There you can gain more speed, and the judges said that you've got to gain speed there. You've got to run full throttle, and on the track, apart from touch and goes and full throttle zone and other things that are marked on the assignment plan, we couldn't draw many things on the asphalt because it began raining. But there's also one more line, which is a novelty here. After touch and go 4, I mean the inner touch and go, it is more of a virtual line. This is the line where the angle must stabilize. This is for the angle judge. It means that the car should stop spinning. A lot has been said about it by Mikhail Davidians. No angle fluctuations between transitions, so after transition should be. No angle fluctuations after you complete the transition. After the touch and go, the car must not spin, it must not turn, the angle has to be fixed. All of these are derived from the observations done at the practice sessions. I spent quite a lot of time at the judges' tower to see where these elements come from. Guys, don't be sad, the sun is somewhere out there. I could even see it, and I even took my sunglasses, but then it was gone. So I promise that I will not scare it away anymore. I'm sure that the sun will come out, it will keep us warm, and I hope it happens during top 32. We can survive through this qualifying somehow, but we really hope that the tandem runs, the autograph session and everything takes place under the shining sun. It's really great to see you all here. I'm so glad, but, well, there is a champion and coach in the first group, so you came here for a reason. Speaking about autograph session, please follow all the announcements, because the parade and the autograph session timing may change in both ways. Artyom Shabanov is already waiting at the start, and we remind you the general sponsor of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix is VTB Bank PGSC, and this is the results of Maxim Grossman. There is some deduction for the angle and for the style, but not for the line. I guess this is because of the long handbrake pull, because the rain is a rain, but Artyom Shabanov didn't do anything like that. But still, this is 90 points, which is perfect. Congratulations to Maxim Grossman. I guess he's already in top 32. Even though different things can happen, well, maybe the density is very high. It often is. But we should still be prepared for any kind of unexpected things. Artyom Shabanov is coming on his second run. We decided to make the groups smaller so that the process feels more dynamic. Here comes Artyom Shabanov, his second run, 98 points for the first attempt. And I hope that this will be a reference point for the rest of the participants, at least for a while. And now it's interesting how Artyom Shabanov does it one more time. He's got to pedal it up, but without any special problems. He is taking the touch and go, and then he's working through the inner clip, and now look, he makes a transition, fixes the angle, and another transition, fixes the angle, a little bit of handbrake pull, but then he lets it go. Unlike Maxim Grossman, we will then compare it, looking at the style score of Artyom Shabanov and Maxim Grossman. And this is the fifth touch and go, number 8, and now he's sliding along the last sweeper towards the finish. Great, this was absolutely perfect, because, well, you become a champion for a reason. This is never a random status, but it looks like if we try to compare, okay, let's try to compare simultaneous replay of the two runs. And in the first, on the left-hand side, you can see that Artyom Shabanov is faster than himself on the opposite side, but I don't think that this is about the speed. I think it's more about the car start moment. But here, in the second run, you can see that Artyom Shabanov almost caught up with himself. In his second run, he ran faster, which is understandable because the asphalt is drying, and now it's much drier than it was like 10 minutes ago. Even in the... at first, I thought that the general conditions were easier in the first run, but no, it was very unstable. But this is just Artyom Shabanov, and Artyom Shabanov compensates the instability of the asphalt with his own super stability. This is what differs outstanding drivers from good drivers. We speak a lot about Siberians and their Siberian winter competitions, but Artyom Shabanov spent a lot of time in various regional series, quite a lot of time, and he won many of them, and he took part in Bavarian and Soviet classical cars, various ones, lots of them, and I think he also had a BMW. And then he got his S15 and he started running on dry asphalt, which gave him a chance to take part in RDS GP with a time-up team. And I think this was one of the most stuffing solutions in the history of RDS GP. Interestingly, time-up team is regularly converting its spotters into drivers. Maxim Grossman used to be a spotter in fresh racing, but he became a driver of time up. And Artyom Shabanov spent a whole season RDS GP as a spotter, and then he became a driver. But we also have the situation of Danilas Karabagatov, but it wasn't very lucky for him anyway. But now he's back, and he's back in the saddle with Lukoil Racing Drift Team. And now let's see whether he can make friends with his E92 in this very challenging weather. At the first event, you could tell that he doesn't have this good mutual language with the car, and it's an E92 which also already has some track record separate from Danilas Karabagatov. There was Grigory Gusiev, who has been on the podium on board this car, so the car is pretty competitive. Now it's up to the driver to become as competitive as his car. As far as I remember, for Grigory Gusiev, that was the first and the only podium in his career. He's been in top 4 for 4 times. Only once he got to the podium. And speaking about statistics and Artyom Shabanov track record, it is super outstanding. This is his 9th event. There are 3 victories, 6 podiums, and 4 times in top 4. So only twice he didn't get to top 4, and it was in Krasnoyarsk last year when he was already a winner. And, well, this event, because it has just started, which means that only once he wasn't in top 4. It was some bad luck or whatever, because then in Krasnoyarsk, Artyom Shabanov was announced to be the actual champion of RDS GP, because by that moment he had had enough score to win the entire competition. Well, this is not as brilliant as it was in the previous run, so 98 remains his best result. Now it's 91.5. It is still better than all the others, even in the second run, but not good enough to get to his own best attempt. Which means, as we've already said, the weather is very challenging. Now Alexei Kozlov is back to the start. It is said that he represents St. Petersburg, but we know that he's from Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky. And this is his Cresta that looks more and more like Silvia S15, I mean equipment-wise. But in terms of appearance, it is a Cresta, absolutely. This is his second run. He takes the first touch and goes. Some question about the second. Then a transition. Wow, there's too much of an angle. And of course a correction after that. But he handles the situation very well. It's great. He continues the run. And here's about the border of the track. The only inner clip. Then he does this the double transition. And after that, yes, he does collect number touch and go 7. Then he makes a transition. The Cresta doesn't want to run smoothly, but at least it's more or less predictable. It looks like the speed has got faster. And now he collects touch and goes number 9, and this is much, much better than the previous run. It looks like he has done some follow-up with himself and the car as well. Let's compare. Maybe something was changed about the pressure. And speaking about the driver's actions in such situation, you need to have some gift of prediction, because before the car straightens out, you've got to press the accelerator to push it further, but you cannot know for sure when it happens. Still, comparing to the first run, the second run looked much more convincing, at least line-wise. All the control points have been collected, which already means quite a lot. It's a very good foundation for the rest, for the next success. There is some question about touch and go 8/2, but we'll see it all in numbers as soon as the score is ready. I remind you that he has 81 points for the first attempt, but it's too little to say anything about the rating. Even though the angle looked very small at first, it was actually 43 degrees. But then there was a correction to 14. That is sad, really. And also there is a small remark that I should have made. Mikhail also had a reference to what should be considered to be a serious correction. And according to himself, a correction that can also be interpreted as a severe mistake is a correction by 11 degrees or more, and this is a correction by 30 degrees, so this is super extra large correction. Now it makes it more challenging for the judges, not only for the drivers, because yesterday there was very little time for them to watch the rainy practice, but watching practice under pouring rain standing on the judges' tower is not really a very fun thing to do. And you understand that at least having a little look at what was happening was quite hard. But now from here, you can see how unevenly the asphalt is getting dry. Near touch and goes number 8 on the right-hand side, you see there are 2 cones. And a little bit above, there is something like a puddle, and there is one below. So these are the wetter parts of the track. And everything around has become seriously drier. And moreover, we didn't really see it, but still, once you find yourself outside the track, there is a great risk of spinning, because there is, well, naturally, there is more water. There is a greater water layer, which means that it will be extremely slippery. And we made quite a big blunder that we will now correct now. We haven't introduced the judges to the audience yet, but we have already mentioned Stanislav Dolgih and Mikhail Davidians and also Vladimir Safonov as well when we were speaking about commitment, which is now one of the style criterions. So this is 88.5. Once you collect all the clips, it is much, much better. I think 88.5 is enough to qualify, but Alexei Kozlov is still the third. And it is clear because we haven't really got enough results. But now it plays ba-ba-ba-bam by Beethoven in our heads because Georgy Chevchan had a 0 in the first round. So now the 4-time champion of RDS GP from Takayama Forward Auto will have to save himself. Georgy Chevchan is sliding along the white line with his rear wheel, no compromises at all. Now he collects touch and goes number 3, remembering that now getting 15 points or something would not be enough. He's got to also prove himself. He touches the white line with the rear wheel and then he uses some handbrake, running from touch and go 6 to touch and go 7. Then he does a transition into a small angle, then slightly and gradually increasing it to medium. And then number 9s are carefully collected by Georgy Chevchan. This is absolutely amazing and amazing nerves. I know that he's got huge experience and his skill is almost genius. But, you know, concentrating like this when you have only one run to go, that is simply super impressive. When we had less than 32 points, qualifying was always fun because we were always happy for our drivers because it's almost a bye run to qualify. But now this is emotional swings because we're happy for the drivers who are good, who qualify, and we're always very sad to see that someone doesn't, even though we understand that someone has to go. I believe that the more contenders we've got, the better it is, the more impressions, the more fun it is. And of course, when it is about a competition for top 32, qualifying gets more meaning, you know, more significance, more color and more intensiveness. Now, also the scoring system is different. If you don't get to top 16, you don't get any score. And even winning the qualifying doesn't really guarantee you anything. If previously, if you win the qualifying, you would find yourself in a bye-run zone and almost in top 16. Now you will have to compete with the driver who was on the 32nd place. And in this weather, it can be anyone, including any of the top drivers. It could be once Evgeny Ruzhenikov in a similar weather got a very strong opponent in Nizhny Novgorod. He hit Evgeny Losev. Can you imagine? That was phenomenal. But anyway, this is the way it works. This is also quite an interesting system of exhaust. Here it's double and it is going out near the subframe. You could see a little water splash. It means that Georgy Chevchan at that moment pressed the acceleration. The engine made a very aggressive breathe out. Can you do this for drying the asphalt before his front wheels? Well, maybe. Well, why not? Maybe you could. And also driving the water away from the contact spot. And also if you adjust your anti-lag in such a way that also helps you, you could probably run on the water as though on the dry and improve the grip on the track. Well, just for fun. You remember those reactive dryers in drag racing? And some gasoline dragsters, they arrange the exhaust in such a way that it can warm up the front wheels and the slicks. Well, it can also cause some negative consequences. But, well, wow, is it -4 for Sector 3? This is the handbrake. This is the handbrake for sure. But we've got the score. It's not a 0. It's 89 points. So he's half a point ahead of Alexei Kozlov. So Georgy Chevchan is now on the 3rd line of the rating. And now we've got another driver to worry about. He had only 58 points in the first run, which is too little, and now he's got to pull himself together and somehow to show something more than 80. He's experienced enough, and he's got experience in such conditions, and it's very new, very fresh. Now, Anton Dmitrienko is doing his initiation, of course, collecting the first two clips, the cheapest ones, and he does a transition, presses the accelerator, even though he had to do it slightly earlier. Then he stops, and this is a 0. This is sad, but the catastrophe began from the first transition. This is when the situation started getting critical. Too much of an angle. Alexei Kozlov managed to handle the situation, but Anton Dmitrienko didn't. It's sad, it's very disappointing, but I don't know what he had to do to qualify with 58 points. Maybe the hope can still stay, but we always hope for the better, you know? But it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard because he cannot change the situation anyhow. He can only watch and hope. And hope that his opponents get in worse situations. All right, so 58 is his best result. He's currently 5th, but he is the 5th only because many of the contenders still haven't come out. Now, this is Maxim Grossman, who's already got 90 points, so he's got nothing to worry about. He's currently 2nd. And I don't think that he will be outside the top 32. This is very unreal. Because we've had like 20 drivers in top in a 90-plus zone, but not 30. Maxim Grossman has an example of his teammate, Artyom Shabanov, so he's got a reference to look up to. Maxim Grossman almost loses one wheel outside the white line, but still he manages to hold on to it. Then he does a transition, and then another one immediately in touch and goes 6. I guess it would be great to have a line there and one wheel where it is not supposed to be, where it is forbidden to be, and this is -5 points. And I don't think that we will see any improvement, but in the meanwhile, Maxim is collecting the 9s, also skipping 1, the middle one, so this is -2 more points. So this is -7 for the line without other ones that can be deducted for some smaller blunders. So, the Grace, the car of Maxim Grossman, made a fun little wiggle that held it back in this situation. I don't really know, but, well, I think I do know. Because I recall the speech of Stanislav Dolgich. So if the judges are not sure if the control point has been taken or not, it means no. If there is any doubt, it means a no. The lines are very wide now. You can probably ride a motorcycle on these lines, but still the breadth of this line didn't save Maxim Grossman. We will soon see it in the score. The speed was 98 points at the initiation, and it looks like 98 points is not enough for a comfortable initiation. If it's 98 kilometers per hour, you've got to do a lot of extra moves. But in the first round of Maxim Grossman, he had many more problems at the initiation. But we could use Goche as a reference and his latest run because the situation was the same. His speed was 109, which is a difference. And this difference can be really significant. It can be really relevant. When Shabanov was doing his best run, it was slightly wetter, but it didn't look like too slow. The situation of Maxim is now different, and I believe that using his intuition, he could feel that the speed has to be higher. And I guess that his intuition organ has done a perfect job now. But the intuition depends on your experience. Sometimes, for a very experienced driver, it's enough to make a little glance at the track and it will be enough. I know that when you're watching it online, you don't see lots of things, but for the drivers, even this can be enough to understand what the weather is like, what the asphalt is like, to suggest what kind of a grip may be there. This is what Evgeny Losев called reading the ice. So reading the water, reading the puddles is what experienced drivers can do very well. There, in the area of that cone, you can see the difference between the condition of the racing track and the taxiway. You can see that the drifting track is slightly different, and you can see that the asphalt looks differently. And so it gets wet, it gets dry in a different manner. The grip is different. You've got to cross that line and go back. So this is not an easy task if the weather is not on your side. I also watched Maxim Grossman. You could see that in the last transition there was a big puddle, a real puddle, not just some wet asphalt. There is water, literally water. So this is the results of Maxim Grossman. They're expectably lower than in the first run, -5 for that one wheel, which is already 95. And then there are 5 more and more and more and more. So it makes a total of 83.5. So there is no improvement, which we knew wouldn't be. So now Maxim Grossman at least has provided himself with a place in top 32. He can just watch his opponents and his rivals and try to guess what part of the competition bracket he will be now. Anatoly Kizin, number 812. He's a local, and this is St. Petersburg phone code. This is the second group. This is VS team and their first official run. Anatoly Kizin, he is for the first time on this configuration. The car tends to push inward, ignoring touch and go 2. Then he is a no-go zone. Then at least 2 wheels outside. I'm not sure about 1, but 1 was definitely out. Then he takes touch and goes number 3. Takes them one by one, just like touch and go number 5. Then another transition, and then he presses the accelerator. But here there are 2 wheels outside. He couldn't fit the track no matter how hard he tried. And then the last transition. And now he's got to take touch and goes number 9. There are 3 of them, but he takes only 1 and another one, minus the medium one. And there will be a lot of penalties for the wheels outside the border, including the place where it is especially painful. In such situations, the judges are really confused for 2 reasons. On one hand, because they are very discontent with what they see, and secondly because they've got to make a lot of calculations. They've got to count and count and count. So Anatoly Kizin has just given a lot of stuff for the judges to process. And we continue watching the devices that help keeping the asphalt dry. This is a streamer pipe of Anatoly Kizin, for example. It's looking exactly into the asphalt. This is the West Gate outlet. It is releasing the exhaust gases to control the pressure, the turbocharging pressure. And, well, this is quite a funny line in the last sweeper. So how can you collect the first and the third 9 without taking the second? This is a very rare situation, but, well, it still happens. You just need to straighten out your line, and this is why it happened. This is why we've got 3 control points. We used to have 1 big external clipping zone, but now we've got scattered touch and goes. Here Anatoly Kizin was on the edge of the abyss, because if his wheel slipped into the gravel, he would never be able to continue this round, because he would have been trapped. But still, he managed to hold on to that little line, and thanks to this, he managed to continue the run. So, well, he put himself in a very difficult situation, and then heroically he pulled himself out. During the practice sessions, he also had same, and he had to be evacuated. So I guess now he's doing everything not to repeat it once again, because he remembers how bad it feels. So the special effects are pretty impressive, but also the weather is not really sunny, so it's fine. You can see it all. we can't wait for the weather to get better. We always expect it to be better, and we always hope that at least the second part of our competition takes place under nice and pleasant weather. At least it's good that the rain has stopped. This is already good. We hope that all these clouds will go away to some other districts and neighborhoods and whatever. And even in the afternoon, I can see something like intermittent cloudiness in the forecast. So indeed, intermittent is better than just absolute cloudiness. But regular visitors of Igora Drive with a big meteorological observations experience say that here the weather is always worse than in the city, than in St. Petersburg. But maybe it is not true. Maybe this is just a subjective feeling. Maybe just not all people, maybe everyone just loves St. Petersburg because there you've got beautiful architecture and places of interest that makes you feel better no matter the weather. And here it's an open field, and if it gets windy, it turns into a storm. It is never a breeze. It turns into a strong wind. So, yeah, being in the open space like this always yields some certain results. But it's great to have such a facility near St. Petersburg because everyone knew that this is the second largest city of the country, and it really deserves having a auto racing circuit. And since 2020, RDS GP has been coming here. So as soon as the facility was commissioned, we came here for our first event. The weather was pretty challenging at the time, and a rookie of RDS GP, Roman Tivadar, became the winner that time. Also, sometimes here the wind can get so severe that it can bend metal structures. And for people from St. Petersburg, it may feel like a little breeze because they are used to this climate. But speaking about weather and cataclysms, last year we had two. Last year we had to stop our races twice. And one of them happened here at Igora Drive, the famous horizontal rain from the Leningrad Oblast. And the second one was at ADM Raceway, the flood, when we had to wait for at least like 1.5 or even 2 hours for our final run. We even had to consult the drivers whether they wanted to continue the runs and what to do, whether we want to wait or we want to announce the race to be over and to give half a score to everyone and go home. But that time all the drivers said no, if the audience is here and if we are here, we will of course do the race. And we hoped for some better conditions. We tried to drive the water away because there is some drainage system indeed, but it's not designed for such abnormal storm. It's only designed for normal rain, and it was super flooded. But here we also had that memorable moment when the audience had to climb underneath the audience stands. Andreas Stapov parked his car, his E92, right next to the driver's stand, just to jump out and run to the tent, not to bring too much water inside. But well, it didn't help him anyway because it was a cataclysm. Seriously, it was a natural catastrophe, and literally our drivers had to survive. And it was a matter of survival for our judges, of course, because they were in a very bad situation up there on the judges' tower, and our audience and the tower was swinging from side to side. I remember that very few spectators left the facility because, well, once you're already here, it's already raining, everything has already happened, so what can you do? So the audience prefers to stay in such situations, and we really hope and we strongly believe that nothing like this happens today at this event. I am now checking out last year's result when for the first time we tried our reverse configuration. Back then the qualifying was won by Arkady Tsarigradsev. He usually wins at the St. Petersburg qualifyings. And the event victory was given to Damir Idiatulin. So he's got only 14 points for the line. It makes a total of 67. This is closer to Anton Dmitrienko, so perhaps Anatoly Kizin will keep him company. He is currently the 5th in the rating. And now here comes Sergei Kuznetsov. By the way, not so long ago, I was playing with some numbers, trying to derive some average qualifying score. For Sergei Kuznetsov, this result was something over 94, even though Sergei Kuznetsov never won a qualifying round in our series. He's a very stable driver, one of the most interesting rookies of the previous season. Sergei Kuznetsov and his flanker F start for stars. I'm on his first qualifying round. This is touch and go number 3, and he collects them one after another. I wonder how flanker feels in this weather. And then there is a transition, touch and go 5, and wow, this is a gradual, stepwise transition with a lot of handbrake. Just don't spin around. He had to ignore touch and go number 7 because the flanker was very naughty, but he takes the 2 touch and goes number 8, and here is the last one, and last sweeper with an uphill climb, taking touch and go number 9, and he finishes the first run. Now let's analyze. It was not easy, especially considering that the second sector is quite challenging. I would probably say that due to its specificity, the flanker can take very good support on its rear wheels, on its rear axis. It doesn't really tend to spin. The suspension on the flankers has been slightly upgraded, and it was all done in order to improve the suspension stroke, for the car to have more stroke, more articulation on the rear axle. And I know that even though it's not as outstanding as on some older ones, the wheel has become much more movable. The suspension has become much more flexible on the rear, and it made it more maneuverable. But all these things can help you a lot on the dry asphalt, but it can cause you lots of problems on the wet one. But nevertheless, I believe that it is a very good performance. And speeding up in slow parts is pretty challenging for Sergei Kuznetsov. Here we could see some double pedal drifting, but this is the specificity of the car that makes a great impact on what is happening. We should also speak about some little excuses that should be made, but we remember the 98-point run of Artem Shabanov without any double pedals, without any extra handbrake manipulations. He just got there and did it. And 290-plus runs, but we've got some news. Anatoly Kizin cancels his first attempt because he goes to the health group. Wow, that is self-confidence. But, well, 67 points wouldn't take him anywhere. It would have been too naive to believe. On one hand, this is risk, but on the other, it could be the only chance, because 67 would definitely not be enough. So I guess he is not really risking anything. But on the other hand, he will have an opportunity. And by the way, something similar happened at one of RDS Open events that will take place next week at Moscow Raceway. There, the weather was also very challenging. And some of the participants, when they realized that there was no more rain coming, they decided all to go to the health group. And then he continued racing on the dry asphalt. Can you imagine that? This is a really, really tricky, strategic move. Well, why not? This is a game. You've got one attempt left, but you can make it more predictable if you go to the health zone, to the health group. But this situation can also be reversed. When one of our contenders had to go to the health group, it was a forced transition. And by the moment he went out for the racing, it began raining. It was in Nizhny Novgorod, and in Nizhny Novgorod, that sudden rain that started right before the run was a huge catastrophe. That was terrible. This is going to be a beautiful number, I can tell. The 3 points deduction at the angle, that is probably the hesitation near touch and go number 6. So this makes a total of 88. 88, well, I guess this is more of enough. It's more of congratulations than, oh, I'm sorry. And I guess that this is pretty good at the moment. Sergei Kuznetsov is on the 5th place, and this is his teammate, Artur Zelenyy. Start per stars, I'm all got distributed very compactly. They're all within the same group of the qualifying. Artur Zelyony, also flanker F, number 234. And here we go. This is initiation. A little hesitation after the counter shift. The car makes a little jump near touch and go number 1. I don't think that he's very happy with it. One wheel is definitely outside. Near touch and go number 3. Then he steers around, trying to get touch and go number 4. Then sharp transition, another one, and there is a correction. The car doesn't wish to go touch and go 6. And oh, he's skipping everything. He doesn't take any of those TGs. There was a very intensive slowdown, and now the last sweeper. Come on, let's see how long the straightening was. It could be also a 0 because it did look like 1. It is definitely an unchaseable run. Not even canonically speaking, but even just simply visually. Where do you think would the chaser go if the leader did something like that? He had nowhere to go. He would have nowhere to go. Curiously, Stars Mall doesn't want to take 2 JZs. They ignore the strength, and they've got VR38 engines. Out of 39 contenders, we've got 35 JZs. This is 2JZ GTE in various configurations. There's 1.5 JZ that I also decided to classify as 2JZ because the difference is very slight. The base, the general structure is the same. There's a VQ30, that is Ilya Fedorov, and we've got a monstrous V10, 10 liters in the car of Alexander Abramov. He is 39th. He will be the last, but he will have absolute clearness. He will see the entire picture of what he should do to get to top 32. In the first event he did, even though he wasn't the last to qualify. And speaking about this borderline between the 3rd and the 4th sector in the run of Artur Zelyony, where he slowed down that much. I don't know how he managed to do so, but he didn't straighten out. I don't know. There was still some angle left, even though there was very little. This is the moment. Well, this is a transition that was really stretched out, very extended. You could see some steps in the graph, but it cannot be called straightening. I wouldn't, at least, looking at this graphic representation of his run. What is a straightening? Let's get to the definition of it. A straightening is an emphasized straight line move. The car has to straighten out, move at least for several meters, and then continue drifting. If there is no visually clear straight line movement, the drift goes on. And we also have a drift dynamic system that is actively used. But also, in the judging guidelines, it says that it is up to the judges. We've had several situations in the first event when it was up to the interpretation of the judges, indeed. And when the review was prepared by Alexei Milovidov, I guess all the questions have been removed. They have all been raised because even in the comments no one was questioning those decisions of the judges. But speaking broadly about the criteria, about the figures, about the numbers, this is all very delicate matter. No one wants to say that half a point, half a degree is no angle. There is no strict criterion. So everything that is formally over 0 is considered to be drifting. This is the way the judges interpret it. But there is a thing that happened before or after. Someone has already bought a magazine. Yes, this is the right approach. These guys are already prepared for the autograph session. And also, you shouldn't take the magazine out from its package because it may rain. So keep it dry. Oh, wow. It's like a phone number in the line. Oh, God. 322-2235. Oh, my God. 6 for the style, 6 for the angle. But, well, what else? What else could you say? The judges are merciless. And this is only 10 points for the line, 14 for the angle, and 22 for the style. This is so little. This is only 46 points out of 100. So this is more of a no than of a yes. Now comes Ilya Polishuk from St. Petersburg, a driver who, by the way, last year stormed in our event with Predator Drift team and rose to the 3rd place on the podium and pulled his entire team there. And now he's with us. And now a slightly transformed configuration that brought such a crazy success to Predator Drift team. This was the most successful wild card of the previous season. And now Ilya Polishuk is pressing the accelerator, and his car responds even maybe stronger than I thought it would, because he's already missed the touch and go number 2. Then he collects touch and goes number 3. Then he shifts inward, of course. But this is a perfect run through touch and go 4. Then another transition, another one, very smooth and nicely. He collects touch and go number 6, pulls the handbrake since he doesn't feel confident enough, and still one wheel slips out, which shouldn't have happened. Nevertheless, he does the last transition, the last sweeper, and what happens here? Now there is a correction, and 9.2 remains untouched. Okay, so what can we say about it? There was some deficit of practice. Yesterday, Ilya Polishuk couldn't work because he had a problem with the power steering, so he didn't have a time to practice. Because previously, at RDS Open, Ilya Polishuk could come one day before the qualifying, jump in his car, asking like, where are we going? Looking at the assignment and then qualifying easily. Here in RDS GP doesn't work this way. You've got to work with your car. You've got to do a lot with the adjustments and the settings. You've got to work a lot with your head. It's a huge intellectual effort that you've got to do to complete this assignment. And moreover, this attempt doesn't look catastrophic, but it doesn't look good either. Especially for such an experienced driver as Ilya Polishuk, it's not very well. Here we come to the matters where your experience is not enough. I don't really like that. It's usually said about game sports. It says the degree can beat the class. I don't think it's absolutely right for drifting reality, but the systematic practice, having a good spotter, having good understanding with the spotter, with the team, a good contact with the spotter, a good response to the car's behavior are the factors that help you achieve a good result. Yes, you can say, well, let's say Ilya Polishuk gets 7 or 8 points of penalty, then he will improve it. But you see what it means in tandem runs. You make this mistake, your opponent doesn't. And then your opponent gets a huge advantage. And here we're speaking about the basics, which the line criterion is. You've got to run on the cliffs. Only this makes your run predictable for the chaser. Let's recall the first event and the tandem run of Ilya Polishuk with Georgy Chevchan, where he imposed very serious competition on the champion, on the previous champion. And one more time was assigned because of a low-quality run of the leader, because as a chaser, Ilya Polishuk was probably even more convincing than Gotcha was. But that the faults that were made by Ilya as a leader played that critical role. This is exactly the situation when, well, Ilya Polishuk finally lost, but when the victory was almost there due to his perfect chase run, Ilya managed to bury it all with his poor lead run. This is what we call breaking the victory away from someone. But in OMTs, Gotcha usually turns on his Berserk mode, and the Berserk is a nickname of Alexander Abramov's car, which sounds fun. But anyway, in one more times, Georgy Chevchan goes absolutely crazy, and he adds more aggression. Hello, everyone. So is this your style, or is it really the sun that is coming out? Your ladies are wearing these sunglasses. Let's say that this is their style, and it also gives me some nice and summer vibes. Why not? It feels something slightly Italian, something from the 1970s movies. And this is there are more people who choose this style. It's great. Okay, so Italy has given us lots of beautiful songs and beautiful movies, so Italian style may be very good for today. So everyone who is coming here to Igora Drive, those who haven't arrived yet, you've got to wear raincoats and hats and good warm clothes. So yes, we see this result on 21 for the line, and the line seems to be very simple to conform to for Ilya Polishuk, such an experienced one. So this is the threshold. He's currently 6th, and we've got our 10th contender. He is the 5th in the second group, which means that our second group is finishing its first round, and this is Evgeny Losev from Irkutsk. He's from Fresh Racing on board his Supra A80. Evgeny Losev, the first of the champion team, he is beginning his qualifying, so let's see what he can do, how good he manages to make friends with this track in this weather. I believe it's not simple to anyone because the weather is very, very unstable, but you can see that the smoke is appearing. There is more smoke coming out, but we will speak about others a little later. Evgeny Losev, in the meanwhile, is already doing his double transition, then another transition to touch and go 6. And, of course, he cannot do it without handbrake. He couldn't do it either in the practice session. And look how nicely, how clearly he jumps exactly to the border without crossing it. A beautiful transition has just been done. And finally, he crosses the finishing line. You can tell the car is not always perfectly obedient in the 4th sector, but nevertheless he manages to collect all the clips. Noticeably, Evgeny Losev has read this asphalt, as he said, because the attempt looked pretty controllable and there was some smoke coming out, which means that the wheels were spinning fast enough and the acceleration was confident and stable. And then the smoke was slowly disappearing, first of all, because there was more water in some sectors of the track. I wonder what happens in Touch and Go 4, because it looked like he crossed the line a little bit. And one of Touch and Go's 3s still wasn't very clear to me. I couldn't tell where exactly the wheel was. We should look from above. In top shots, viewed from above, you can see whether the line has or has not been crossed. You could see that Evgeny Losev was keeping his car under very strong control. No matter where he wanted to go, he manages to hold it tight, so that the car obeys. There are some micro corrections that you can show on that you can see on the camera, and if you see them on the camera, it means in reality they look even more significant, because the camera smoothens out those little corrections. This is a tendency that we have noticed a long time ago. So speaking of the speed, at the point of initiation it was 106 kilometers per hour, so Georgy Chevchan with 109 looks like a leader. I remind you that on the dry asphalt it sometimes exceeded 140 kilometers per hour. There is such a great contrast, because the absolute speed record here at Igora Drive, regardless of the configuration, it is 197 kilometers per hour. It was Damir Diatulin in 2021, when the mono tire was not yet introduced. This is that great space. You've got RDS shop where you can buy some clothes, including hats and hoodies and a lot of merch of various teams. And our delicious sponsor, the official healthy sponsor of RDS GP, Level Kitchen, healthy nutrition manufacturer. If you're hungry, our friends from Level Kitchen have got a food truck full of healthy dishes. It's very easy to find at our food court because it is very, very big. You can see it from a big distance. Yeah. So hello everyone, hello once again. So since we have started running through the partners, the general sponsor of Russian Drift Series is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of the competition is premium motor oil manufacturer iMol company. What can we say? We can say that first of all, we thank all of our partners and sponsors. Secondly, we remind you that we've got this little thing. This is our magazine dedicated to Russian Drift Series. Grigory Gusev and his Supra A90 on the cover. This is the second issue of this season. You can purchase it together with high-quality clothes and merch in RDS Shop. It is all available at RDS Shop here, and a little later you can order the same online on RDS Shop-shop.ru. And now, in the meanwhile, we're waiting for the results of Evgeny Losev, and we can't wait for top 32. Remind you that some timing corrections are possible, because in this weather it is not always as fast as we want, and the judges need some extra time to think, because the rules are strict, the references are multiple, and it all was derived during the dry weather. And even Mikhail Davidian said that he's got an angle judge inside of him, and that inner judge is still in the rain mode. And once this rain mode is switched to the dry mode, he will make an additional announcement. But I wonder, does the angle judge deduct score from himself when he makes corrections? Well, maybe only when he runs on RDS Open, when he competes. Stanislav Dolgih is responsible for the angle on RDS Open, and Andreas Stapov is our RDS GP driver, is responsible for the line scoring in RDS Open, so it's all interconnected. Okay, so there is some wheel outside, you can tell from the line score. Also notice that angle-wise, there are some deductions in the second and the third sectors. Style-wise, there's also some penalization. It makes a total of 87, but we remember that Mikhail Davidian is the evil genius, because he managed to withdraw some points from the perfect run of the Miridiatulin, and he always does. And I am ready to argue whether it's the borderline or not, but it's too early. Now here comes Sergei Kuznetsov. His first result was 88. And I guess that he has already reserved himself a place in top 32. But now the flanker, number 36, is already at the initiation point, pressing the accelerator. And now Sergei is missing touch and go 1, using the handbrake to make his car get at least into touch and go 2. Yeah, touch and go 1 seems to be so easy to get, but nevertheless, if you initiate like this, you will create a lot of problems for your chaser. In the meanwhile, Sergei Kuznetsov is taking touch and go number 5 and then 6. You've got to let that handbrake go and use the accelerator, but he doesn't really do it well. And he's slipping outside. In the meanwhile, Sergei Kuznetsov in touch and go number 8. The last transition through the puddle, traditionally. And finally, these are 9s with some violation of the track border. Come on, what is happening out there? Sergei Kuznetsov decided to add some more aggression to his performance, or maybe he took some aggression pills, I don't know. And where did it get him? It got him to some serious mistakes, especially in touch and go 1 that he missed. In the second touch and go, he decided to use some handbrake, and he avoided a 1 point deduction, but he will get 3 points deduction for the style. The judges have mentioned it many times. If you're missing a control point, come on, just go and miss it in a beautiful way. Don't break your line, don't break the run for your chaser, because you will be looking up to yourself. The chaser shouldn't care about the line assignment, because the only clipping point for the chaser is the leading car. Of course, if they're close enough to each other. And it is maybe better to miss the correct line but keep the speed at the same level than making lots of corrections, pressing the accelerator and then letting it go again, because it makes it all worse for the chaser. Once again, we remind you. And still, we've got to point out that Stars Mol has been doing a great job with the flankers. I have never seen a flanker performing this way. You can tell that here the angle was small, maybe it had to be larger, near 28 degrees, but we remind you that the angle was big in touch and go 6, almost 65 degrees. Then it was reduced almost to medium. we measure the angle compared to the track profile and the turns profile. There, the car is almost transverse. And the angle gets less, therefore. Yeah, it's a very interesting spring. Someone is wearing a coat, someone is wearing jackets. But the main thing is your comfort. There is one serious principle that the alpinists usually use. You need to get dressed warmly before it gets too cold. Did you see the baseball cap with retro racing at the times when Grigory Burlutsky reigned the racing tracks? And then someone started running sideways and it was all ruined for him. Okay, so we are ready to continue. It always feels nicer to run sideways and to make clouds and to have lots of teammates and have fun, as we usually do here at drifting events. I remind you also that this season the teams can have 4 drivers in a team, and throughout this season the number of drivers can be unlimited. You can easily take some promising drivers, try them, taking them from RDS Open through a wildcard procedure. I remind you that RDS Open drivers can take part in 3 RDS GP events, so you can take one, then another, and therefore you can resolve all your stuffing issues. It is not that bad, except for the -9 penalization for the wheels. This is a very serious penalization that makes you lose a lot of points. And -2 for the angle in the second and the third sector is also pretty serious. So there is 77.5 points. It's good that he's got the 88. Now let's get back to the teams issue. Out of 10 teams, we've got only 4 that didn't get 4 drivers. Starpro Starzai has got only 2 members at this event, and this is the second one. Artur Zelyony, also flanker F. Yeah, the universality of platforms. Yeah, Boris Abramov hasn't got a flanker, so where is he? We will see him in Nizhny Novgorod, and we hope that he comes back, and he will come back on an operable car. Now Artur Zelyony has got to save himself. He misses 2 first clips. He cannot force his flanker to run on the right line, and this is a 0, I guess. Yeah, this is definitely a 0. Perhaps something is wrong with the car. There is a attempt to continue running, but it makes no sense at all because he is running through the border and ignoring the line assignment. But why didn't he take his E92, which was obviously more understandable for Artur? But you cannot take one car from one championship to another. But I guess he had 2 of them. Oh, okay, whatever. So this is a question that should be asked to the team and to Artur himself. But I guess that probably an E92 would have been much more comfortable for these conditions. So 46 points is the ultimate result of Artur Zelyony, and I don't think that it takes him anywhere. And now this is Ilya Polishuk, once again the driver that we kind of reproached of his performance. But nevertheless, let us not forget that this is not his fault that he missed the practice. He had technical reasons, and we hope that he works better in the second run. His team is Predator Drift Team, and this is their first full season in RDS GP. He misses touch and go 1. After the initiation, you could tell that the initiation was quite hard for him. Then he makes the transition, works to touch and go 3. All touch and goes number 3, I mean, and then he shifts inboard on board his E92, number 182, and he slides along the very, very border of the track with the left rear wheel. And now from touch and go 7, he's got to speed up and do the transition into touch and go number 8, and he does it perfectly if you ignore the wheel correction. And then in the last transition, Ilya Polishuk makes it very clear and hard. There is no correction, but I've got some questions about touch and go number 9. We will figure it out a little later. You know, maybe he was a little bit more accurate, but still a little nervous, even though, like, I personally, I would like to suggest that Artur Zelyony and Ilya Polishuk have been playing too much with the grip. the rear suspension is working very actively, which means that it's too flexible. And maybe, of course, I know that you've got to make it softer, you've got to make it more flexible for this weather, but on semi-dry, semi-wet asphalt, this is the consequences that you get. Or it can be even worse, like the thing that happened to Artur Zilony, because your car becomes very hard to control. It is not uncontrollable, but it requires a lot of instinct, experience that Ilya Polishuk has got, unlike Artur Zilony. Experience is very helpful in this situation. Here, you could tell that he tried to do something. You could tell that that was a wet spot. There, the car body became to swing, but Ilya has got the correct instincts that have developed in his brain. That code of his nervous system is very well adjusted. I don't think that he's analyzing anything on the go. I'm sure that this is just his vestibular apparatus that is working on its own, and he makes the right decisions without any intellectual effort. It just happens on its own. But obviously, if you start thinking while you're driving, it means that this is too late. Your instinct should be driving you. Your instinct should be driving your car. And if you don't have the instinct, you cannot do anything. To develop the instinct, you've got to gain a lot of experience. But sometimes the situations are so bizarre that you cannot really practice them a lot. For example, modeling such situations, such asphalt condition is almost impossible. It will take you, I don't know how much resource, how much money, and how much time. What can you do? Pour some water on the asphalt and wait until it gets drier and you practice on it. This sounds great in theory, but in practice, I don't think that anyone would ever do it at all. But let us not forget that many drivers do drifting just because they enjoy it. They have a lot of fun doing it. And modeling various situations that you don't like is a slight masochism. But this is a matter of objective focus. Yevgeny Losev, for example, said that he wants to get more personal results. He doesn't care that much about taking students, that he is mostly focused on achievements, not about fun. The first event, I spoke to Anton Kozlov, and he said that once you begin coaching others, you begin losing your own performance because you have less time left for yourself, you have less time for practice, and also it can be a matter of psychology. You've got a certain limited amount of energy that you can spend in various ways. You also need some recreation, you need some time to rest. And if you coach others, you've got less time and less resource for you and for your own training. And you also have to switch between different students, different drivers, making it even more challenging. So we are still in waiting mode. It was 80.5 points for the first result, and so this is the second. The third sector, once again, is very challenging, and the first one also is. And style-wise, there is a big deduction. But regardless of it all, Ilya gets more points for the line, so he's got a 1-point improvement. But let us not forget about the psychological barrier. So this is now 80.5, so he's on the edge of glory. But someone may be 1 point more accurate, so even 1 point can matter. Let us not ignore. Yevgeny Losev had 87 points for the first run, so I think he can be pretty relaxed in his second. Maybe he can contribute more aggression, or vice versa. He can get to a more relaxed mode. Now this is the initiation, very clearly, very accurately on the white line, and Yevgeny Losev looks very aggressive. There is more and more smoke coming out. I believe that Yevgeny Losev is definitely a record breaker in the amount of smoke. And now this is the fourth clip that he's getting. And then there is a transition on the border of the track. He is also crossing the white line, unfortunately. Number 7, still some adventures, not very clearly hitting the white line, which marks the border of the track in this situation. And then the last sweeper, and once again, the A80 wouldn't listen to its driver. the judges are going to discuss this run. This time, the correction in the last sweeper was rougher. You could tell that there was some work that has been done. Evgeny Losov tried to be more aggressive. There was a moment when I felt that in the second run, the Supra was basically standing on the same spot, because this is the angle magic, the camera magic, or maybe the left foot magic that Evgeny Losov started using. By the way, the speed diagram is absolutely the same in both runs. Angle-wise, it's also almost the same, but we can tell that near touching goal 6, touching goal 7, in the second run, the correction was rougher, and it also may be reflected in the general score, in the overall score. We could also notice the attitude and the character of the Super. Let's see what the judges say about it. How similar the scoring can be, regardless of the similar diagrams. It's very interesting to compare. In Fresh Racing Team, there are two extremes. The first one is Evgeny Losov, who is super aggressive, and the other one is Damir Idiatulin, who is not aggressive, but he is very accurate. And there is also Denis Migal, who takes all the best from these two extremes. So he is in the middle, the golden middle between Damir and Losov. He's like a super brain. Even Evgeny Losov says that Damir Idiatulin is a great driver who can feel the car. He's got this feeling. He looks like a virtuoso piano player when he drives. And now, guys, let's enjoy this top view of Igora. You can see that the podium has already been built, and we will use it tomorrow at the awarding ceremony, and you, our dear audience, can watch it. And now we go on a commercial break.
Touch my sleeve. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. You don't like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flat. Up on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't music up, kiss you might follow it. Get your blood pumping.
Мы — команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы — тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
And we're back to Igora Drive. This is the second event, RDS GP 2025. And we continue the qualifying run. We stopped right here. And unfortunately, we had to separate, but now we're back. And these are the transitions of Evgeny Losyev, where he missed the guidelines. And that is minus 4 points of deduction. And this is This is unfortunately the score of Evgeny Losyev, because it's very low compared to what he can do. Evgeny Losyev is on the 6th line of the rating. And of course, this position will change because there are only 10 drivers that have competed this far. And one of them decided to go to the health group. And now here comes the third group. And Anton Kozlov on board his BMW 230. I really love these little shields. You can draw any numbers in it. This is Anton Kozlov and his F22 with a front suspension that is very different. And he misses touch and go. What's happening? What is that? Is that some adjustment problem? Because Anton Kozlov never drives this way. The line is absolutely wrong. It looks like the engine doesn't do its job properly. I hope we get to the finish together with Anton, and then we will analyze. There was too much handbrake, and he takes touch and go 7, even though I don't think he really had to. And he almost avoided the 5-point penalty. And at the transition, even though it looked like it was coming out of control and some smoke began to appear, which means that the engine works, but the car was not really gripping, or maybe it was gripping in a very unpredictable manner. But the first 2 sectors were like very bad. That was absolute hell. Even though the familiarization run was also done by Anton Kozlov, but something wrong happened to the car. But then it looked seeming to have woken up. Speaking about the car of Anton Kozlov, recently I mentioned that it is one of the few F22s that was made to work properly. But to make it work, the car had to be almost converted to a Toyota Supra. I'm speaking about the 2J's GTE engine and the front suspension. And the rear suspension slightly reminds me of a very familiar suspension of E30, or a BMW, that Anton used to drive before. And still, in Russian and in international global drifting, the cars are very far from their civil versions. I mean, this is just the shape. But still, the drivers change a lot in the body kit. You see, it's not as wide as it could be, because according to the rules, there are certain restrictions. Looking from above, the wheel has to be hiding inside the arc. This is called closed wheels body. And since the suspension is of Toyota Supra, the front gap is very big, and also the Y-swap suspension makes it even wider, and the rear gap is also much wider. So therefore, it requires certain works on the body, and add this spoiler from LMP2, or what we usually call a hypercar ducktail. I asked Anton when he gets a Le Mans, but he said he would probably do it on another car because he's thinking of taking part in another series. So slowly, step by step, he is getting closer to some other series, some other racing events. Anton Kozlov is currently living in St. Petersburg, and maybe we will ask him before the parade what happened in his first run. And I don't really see whether the second attempt is actually going on, because he may also go to the health group if something is wrong with the car. If miraculously it is an 80 plus, which I totally doubt, it can be different, but we've got to compare directly. We remember Evgeny Losev's 76-point run. And now let's imagine this run of Anton Kozlov. Are they similar? I don't think so. There was at least one violation of the track border, because after the initiation the car was playing really funny, and then everything was very wrong, and a very long handbrake pull because Anton Kozlov couldn't bring the car to the necessary angle, and then he pressed the accelerator very late after all the dotted lines have been already crossed. Then he ignored the first clips. Yes, they are cheap, I remember, but nevertheless. And then the car made a leap into where it was not supposed to go, I mean behind the white line that marks the track border. So in the first sector the reality was slightly alternative. And once again, if at this moment tandem drifting had been stopped, I guess it would have been the fault of such a leader, because it's really, really hard to chase such a driver. Is it raining again? Has it started to rain? I hope not. No, please. But I don't think that this is an umbrella that's supposed to protect them from the sun. But, well, the raincoat is something you wouldn't wear to protect yourself from the sun. Whatever. It looks like the next participant is preparing, and this is the harvest of Anton Kozlov, and this is all negative. He missed touch and go 2 and touch and go 7, which is very expensive, -3 points deduction. So this is 24, 23 and 26, which makes a total of 73 points. It's a fun coincidence with his starting number, but it's not very beautiful in terms of a performance. The next one is Ilya Popov, representing Likar Одержимые Motorsport on board his Nissan 370Z. His best qualifying position was 8, which we can see in our titles. And now here we go. Ilya Popov. His first attempt, yes, unfortunately, we can see that it begins raining. The weather will be changing, but still some smoke is coming out, and the first sweeper looks pretty well. Then he decisively goes into the first transition, dancing on the white line, collecting touch and go 3 on the way. Then he shifts inward, slowing down, then performs another transition, and then immediately another one. It looks pretty well, quite a good impression. Minimum of handbrake, but still he uses more in touch and go 7. He leaves a margin not to fall into this, not to fall outside the track, not to get this big penalty. Then there gets more and more smoky, but one of the 9s is still missed. I would really like to encourage Ilya Popov for such a run. He looked very stable and very confident. I have noticed one of the Popov brothers doing the same. I guess maybe he needed some more practice on this new car, and maybe this is why Likar Одержимые Motorsport arranged some test drives on Moscow Raceway, and the fruit of this practice is now right here. You could see this. You could see how much better Ilya Popov looks, regardless of the weather. Touch and go 9.2 was really missed. We all saw it, but he's not the first, and I guess he is not the last. It is really hard to gain the correct speed. It is actually very hard to correct any speed here. And without the inertia, it's hard to expand the line to the extent that allows you to collect all the nines. Moreover, there is an uphill climb out there, and we all remember that it's slightly harder to speed up when you go sideways. When it's also wet, it is even harder, and when it's wet, you are going sideways. And the asphalt condition is always different. It is 3 times harder. And here, probably, it was the excessive grip that forced the car to make this correction. This is not about that line. It's more about the angle correction. We all understand that when the car starts running at a smaller angle, it consecutively gets narrower compared to the movement vector. And it gets harder to collect the control points. It looks like the rain is not very intensive, but it is still there. Some little drizzle like the one that we had in the morning at around 7 o'clock in the morning. A very unpleasant rain, let me say so. And at night it poured. It was a very serious, very strong rain. It started in the evening, then it stopped, and those are pours. So it was a storm. And a thunderstorm here is more of a summer phenomenon than an autumn phenomenon. Many poets wrote their poems about May, thunderstorms. And yes, it is still May. Okay, so while we're waiting for the result, let's speak about the terrain. It's not that easy, not that simple here. And when we look at the track through the camera, we don't always have the realistic idea of what it's like. The driver sees this differently. The last uphill is very prominent. It's short but prominent, and the top point in this scored section of the track is not at the finish. The finish is approximately 173 meters above sea level, while near touch and go 3/2, the elevation is 175 meters above sea level. So the hills are very prominent. You initiate at 174, then you go 3 meters down, then you climb 4 meters up, and this is why you don't see TG3s very well. And this is why the drivers asked for the cones to be placed there to have any milestone, because there are very little visual milestones. You are running sideways. You don't usually see those marks. Then you go slightly and gradually down, and at the border between Sector 3 and Sector 4, there is the lowest spot, 169 meters above sea level, and then you jump 4 meters high. But this is all not Kazan, where we are going to have the final of RDS Open this season, where the elevation difference is tens of meters, and this is the first time we will have the final at Kazan. And the next event of RDS GP will be held at Nizhny Novgorod at N-Ring Circuit. And by the way, this is quite a good result. There was a penalization for one of the touch and goes. Looks very decent. This is a good performance. 82. This is more of a borderline result. But, well, we don't have enough data. We're just looking at the experience that we have had at Moscow Raceway. He's the 7th this far. And this is Ivan Palmin, his Toyota Supra A90, or as he calls it, BMW Z4 in a coupe body, in a Supra body. And this is the shield that you can see in between the rear lamps. Ivan Palmin is an alumnus of our junior series. He's having his first full season in RDS GP, and he is still taming his car. Even Anton Kozlov personally worked on the settings of the Supra, and he didn't really like the McPherson character of the suspension. But even in this situation, Van Palmin looks very confident. And here you can see how Ivan Palmin is collecting touch and go number 7, sliding exactly on the outside edge of the track. Some questions about the previous touch and goes. Then transition now once against 9/2 is ignored, but he collects the other 2. The transitions are pretty sharp with very strong fixation of angles. The angle was probably too little in some of the places, well, to my own personal taste. But as far as the scoring is concerned, we've got Mikhail Davidyan, a specially trained judge. Vladimir Safonov is responsible for the style, and Stanislav Dolgich is responsible for the line. Let me remind you. And this far, I guess Ivan Palmin lacks a little bit of confidence on board in this very situation. But once again, he spent several seasons on board an E34 BMW, and Supra A80 is a new car for him. This is also true, and it's interesting how the draw worked on Carville Racing. 3 of the 4 are in the same group, and Artem Leitis is coming in the next one. And the 3 out of 4 will go one by one, even though they drew the numbers in random order. They drew according to their personal rating, not random order, but according to their personal rating, and they're pretty far from each other in the personal rating. But still, this is what the fortune was like. They were, for some reason, brought by fortune into the same spot of the qualifying order. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have probably not believed. I like this design with these little green highlights. And also I love the wheels. Not only the rear wheels, he's got one of the that colorful marker, that colored highlight. And they're different in color. So Carville Racing knows good design. Yeah, they know how to play with colors. As far as I remember, these highlights on the cars are different. Within the same team, we will now see Grigory Burlutsky. And first of all, this is a different car, of course, but you will also see the design differences, and will also be different from they are all different from each other. In Carville, the balance is strictly conformed to the BMWs, and Toyotas are all well balanced. Only Grigory Burlutsky is still loyal to Bavarian engine McPherson and everything. And the car is pretty classic. Anton Kozlov tried it on ADM Raceway. This is why we went there. And the car has been on the stand to adjusted. The team said they were trying to find something good. Okay, I guess they were looking for something good in its engine. Or maybe to give it a little warm-up. Why not? Let it warm up a little bit. Because, well, I know that teams don't want to reveal their secrets. At least until they get the result they expect to get. And once they do, they may also keep quiet. They may also keep some secrets confidential, because if they make some new discoveries, they may not want to share it with anyone. Because no matter how much we have achieved, no matter how much we have already found, the research still goes on, even though it seems that there is nothing new to be found. Sometimes in some locations, something stops working in various cars and various engines, including JZs. But here, I remind you that here at Igora Drive, when it's dry, you've got to press the accelerator very strong. It's a very long track. It lasts for 30 seconds or even longer when it's wet, and it is a very big load on the engine, plus the elevation differences. All right, so this is 23 for the line, 24.5 for the angle, and 29 for the style. Lots of deductions, especially in the style. And this makes a total of 76.5. A lot of losses on the angle. That is too little, definitely. So he's 9th in the rating at the moment. And he pushes Anton Kozlov down. This is not very good for Carville Racing. They've got to do something about it. Moreover, there are some obvious things to be corrected. I hope Grigory Burlutsky at least can show us some decent result with the first run. And this another F22 breaking into the scored section of the track, flies by the first sector. And wow, this is a very, very big transition. This is a very extended one. Now he's got to collect Tachenko number 4. Very long distance between the clips in this sector, over 60 meters. Then number 7 is taken. At least 2 wheels were outside, clearly. Very unfortunately, but there is nothing that can be done about it. And now, in the meanwhile, Grigory Burlutsky is already in the last sector, and he hardly takes 9/3. He misses 8/2. But there, the entire line was shifted to the left. I like these red highlights. You remember I pointed out that all the colored highlights are different. And here's an interesting fact. Carville Racing is one of the 2 St. Petersburg teams. And this far, it doesn't look very confident in the qualifying. I also had an interesting idea. Artem Shabanov, with his super confident run, made it harder for all the other drivers because now the judges are very strict about the angle. Maybe Mikhail Davidians is so strict because he saw the good performance of Artem Shabanov and he used his run as a reference. Artem Shabanov is still the leader. In the first run, he managed to show us the result of 98 points. There were like half a point deductions in every sector for the angle. That made a total of the 2-point deduction. So therefore, the very first run of the qualifying is still the best, no matter what you try, no matter what you do. And this is more to those who usually say that the judges don't give high scores from the beginning. If the run is good enough, why not give him the score? From this angle, we don't see one of the rear wheels, so it looks like 2 wheels were outside. But here it is also important to remark that last year, for example, in Nizhny Novgorod, in the reverse configuration, that was the first turn, if I'm not mistaken, the first right turn, the 180-degree turn. The turn is so steep that it looks like there are 2 wheels outside, but there is 1, in fact, because the curve is so steep that you don't see 1. And here it can be absolutely the same, because here the line is also very bended and very bent, and the angle is also very deep. Therefore, it could be only 1 wheel, 100% outside the white line, and it is all happening in front of our judges. Do you see that white tent? From there, you can see the cars from that side very well. But from the camera, you don't see it very well. You still need to see lots of replays. But we've got Andrei Pauli, the invisible judge, who is watching the video replays, and he's responsible for the clips and the basic line, let's say so. He's our ninja judge, let's say so. Anton Klimko, the best of the drivers who are taking part in the competition on their own. Unfortunately, his fuel pump let him down. The engine was saved, but his fuel pump failed him in top 16 versus Timofey Dobrovolsky, if I'm not mistaken. And in the first run, when Anton was the leader, the car simply went off. It turned off, and it turned off because the warning went off. This is the system which turns the car down if any of the values goes outside the limits, goes beyond the limits. This is exactly what happened. This is, I guess, the fans of Artur Zelyony, or probably the fans of Level Kitchen. So, and we continue telling you. By the way, Start Pro Stars Mall also, it has the number of 234, the number of Artur Zelyony, and occupies boxes number 3 and 4. And they're very active on social media, so you can subscribe and see and follow them to see what they're doing here at RDS GP. Don't forget to subscribe to our Telegram channel, because there on the Telegram channel you can get all the recent information about us, including the timing changes, including schedule changes. Our parade is scheduled for 3:30 local time, but it all depends on when the qualifying ends. So there are lots of things that you can find. This is Demir, Fresh Racing fans, and there were some Gocha fans sitting right next to them. And by the way, it looks like we forgot about our hat parade. Or maybe we will see some later. Yeah, they were 3 wheels. Yeah, minus 15 only for that. And look at the third sector, the angle. And in the second sector, in the fourth sector again, there are lots of deductions for the angle. Lots of deductions and penalties. Oh, okay, so this is a 64 only. Have we been too optimistic, saying that the borderline may be at around 80 points? Let us not jump to conclusions, because we've got many more drivers to see. And the drivers of Carville Racing still have a second run to do. So maybe they can do something to correct it. And now let's watch another driver, the driver from Irkutsk, who almost moved to Krasnoyarsk this winter, but still he represents the city of St. Petersburg. And here he has been to top 4 already, Anton Klimko. And his first run, F22, by the way, the closest to the initial structure, number 53, and he is immediately outside the track, and this looks like a technical problem. Yeah, this is a 0. But now, without risking anything, Anton Klimko can go to the health group, and it would probably be the right solution. He can gain more time to prepare, because in the first run he has got a 0, so he will not lose any points. But we will expect for our judges and officials to give us the information. But if the engine is still working and if the car is still capable of moving in any possible way, I don't think that on this transmission box the gear can be out. Well, whatever. So if this is a driver's mistake, if so, well, you just got to do it one more time. If the car is okay, you've got to work on yourself and work with your brain simply and try to pull yourself together. But it really did look like a technical failure, maybe something local, or maybe could be something electronic, because the cars are very smart today. Lots of electronic devices, so anything could go wrong. And now this is the second run of Ilya Popov. And he is going to the Furidashe. Ilya Popov looks very good in his first attempt, and now the smoke is coming out immediately. Very beautiful first sweeper. Wow, almost backward, and he pushes the accelerator. He doesn't let his car zero down the run, even though it was a very long hesitation. I wonder what the judges think about it. We'll, of course, check out all the diagrams to say, with amusement. And now, in the meanwhile, Ilya is trying this creative review of the judges' assignment. One wheel outside and a very sharp transition. It looks like he's been trying the extremes. All 4 wheels outside, but after the finish. Can it be interpreted as an uncontrolled finish? I'm not sure. If it is, then it's a 0. But it is pretty well controlled, but then he still goes outside with all the 4 wheels. In the meanwhile, Grigory Burlutsky is moving to the health group. Perhaps he understands that 64 is not enough. It is not enough for comfortable transfer to top 32, and therefore we've got a little less 83 degrees. Not a backward, but close. It's close. I remind you that the backward is everything that is above 90 degrees, when the rear side of the car is running ahead of the front side. 116 kilometers per hour was the initiation speed. Wow, maybe that was the beginning of it all. Well, the beginning was great. The first turn was cool, but it was because the inertia was too strong. But the first sweeper was done perfectly. It didn't go anywhere outside. It was generally very good. And we went in a positive meaning, but then we said the same, but with a negative connotation. We are still waiting for the results of Ilya Popov. I don't really think that this attempt is better than the first. In the first, he had 82 degrees. And recalling the 82-point attempt, it was, well, it was good. It was very solid. It was robust. And here it was more of a creative side of Ilya Popov that revealed itself. And therefore, this kind of creativity is hard to score because there are no criteria for assessing the creativity. The car was outside the track before the finish. Yeah, one wheel was outside and then it slipped with all the four wheels all together. But this is about interpretation. On one hand, a critical mistake after the finish may begin developing still on the track, and then it can be interpreted as an uncontrollable finish. And then you may get a 0 for the run. But in this given case, even if we imagine that Ilya was not alone, if we imagine that he had an opponent, this kind of a maneuver would have not created any fatal obstacle for the chaser. There is a magical phrase in the judging guidelines. Up to the judge, it says. So the judges can still interpret it on their own because they've got a vast judgment and driving experience. And you guys, please smile and wave your hands to the camera every time you see yourselves on the screen. Yes, you can also make a little wave if you want. First in one side, one part of the stands, and another. Now it looks like the 6-piston engine operation. Yes, 2 hands on each. Just make the right order of flash. And it can be our human model over 2JZ, which is dominating in our series. The LS has died of a heart attack. Oh, yes, this is called resistance. I see, Lekar, yeah. I can see which tent you have gone to. Something is telling me that this guy is a fan of Lekar одержимый motorsport. What makes me think so, I wonder? All right, -10 for the angle in the second sector. This is a critical mistake. This is all simply peeled off by Mikhail Davidyan's for that angle play, because it also causes speed loss. Oh my God, our dog doesn't bite, but it hurts you in a different way. Yes, 62 looks so painful. On one hand, it doesn't really change anything, but it is so bad to see. So, what can we say now? We are supposed to see Anton Kozlov, Ivan Palmin, and Anton Klimko. But we've got a little pause, so let's make it a commercial break. Why not?
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить Козлову? Не, вот этого не надо.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Это должны знать все! С ВТБ нам выгодны дорог.
А почему выгодно? С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
С ВТБ нам выгодны дорог.
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ. Все получится.
And we're back on track. So what is going on here? Lots of unexpected things are happening. Four of the five participants of this group are now in the health group. So the entire team of Carville Racing plus Anton Klimko are now in the health group. So we are now going to group number 4. Autobahn team will begin its qualifying runs. And this is the rookie of our competition, Dmitry Sherbina. He has had lots of adventures. On Thursday, half a day was spent on his suspension because it was ruined after a contact. And on Friday was spent on replacing his engine. And only then he practiced a little bit under the rain. And he has been saying that this season is a very great test for him. First of all, we remember that his manifold failed him at Moscow Raceway, the previous event. And now, without any practice, almost without any practice at all, Dmitry has got to go and do it. But, well, maybe it's even better because those who have adjusted themselves for the dry track may have some difficulties now. I hope that Dmitry can handle the tension that he has inside now, because he is definitely capable of it. Dmitry Sherbina, and his first run initiation, presses the accelerator a little bit too late, and he collects the clips in the first sector. Oh God, my Jesus, it's a fire once again. What was that? Special effects are so powerful. Something is burning inside, something is sparkling. Maybe these are pieces of his engine coming out. Yeah, that's all. Oh God, this is his reductor. He just fell out. What the hell? What is going on? Look at that. This is a failure. Look at this. Lots of parts outside, maybe some oil as well. How could this car even run? What is this? Something was sparkling. Something was burning. Is it the oil that was burning? My God. God damn it. Yeah, that is amazing. Let's look underneath this car. I have never seen anything like that in my life. We have seen the drive shaft that is coming out, which is very impressive, but the reductor and the entire rear suspension falling apart like this. God, this is the first time I see anything like this. I guess one drive is still on. One gear is still on. Oh, no, even two are on. And then this is the final moment when the car throws it out. This is crazy. Now we can see our technical services running around. What else has got to happen to Dmitry Sherbina this season? That was very spectacular indeed. Oh, wow. wow, here it's okay. It is still okay. And here it starts. First, there is some oil coming out. Yeah, probably this is the reductor cover that has been pierced, and the oil splashed out. It came on fire because it's very hot, and then without any oil inside the reductor, the car continued running. So there is a lot of oil on the ground. We will have to clean the track. At some moment, the reductor was still, well, it was already out. The engine continued working, and through the drive shaft, all the reductor fixtures were broken. This is a strong drive shaft. Just look at that. It is extremely, extremely strong. I think this guy should be advertising the drive shafts. Yeah, they can throw your reductor away and still remain intact. This is so impressive, so spectacular, but no good at all. Of course, he's going to the health group, but the scope of the damage must be crazy. I've seen lots of things in my life. You know, I've seen lots of miracles done by the mechanics of this car, but I have never seen anything like that. Sometimes even the impossible things can be possible. Yeah. This is something unthinkable. First of all, the manifold fails him, then the suspension, then the engine, and now this. Yeah, this will be a long break because first of all these pieces have to be collected. Then all the parts of the track where the oil spill have to be checked and cleaned. Wow, how could it happen? I would like to find the root cause of all this. There is only one thing that surprises me. If something is falling out from your car, how on earth can you still drift? What is that power that kept this car adrift? It was still spinning. It was still working. Like both wheels were still working. This is one of the 3 cars in our championship that it doesn't have those monstrous reductors, but a common 8-inch Toyota reductor. The other one is Danilo Vorobyov on board his E36 from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. And then there is the R230 reductor of Ilya 30. That is Ilya Fedorov by Nissan. And this is probably the strongest of the available ones. I mean, of the affordable ones that are almost standard ones. The other 36 cars have those racing style reductors like the Winters that are very widely spread in NASCAR racing, and they were initially designed in 1950s in the USA, or maybe even earlier. But you know, the mechanics hasn't really changed since then. So, why are the headlights still on? Perhaps the electricity is still on. Okay, but I think this is the smallest of the problems. Those who are already in the health group really do need to work on their cars, and now they have even more time to work on them. Let's speak about it a little more, because this was a very powerful appearance. Yeah, let's analyze the situation that we've got this far, because first of all, Anton Klimko has a very clear situation. He's got nothing to lose. He may try, looking at the meteorological forecast, try to improve his situation and drive on a more predictable asphalt. Makes sense, because this is a zero. You cannot zero it more. And speaking about the Carville Racing drivers, there were 3 of them, and all of them had some results. Ivan Palmin had 76.5, Anton Kozlov had 73, and Grigory Burlutsky had 64. And in this regard, during the commercial break, I tried to analyze their situation. If Ivan Palmin zeroes his result down, it seems kind of ambitious, maybe, because there are lots of drivers who've got better results. Ivan Palmin is currently 9th, so of course he can be pushed outside the top 32. But thinking that all the 26 drivers will be much better, is kind of statistically unreasonable. But such a situation is possible, theoretically possible, let us not deny. And a decision had to be made, and it was a hard decision to make. I don't know if he counted the number of contenders, if he considered how deep he can be pushed in the qualifying rating. But we would like to believe that the team has really considered all the pros and cons, because depriving all the three drivers of one attempt, and Ivan has got a new car, so any random situation can cause fatal consequences. Out of the three Carville Racing drivers who have already qualified, who have done one run in the qualifying, only Grigory Burlutsky would probably more likely not to qualify. And 73, Anton Kozlov, a dangerous situation indeed. But Anton Kozlov has a different situation if we compare him to Ivan Palmin, because he's got more experience of driving his car, his current car. He knows it very well that he can do much better. And therefore, this may be understandable. But as for Ivan Palmin, I wouldn't say it is. There's one thing that is stable, it doesn't change, is that from time to time we need to show you commercial breaks. This is what we're going to do right now.
Читайте в майском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Какие претензии предъявили опытные водители к китайским кроссоверам? Что общего между футболом и автопромом? Зачем поощрять жесткую конкуренцию внутри автобренда? Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен.
Если радио, то максимум.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
RDS GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка. Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
Ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как? Это возможно.
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка.
вообще за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск. Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс Еда.
So, my friends, no matter what, the qualifying still goes on. And at the start, there is Denis Sarakaput. This is his familiarization run, a warm-up run. We see the flag in the marshal's hands, which means that he's just trying the track. And in the meanwhile, we can say that the health group has gone so big that it is bigger than the regular group. Yes, all of those drivers have only one run to do, and there is one factor that we discussed during the commercial break. We were not just having tea or sleeping. No, we're still working. We're still working. In the health group, no one has the warm-up run, no matter what happens to the weather, no matter how the condition changes. They will have to do it without rehearsal. Just get up and go, no matter what is going on, no matter what is happening there. Let's say it will be a surprise effect, so let's say so. It is going to be extremely difficult, and as far as I remember, very good runs are not very common for the health group. Maybe 1 of 5 or even 1 of 10. We also need to understand that you usually go to the health group for a reason, for a technical reason, and you don't always have enough time to completely eliminate the technical factor. So there is on one hand, some technical difficulties and psychological difficulties. If we go back to the previous year, the drivers just have to something that is more than a 0. Here the stakes are much higher this time because we've got lots of contenders. Especially we want to highlight Ivan Palmin. He had a proper result, and if anything changes in the weather, then the health group will be very risky. So this is the rehearsal. Now you can see it on air, how it can be. This is fun, yeah. The best thing is that he didn't get stuck in that gravel track. Denis Sarakaput, he has changed his livery. He has changed the team. He's now in VS team. Yes, we are used to seeing his E92 in red and white and in different colors. Interestingly, we've got 33 drivers, 6 of them are in the health group. And who benefits from all these bad adventures? The benefits go to those who are not that good at the qualifying. They have now they have a chance with getting to top 32. I mean, drivers like Artur Zelenyy with 46 points, or maybe Anton Dmitrienko with 58. They get a chance, quite a good chance, to make it to the top 32. Now we will continue the break because, as I could suggest, and I turned out to be right, there is quite a lot of oil on the ground, and perhaps it was the reason of Denis Sarakaput's spin, maybe not enough absorbent near touch and go number 3, because this was where the first fire came out. And Denis Sarakaput is now standing at the start. We could also see the car, what do you call it? Our first intervention vehicle. There are first intervention and rescue intervention vehicle. So these was the first intervention vehicle that was there on the track. Wait, no? Are we continuing? Okay. Probably they were just inspecting because many drivers spinned around in the area even without the oil on the ground. Okay, so the first intervention vehicle has checked it all. So you've just got to go. Denis fails to initiate from the first attempt. 2-pedal drifting, quite a lot of Smoke is coming from underneath the rear wheels. He collects the touch and goes number 3. Touch and go number 4 is also worked well, and now a very sharp transition to TG5, and then he has got to go to the next one. This is not the best way of doing it, but probably the only possible one in this situation. Then he fails to get any of the TG8s, and now the last transition, and therefore the last sweeper climbing uphill and up and up and up, helping himself more with the left foot, and then some handbrake that was pulled later was probably a little bit more useful. This bad scheme was probably the only one. Here you could see very well that the track has dried enough to get even worse for the drifters, because some places are almost dry, but there are still some wet spots around. And in the places where not too much acceleration is applied, those areas still remain wet. If it was circuit racing, everyone would be seeking the dry spots, but now the difference in grip is so hard that the car sticks to the drier areas and then it suddenly flies into the wet one, where the grip factor is 4 times less, or maybe even 5 times less, because I used to study one of the researches done on this topic, and you can imagine how hard it is. Let's imagine you are walking on the asphalt, and then you suddenly step on ice with your eyes closed. Of course you will slip, and of course it may end with a fall, and this is almost what the drivers feel in such a situation. Denis Sarakaput, therefore, has speeded up to 120 kilometers per hour, and that may be too early to get to that high speed. Here he would get 5 points deduction. Yeah, his angle diagram looks like a nightmare to me, because there are very sharp transitions, and I was expecting to see some crazy angles, but this craziness, well, you know, if the transition is a hard transition, a sharp transition doesn't mean a big angle. According to the assignment, for example, the angle has to be medium here. Then Denis immediately went on the next transition, and the angle had to be big. Well, and he did, but all those 2 pedal drifting would be definitely reflected in the score. And also the score, I'm sure that Mikhail Davidians is now rubbing his hands with satisfaction, because he's got a lot of space to work. Mikhail Davidians has that little smile, and when he does smile like that, he looks like a villain. He could play a villain in some movie. He has something diabolic in his face when he smiles like this. And also I would like to draw your attention to the replays that we had. From one angle, it looks like the car had 2 wheels outside the track, and from a different angle, from a reverse angle, you could see that there is only 1 wheel, and you could see it very clearly. This is exactly what I told you about earlier. If it seems like that, it doesn't mean it's true. Now we see some cleaning vehicles coming out on the track to clean some debris out. Maybe there are some little pebbles or rocks, or maybe some absorbent particles on the ground. So there is something that needs sweeping off. And now, minus 6.5 in the third sector, minus 5. Mikhail Davidians deducts a half of the score. God. And this is only 17.5, but still we had minus 10, for example. So the record in deductions has not been broken yet. This is 61 points only. That is little. This is very little. It is catastrophically little, but he has got 1 more run to do. Pyotr Borodin from Takayama Forward Auto on board his Forward Racing S15 with a voice fob, which is very weird. Pyotr Borodin wasn't lucky in the first event of our series, but I hope that he can improve it. He is an international master of sports of Kazakhstan, 5-time champion of his country in rally, and winner of multiple local drifting competitions, and he's got 4 wheels outside. Wow! I couldn't even react fast enough. He even kicked some cones around. So, well, this is this is another familiarization run, because this is a zero. It is good for nothing. Maybe Piotr himself hasn't become aware of what just happened. Or was it the familiarization run? Was it? No, was there a light or was there a flag? I'm not sure. Yes, unfortunately, this is his qualifying run. So this is a zero. This is what makes me so sad. Doubtlessly. It is also worthwhile noticing that for Piotr, in this situation, everything is absolutely new. A new track, a new car, still a new car, and also a new environment. He couldn't practice because he hasn't done a single run on such an asphalt in such a condition. So, what can you tell? This is a zero for the first run. Unfortunately, this is not a good start. This is quite a bad one. You can also see that the wheels are pretty dirty, and I can hear reports that he got out of the track twice. The audience could see it twice. They could see it because they see it live, and we see it from the cameras. It's different. Oh, wow, the wind and rain, everything. We don't feel it here. We don't feel it here because we're in the studio. So to feel it all, we need some rain simulator, like the 7D cinemas that were popular in the 2000s and that may probably be found somewhere still. I even wrote it on Instagram after the first event that it was really awkward for me to be in the warm studio when everyone around was struggling with 0 degrees centigrade outside, when the people were trying to hug each other to keep warm and even burn fires. I think we need to make a huge blanket with an RDS brand with the little holes for heads and cover the entire spectator stands so that people could sit under these huge blankets all together, keeping themselves warm, but at the same time watching the race. It would be fun, I guess. It could be fun. So we've got a lot of zeros. We've got a lot of failures this time. So finally, we see the qualifying results of Petr Borodin, and yes, this is a zero because Petr Borodin has crossed the border of the track, and he did it right away. And all the judges just made a big breathe out. They breathed out with great. How do you call it? With a great relief is the right word. Here comes Kirill Matskevich, number 80, from Time Up Team. Time Up Team Toyota Supra, and here we go. This is his first qualifying run. The driver from Belarus. Kirill Matskevich is accelerating approximately 120 meters. He's got to do it. And the track is now getting drier. You could see Kirill Matskevich spinning his car. Oh, well, the car was spinning and Kirill Matskevich just tried to keep it under control. Now we have to pull it, and there was a very serious correction and even opposite drift. But I'm sure that this is not a chaseable run at all. But let's see what happens next for Kirill Matskevich. All this thing, and oh, I guess all the 4 wheels were outside. I'm almost sure. Yes, he has collected the 8s, but it's not really necessary anymore. The car doesn't want to stay within the track, but I can try to explain why. Let's see. First of all, we've got very different grip on different areas of the track. In the places where it's drier, the car would naturally gain speed. This is, well, the way it's designed. When it runs, when it's accelerated, it gains speed. Then it hits the wet area, the grip is less, and keeping the car within the track is impossible because it's running at a high speed. The speed becomes excessive for the wet asphalt, so therefore it slips. It slides outside, and no matter how experienced, no matter how strong the driver is, he is simply incapable of doing that because the physics is a merciless witch. The fact that Artem Letis touched the curb line at the end, his speed fell to 1.8 kilometers per hour at a certain moment. This is not a stop, and the angle fell into the... It took off into the space. It was 120.7. This is a caught braking backward. That was absolutely unnecessary. So everything that happened out, the opposite drift that was still there, and all the rest, and the wheels outside. So all of that mattered anymore. None of that mattered anymore. This is a zero that he got on his own. Absolutely his own fault. Artyom Leitis has already rehearsed his run. And by the way, Artyom Leitis is home here. Out of all the drivers, this is his home, because he's not even from St. Petersburg. He's from Sortavala. It's even closer than St. Petersburg. Maybe somewhere in the middle. On Sunday evening, Sortavala is definitely closer than St. Petersburg. So it's easier to get here from Sortavala than from St. Petersburg. I'm not sure Sortavala has an airfield, but maybe there is a small one built in the Soviet Union times. Anyway, we continue, and we are ready to study the specificity of the scored section of the track with the help of Artyom Leitis. Kirill Matskevich also goes to the health group, and this is obvious. This is quite logical, because racing in his situation would be masochistic of him. Artyom Leitis, the fourth driver of Carville Racing, on board his Nissan 200SX 2JZ GDE, a freshly built engine. He did have a backup engine, and now he is assembled and installed. Artyom Leitis and his first qualifying run. So the health group is already full with his teammates. Now he's got to do everything not to join them. Artyom Leitis starts off quite well. Unfortunately, he misses 3/1, 3/2, and touch and go 4 is taken. Then he makes a transition. Wow, come on, some millimeters away. But he still misses next one. Problems with touch and go 7. He didn't hit the right face, but 2 wheels are outside, if not 3. And then the last sweeper, sector number 4. Here he has some problem with 9/2, as well as with 9/3. So okay, it looks like we need 2 health groups already, because it's too big already. It is too overcrowded. But a strategic transfer to health group can be possible here as well, because how much score in line do you think he has got? Or, I mean, how much has been left? Only 3 points maybe for the touch and go number 4. This is another transfer to health group. This is Petr Borodin announces his transfer, because at a certain moment we will have no more drivers and we will have to start the health group runs without a break. Who is the last one? Alexander Abramov, according to our schedule. He will do his first run, the first one, then he goes to the health group, and then he will have to go immediately on his health group run. Well, he will not be the first, of course, he will be the last, but still, I wonder what the weather will be like at that moment, because it can be anything. But in this situation, it may be better if it rains, or if it dries completely. Anything that is different will be better than what we have now, because right now, if you don't hit this dry path, let's say so, once you are crossing that wet areas, you get an extreme angles or extremely low speed. And the most interesting thing of all is, what can the judges do? Only score it the way they're supposed to, the way they usually do it, because there's no discount given to anyone, because everyone is judged equally, even though it may be very unpleasant for many drivers. I have never seen a qualifying like this in RDS GP. I've never seen such a huge health group. There are 8 drivers already. This is over the top. But yes, I checked. There was an aerodrome in Sortavala town. There's a little settlement called Hilda, and there was an airfield. It is more of a historical field. Oh, look at this little duck in sunglasses. And whose cover is that? This is Denis Sarakapud. He decided to stay. He decided not to go to the health group. This is something like a very big courage. He's got 61 points, and he decided not to risk it because, well, you never know. Anything can happen. In fact, if you imagine that the entire health group for some reason cannot do a productive run, then all those who have a non-zero result will automatically go to top 32. Because in the health group, we've got 8 people out of 39. So we may have less than 32 drivers in top 32, and Artem Shabanov may have a bye run. Well, virtually. Well, it is theoretically possible. We just don't know a crowd of those who would like to shift Artem Shabanov down in the rating. But, well, who knows? Maybe even Evgeny Losев was very humble today. Oh, wow. This is -8 in TG3. This is 0 for the line. Wow. And one more deduction could be negative. Is it possible? Can it be negative for the line? Because the penalization is automatic, and would we continue deducting from the other criteria? Yeah, so this is 50 straight. Yeah, 50. 0 for the line. This is the first time I see it. I'm now waiting for their announcement on the radio. Is he going to the health group? Is he? Huh. Weird. Not yet. Still quiet. Okay. But I guess that Artyom is now making some mathematical calculations that maybe it's better to stay. All right, whatever. Denis Sarakaput is now at the start. He is currently 9th in the overall qualifying rating. So, yes, I know I'm making lots of jokes and maybe sound like I'm not serious enough, but I don't want to underestimate the skills of our drivers. I wish good luck to Denis. I hope he improves his result. I'm sure that he can do it. And he is already doing better than in the previous attempt. Yes, you can see that he is working with his handbrake desperately, but still he manages to collect all the 3 TG3s and touch and go 4 as well. When he does a transition, this time he's more careful, and then smoothly he goes into touch and go 6. Quite a lot of handbrake, losing speed even in this condition, but he doesn't cross the line to touch and go 7, and he collects both touch and goes number 8. Now the last transition, just don't fail it here, don't do anything bad here. Help yourself with the left foot, feel free to, but at least no handbrake is used. So, now I got it. Now I see. Now I know. Let's start with the Sorcerer's Stone. Okay, I'm kidding again. But anyway, I'm sure that I can give you some answers. This far, I can only analyze the situation, the current condition of the asphalt. On the main part of the track, in between touch and go 6 and 7, the asphalt is different, and it dries in a different manner. Near touch and go 6 and 7, it is simply wet. You can see it from here very well. So once you fly from this drier part into this very complicated zone, even when the asphalt is dry, many drivers spin around because you've got to do lots of things within a very short period of time. You've got to hit the right moments. And now this is hell. This is simply hell for drifters. It looks like the devil is there expecting you. This is unbearable for the drivers. These conditions are simply crazy for drifting. Touch and go 6 and touch and go 7 is over the top complicated. This is much, much worse than just a wet track. It is much, much worse than a dry track. It is worse than anything. On one hand, someone may think, well, it's getting drier, so what's bad? The bad thing is the difference in the grip. This is a great challenge for the transmission. It's a great challenge for your engine because everything is interconnected because the clutch is on. And, well, what can you do? This is the two-pedal drifting that you see immediately, and the entire arsenal is being applied. What happened to the style and how much is left of that style score? Because I don't think that there has been a single sector with no left foot involved. Recalling the first run of Denis Sarakaput, by the way, this one looks kind of more precise. What are you looking at, guys? Can you show it to us? We want to see it too. What are you doing? Unknown. Some games, maybe some entertainment, some... or are they posing with their hands? They want to make a picture. Okay, so, look at the line score. Maximum for the line. Perfect line, finally. And now the style. Minus half a point, -1, minus 3.5 in the third sector, of course. And minus 2.5 for the left foot. So, now look. The situation is very interesting. This is a dramatic improvement to 77.5 by 16.5 points more than in the first run. But still, Denis Sarakaput is on the 9th line. He is now 9th. But this is a better 9th place. It's more 9th than it used to be. Now Artyom Leitis is coming out. This is a very manly deed to choose. He decided to do a little follow-up right away, which is a reasonable strategy, I guess. His SX, number 45, is running to the initiation point. Now he looks much more balanced, even though one wheel is still outside. It did happen. Then he makes a transition, which is great. Just keep the angle fixed. But still, I have some questions to touch and go for. And now transition to TG5, another transition, and then he begins the more sophisticated part of the track, and at least one wheel unfortunately still slips outside the white line, but still he collects touch and go number 8, the last transition, and once again the SX feels too squeezed in between the two white lines, as though a river that wants to go outside the banks. Still, he cannot fit. He cannot fit in this track, and this is the longest car in the championship. This is an E92. What can I say here? Even the smallest, slide, smallest misfit in about touch and go 6, touch and go 7, it begins long before. Here you can see that he didn't spin the car enough. If he was a little bit more courageous, if the angle was a little bit bigger, it would have been better, but now the angle was too shallow, and so the car went on a narrower line, which consecutively broke the entire line. But I wonder what Artyom said after he heard my comment, because I'm sure that he was sweating in that cockpit, struggling with the unpredictable behavior of his car, trying to catch it in the process. I can tell that he has been doing a lot of work, because he knows that he may fall on this contact spot at any moment and he'll have to respond. And then he hears me saying, I wish he was more courageous or something. I'm sure that he would simply hit me in the face. But whatever, you guys know what I want to say. Commitment is a very important thing. And maybe sometimes it's better just to go insane no matter what. But it's not about, don't misunderstand me. I mean that when you're afraid of these wet spots, he was probably too humble, expecting that the car will spin on its own, but it didn't, because it fell on a drier spot and it got stuck. And once he pressed the accelerator, Artyom was pushed inward. This is the environment factor. You don't know what to do, but you've got to do something. You got to do anything. Just because once you're there, you've got to do anything. You just cannot tell what the situation is like. A fully wet track is better than one we've got here. From here, from the top shot, you can see how spotty, how patched it is. But strategically, I'm sure that Artyom Leitis did everything correctly. It's better to lose one wheel outside than going outside, then go back, and then going outside again, because then the penalty would be double. But since the curb line is also kind of wet, he couldn't go inside, which is maybe better, because when you go outside and you slide through it with one wheel outside, it counts as one single penalty. Why? Because there are no corrections. And the imaginary tandem run wouldn't be ruined, because once the leader goes outside, the chaser also does, and the chaser has a discount. For the chaser, it doesn't count as a violation, and therefore the run doesn't break. But if the leader goes out and then in, out and in, like catch me if you can thing, then it creates a lot of difficulties for the chaser. Therefore, it has to be penalized every time. I'm happy to see the smiling faces, guys. You are so great. I'm so happy to see you here together with us. This is not the best, I mean, from the point of view of the weather day. This is who's been waiting for the rain more than anyone else. Ilya Fedorov. Wow, minus 14 for the wheels, minus 10 there. God. But still, 10 points better than it was. In the first run, he had 0 for the line. Now he has got 5, and so it's better anyway. So it's very easy to count. It makes a total of 60. And now Artyom Leitis rises to the 10th line, and he goes. And it's better than Anton Dmitrienko has got, for example. Now, Ilya Fedorov. On Thursday, his engine failed. Immediately, he found another one in St. Petersburg, purchased it, and installed it on the car. So here he is. The fifth group is here in the meanwhile, so slowly, step by step, we're approaching the end of the list, and then we will have the huge health group. Ilya Fedorov makes the initiation as aggressively as he possibly can. One wheel is where it's not supposed to be. Then the second sector, he doesn't collect all the touch and goes. Number 3, no enough inertia here. Then the transition to touch and go 5, then into touch and go 6. The line is too narrow once again. And here it is turning into a very broad one. Past touch and goes number 8. Oh, what a nightmare. And here once again he has some wheels outside. Immediately the car pushes inside. He doesn't have enough power as well. If you don't have enough power, you just don't have it. No matter what you do, no matter how much pressure you add, no matter how much you pump your wheels, you cannot do. If Ilya was the first, if he was in the first group, maybe it was easier for him, but he is now 21st. It's too dry already. Speaking about the environment and power connection, if the power is low and the wheels are very pumped, the car acquires additional inertia. So what you can do is press the acceleration and keep it pressed and try to use as much inertia as you can to gain as much speed as you can. When it is a patchy asphalt, on the wet track you don't go too fast. On the dry one you don't have enough speed for the inertia to pull you where you want to go. And here this is a very weird situation. You can't speed up enough because there is not enough grip. But when you get into the grip, you don't have enough speed to overcome the grip. And everything falls apart and you get something like this, what you see right now. Yeah, Ilya Fedorov, I guess, is having a very hard time at the moment. He was trying to call the rain. He was longing for the rain, even though he confessed once in one of the conversations that he doesn't really like to race under the rain, but he's good at it. Georgy Chevchan once said that he doesn't really like the N-ring in Nizhny Novgorod, but statistically he does, because he always wins those events. But, you know, the favorite and the most efficient one can often be different things. Yes, sometimes a person is not good at something, but he still enjoys the process. For example, there are people who are not good at singing, but they still go to a karaoke. So, therefore, the situation can be also the opposite. You're very good at it, but you don't really enjoy the process. And rainy weather is something that very few people like. Maybe poets do, they write poems about it, but here the situation is slightly different. No poets here in drifting competition. So everything we can do is just try to handle whatever we've got. We haven't seen a Supra for a long while. We missed Supras so much. We've got only 8 of them. Very few Supras A8 in RDS GP. So now here comes Evgeny Spirin and VS team. But first let's see the score of Ilya Fedorov. Yes, we're waiting. I'm sure that the judges have a lot to think about, but I've seen lots of similar things in their lives. It is not the wrong settings. This is just no resource, no assets. He also was outside the track, and so many wrong things about angles. There are lots of things to calculate. The seats. Did you see the seats? Yeah, you can. If you purchase a comfort category ticket, you get this seat for free. Okay, minus 14 for the wheels, 0 for the line, once again. So what can I say? 44 points only. By the way, line-wise, if you sum it all up, it makes minus 32. So negative results in the line are not possible. 44 points for Ilya Fedorov. He is 13th, which totally matches his starting number. But he's got another run to do. Let us not forget about it. Maybe it's too early to say goodbye. He's a very experienced driver and no, he can do better. Evgeny Spirin from Viastin, the city of Novosibirsk. Supra A80. They have practiced a lot together with his teammate Alexei Vakhtin. It was really beautiful. Two Supras are so nice to watch. And now together with Evgeny Spirin, we are running through the 120 meters of run-in to break into the 800 meters of the scored section of the track. The second sector, a very sharp correction, a big one, definitely problems with the grip, and you could tell that Evgeny couldn't react, but still this is not a 0-1 wheel outside. Very untypical place for doing so. Then he misses touch and go number 7, touch and go number 8 is taken, even both of them. Then transition into touch and go number 9, at least one wheel outside correction, and unfortunately 9/2 is also untouched. I said that it was surprising that people don't hit 9/2. Actually, lots of drivers do. Very few don't. Here, Evgeny handled this task quite well. Another driver goes to the health group. This is Ilya Fedorov. Basically, looking at my table, nothing has really changed. Ilya Fedorov is still in the 13th place, even after he goes to the health group. Now he's got a 0, so he's not going anywhere now. Getting back to Evgeny Spirin. Evgeny made a very good start, but he didn't look for compromise. He decided to go as though on the dry asphalt. And at first it was working, and I also noticed that it's better to skip touch and go 6 and 7 than having 2 wheels outside. This is in this spot. If you just joined us, let me say it once again. This is the first time when the judges added penalties into their assignment. I mean, a penalty in this particular zone is greater than in the others. If you have wheels out in the range from touch and go 6 to the transition to this one wheel penalty is 5 points. 2 wheels is 10 and 3 wheels is 15. But in around this zone, it is very easy to have any wheels outside, even though you're supposed to shift inward to aim at the next TG. I believe that while Evgeny Spirin is waiting for his second run, the situation on the track may change. It may get a little better. And having had some experience, Evgeny may be slightly more cautious, and then he may manage to make his car fit within the borders of the track so that he doesn't make such angling problems, especially in touch and go 7/1. The angle was too deep, and it will definitely cause an angle penalization. Here you can see it's minus 4.5 in sector 2, minus 2 in sector 3, so minus 8 for the wheels, which is serious. 4 times by 1, most likely, because there were some internal lines, external lines, and the curb side. 67.5, so generally overall, on the overall, it's not bad, especially in these circumstances. And there is also a lot of space for improvement, which is also important. At this moment, Evgeny is 10th in the qualifying rating, and now we prepare to watch Timofey Dobrovolsky from Takayama Forward Auto, who has already had one victory here at Igora Drive, but in a regular configuration. The weather back then was even less comfortable, but for himself it was very good, he said. Now he is making a correction and a very articulated transition into touch and go number 3. Then another correction, slightly helping the car find the right way. Quite a good and sharp transition to TG5. And then he's pulling the handbrake. Oh, God, 3 wheels outside. And then he is collecting touch and goes number 8, the last transition. This time it's more careful. And the S15 is pushing off the outside curb without taking 2 last touch and goes. Yeah, I really didn't expect anything like this from Timofey. But you see, the problem is that the line was too narrow near touch and go number 7. It was very narrow. And since the speed was quite high, it was pulled by inertia to the outside side of the track. And this is what happened here. And this turn is also pretty wet, so his 3 wheels slipped out. There, Timofey turned into a passenger from being a driver. When it happens, there's only one way out. There's only one method, is just pressing the clutch and waiting for his car to stabilize. Because if you are in such a situation, if you slip, pressing the accelerator means spinning around. Apart from the clutch, you can also apply some other tools to help yourself, but there are not so many options anyway. Timofey Dobrovolsky initiated at a speed of 124, so we're getting closer to the dry weather values, let's say so, but you could see that the car was changing the angle very, very much. I don't think that Timofey could do it, and it means that there is still no predictability. The track is still very patchy, and we are now waiting for the score, and we really hope that the health group will not grow anymore, because it's already too big, and we hope that it will now run smoother. I remind you that we still have a chance to stay within the timing, even though these chances are getting less and less and less. It doesn't look very encouraging, because our opening is initially scheduled for 3:30 p.m. To be aware of everything, I recommend you that you subscribe to the Telegram channel of RDS, because on Telegram channel you have all the latest information. You can see all the posts exactly in the order that they were published. It is not other social media, so there are no algorithms involved, and you will see everything in the correct order, both today and tomorrow and any other days of our events. Now we're watching the cockpit work of Timofey Dobrovolsky, what he has been doing, and I really wonder if we can... No, we didn't. You kicked me out from the cockpit, but I really wanted to see the adventures after touch and go number 7. I was really wondering. So, my friends. Why? What? Yevgeny Spirin also decides to go to the health group. He changed his clutch yesterday, and it lasted quite a long time at night. Maybe something is going wrong, because in such a situation, a crazy load falls on the transmission, and most frequently transmission breaks in such a situation. It's 6 for the line for Timofey Dobrovolsky. Not a 0, at least. 61.5. So is it another one in the health group? I hope not. And now, here is the storm of the qualifying. 11 victories in the qualifying for Damir Idiatulin. The 11th one occurred at Moscow Raceway, the first event of this season. A driver of Fresh Racing on board his Supra A80. Damir Idiatulin, I guess he will create a good reference, because no matter the weather, Damir is good all the time. Let's see what he can do now. Yeah, I know the situation is very unpredictable, but now in the first sector he doesn't make anything special. He helps himself with the handbrake to expand the line, and he carefully collects number 3s. Absolutely without any correction, so you can do it this way as well. Double transition, also very nice and sharp. Number 7, not very good. One wheel slips outside the white track. Oh, come on. Now TG8s without any questions whatsoever. Transition into the last sector, 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, and that's it. All right. Touch and go 7 requires some more work. He missed one and took another, because there are so many squares. Let's be serious. So many squares, and we've got to look at the first square. Timofey Dobrovolsky is also going to the health group. He is not happy with 61.5. I remember I was making jokes about Alexander Abramov, who may go to the health group when it begins immediately. But you know, it really looks like it is possible. Wow. Okay. Speaking about Damir Idiatulin, given the weather and given the condition of the asphalt, it looks like a super good run. But still, Shabanov's first run is over the top. It is out of competitions because since then a lot has happened. It is now all water under the bridge or water under the wheels, we may put it this way. And Damir Idiatulin, especially the second sector, was really amazing. In the third sector, the touch and go number 7 requires some more work, some more effort. Maybe the line was not that correct from touch and go number 6. But here, maybe slow down too much. He hit the old marks, but it hit the new ones. Lost a lot of speed near touch and go number 6, not enough inertia. But once again, Damir Idiatulin is a person who is capable of analyzing things. He's been watching all the adventures of his opponents after touch and go number 6 on the way to touch and go 7. He kept in mind that it was slippery, that there you can slip out with 2 or even more wheels, and therefore he tried to stay on the safe side. And he tried to stay on the safe side and probably overdid it a little bit, so he didn't get to touch and go number 7. But then one wheel still slipped out in that crazily expensive area. So it's -5 and -3 more for touch and go 7. So there is already an 8-point deduction for the same sector, which of course moves him away from the 100. I'm sure that Mikhail Davidyans found a lot in the angle and Safonov found a lot in the style. So even a very superficial analysis shows that there will be more deductions. All the criteria are more or less clear, but we cannot always evaluate it objectively, looking at it all on air, because the judges also have their special cameras, they have an assistant, they have drones, they have a visual. So it's not visual enough. We cannot see it all watching it on the screen only. We're waiting for the results of Damir Idiatulin. In the meanwhile, Vladislav Popov is already at the start. Hello, guys! Hello, it's so great to see you. That young man on the right, is he the fan of Petr Borodin? Oh, maybe, Damir. Yeah, I see, it says Damir. This word, Alga, it means forward. These are Damir's fans. Yeah, we identified you guys. I said it because I saw the fresh T-shirt on his neighbor. Okay, so we're waiting for the scores. It doesn't take very long for the judges. This is -10. -10 and -10 for the line, -6 for the style, -3 only. Minimum corrections, quite a good accelerator works. Yeah, so it makes a total of 81. 81 for a second. But it could have been 91 if not a bad situation. But he still has a chance to correct it. Damir is now 8th in this situation, and this is definitely not the end. Vladislav Popov from RDS GP Motorsport, Nissan 370Z, Sochi, 1000 horsepower. So we will only wait for Arkady Tsaregradzev, who will appear in group number 7. We've got 8 scheduled groups plus the endless health group. Vladislav Popov, in the meanwhile, 1, 2, 4, 0, 0. We have seen it somewhere already. Yeah, we have seen it somewhere. And we are waiting for Vladislav Popov. Indeed, he is in the next group, I guess. They are evenly distributed by all the groups. It's not that Carville Racing and Sniper Stars are to blame. They are more compact. They became more compact. closer together. So, Vladislav Popov has got a 0, and he is also going to the health group. Oh, so therefore, at least Damir Diatulin doesn't go anywhere. All these manipulations force Damir Diatulin to go immediately on the second run. Oh, what's that? Okay, yes. So there is one problem with the rules. Damir was the 4th out of 5 participants. 3 drivers before him went to the health group, so therefore Damir has no break. And Vladislav Popov also finished earlier than it was supposed to. So Damir Diatulin doesn't have the time to prepare. And according to the rules, if he doesn't come to the start on time, he loses the attempt. But now we decided not to do this because such massive migrations to the health group is an unprecedented situation. So Damir will definitely have his second run. It is impossible to come to the start and you turn when this turn doesn't really happen. This is the second group where 4 participants out of 5 go to the health group. In the previous group, there are only 2 out of 5. 12 drivers in the health group. So we have basically a huge hospital, 12 people in the health group. How is it even possible? That is absolutely crazy. If I hear the health group once again, I guess I will have a nervous breakdown. Damir Diatulin now arrives on the start, and he has no other options. So now we are ready to see the second run of Damir Diatulin. He's here, he's back. We have seen the first one, we liked it, except for one episode, basically. So now, if Damir manages to stay within the track and touch and go 7, this would be a 90 plus. So let's see. The second run of this driver from Krasnoyarsk, Fresh Racing Team. Damir Diatulin is running on the... to speed up 124 meters he's got until the Furidash, and here's the first sector. Whoa, no, 1, 2, 3. 3 wheels outside, immediately outside the track. And it is, no, too much speed. One more wheel out. One more wheel is out. No way. So here it is, everything is great, and here I wonder, has he found the key? I'm sure that it doesn't save him, but I'm just interested. It looks like the Supra didn't really want to go to the TG7, but at least it didn't go out. He also collects TG8, makes the transition into the last sector, and then he crosses the finishing line. We will now see it all on replay. Yes, this is not easy for him. 124 kilometers per hour at the Furidashi moment. Now it's 129. In the first run, it was much better. But I think this is not only about the speed, it's about your luck as well. About your luck if you hit the dry spot or the wet spot when you do the Furidashi. I think this is the same effect that was in Nizhny Novgorod, if you remember, guys. It's very dangerous to go along the white line because there's a lot of rubber particles. And here, I guess, it is something like this. Depending on how wide or narrow you go, of course, according to the assignment of the judges, these centimeters can change everything. Whether you're outside or you get the grip, that helps you. So everything is on the fingertips. It is so delicate. It is so fine matter. and it requires so much skill from the drivers, plus luck and fortune. So I guess that if you love aesthetics of drifting, you must be enjoying the situation. But I guess he was still running faster than the system shows me. It looks like some system error. He tried to add more aggression and it ruined it all, unfortunately. But the text version of the drift of our telemetric system shows the angle of 120. Well, sorry, not the angle, but the speed of 120. It made sense if we penalize the drivers for the lack of speed. But here it doesn't really matter that much. And if the speed mattered that much, we could find it all out from Alexander Nechayev, the author of our drift dynamic system. But here, it doesn't matter that much. But since the wheels are outside, it means that the speed was excessive. In the first run, he didn't do anything like that. Too bad he failed to improve. It's great to have this beautiful hat. Yes, finally, the Hat Festival. Yeah, I love it. The Hat Festival of Russian Drift Series. Cool, and enjoy your meal, by the way. The first candidate, haha, Yandex Food. Yeah, guys, I told you it was too early to mention that, only after 12, but no. We've, this year, in our trading zone, we've got the lounge zone of Yandex Food. You can also order your meal to be delivered to your stand. So you use the Yandex application, enter your coordinates, follow the instructions, and get your meals delivered to where you are. A guy in yellow with a yellow bag will come to you and give you the meal you ordered. Food can be anything. It can be a soup from Level Kitchen, for example. And this is, by the way, the lounge zone, our food court. And speaking about green color and our official healthy sponsor, you could see that huge food truck of Level Kitchen. It is impossible to ignore. So seek Level Kitchen food truck. This is -12 for the wheels and -3 for TG7. Yeah, because there were too many wheels outside. So this is 14 for the line, 28 for the angle, and 28.5 for the style. It makes a total of 70.5. And he is 8th in the qualifying at this moment. Will anything change for Damir Diatulin? We will find it out in the next episode. I mean, the episode will be the same, but the part of the episode will be part number 6, I mean group number 6, and it will be opened by a teammate of Damir Diatulin, Denis Smigal. They were supposed to go intermittently, not one by one, but they do. A80, Denis Smigal. Her Majesty Unification requires such an approach. Denis Smigal represents the city of Moscow. He joined us in 2017 and he came immediately to RDS. And it was slightly easier. Oh, wow, is it a full start? It is. Why so? Why did you do that? In the qualifying, this procedure also applies. Discipline really matters. We even had a situation when a driver had 3 strikes in the qualifying. I once heard a situation about intentional cone hitting. We even remember who did that. It was a driver who wanted to complete the settings of his cars. Okay, so the light goes green. Here we go. Denis Smigal. His first run, the only driver of fresh racing that we haven't seen in this qualifying. And yes, this is how he helps himself with a handbrake. And in a very good manner, he performs the first sector run. One wheel slips outside, but Denis is okay with that. He collects the third, number 3. And he goes to touch and go 4. He reaches to touch and go 5. And in touch and go 6, he pulls the handbrake a little bit too long. But then there is a penalty for at least 1 wheel. Touch and go 8 also collected by Denis Smigal. A very, very blunt transition, misses 9/2. But, well, the start was so great. He was sliding on the edge of the abyss. He managed to initiate the first sweeper was brilliant. Let's see it once again, exactly on the line, accurately, smoothly, then a very nice and dynamic transition, and then it started falling apart. There was that little wet area, and it could be not a problem, because he continues well, a very nice high-quality transition, but then, come on, don't you care about this touch and go number 7, because if you try to reach out there, you will inevitably find yourself outside. This is already a tendency that has been proven multiple times. But I don't want to complain of anyone. I'm just commenting. It could be better, could be more productive. It could be a little better, but it happened the way it happened, because he opened at the right moment of touch and go 6. Just press it, just push it, just continue pushing. You've got the inertia. It's all cool. Yeah, maybe he would miss touch and go 7, but it would only cost him 3 points for the line. Of course, there are some little roughnesses in the style and the angle, but getting -5 for the line is more than plus. Then -5 is more than -3. And still the angle and the style problems will not go anywhere. It could even turn into -10 this way, but I hope he makes his conclusions, he learns his lessons, and his teammates will give him right hints. But it looks like the information exchange is very fast in the team, because Damir was better than Evgeny Loshev, and Denis didn't make some of the mistakes that Damir made in the second run. But Damir didn't go better than Evgeny Loshev. Evgeny Loshev had 87 points. Okay, maybe it was not a good formulation. I meant that the run itself was kind of smoother, and the problem in the result was because of one of the episodes within that run. It is also important to notice that in this terrible condition, terrible condition of the asphalt, Fresh Racing team looks more convincing than others, at this moment at least. No driver in the health group, which already means a lot. I wouldn't say that Denis Migal made some catastrophic mistakes. It is -9 for the line only, and angle-wise, it is all, it's the same. Like, everyone has the same here. 1-9, TG9 is missed. It makes a total of 71, and this is 11th place. My internal calculator has broken. So, Vladislav Yerofeyev is coming next. Here he is in his Nissan 370Z, the third driver of Likar одержимые motorsport, and he begins his qualifying run. The light goes green, and Vladislav Yerofeyev is running towards the initiation area. He is speeding up, a little counter shift. You've got to press it, and he does press it. And this is a very articulated initiation, even though one wheel slips out. Here is the recipe. As Jeremy Clarkson once said, speed. Yes, this is exactly the speed that brought Vladislav Yerofeyev to the right line. And this is a 0. Why did you do this? Why? This is exactly the touch and go number 7, the wet 7, the slippery 7, that snotty 7. This is the greatest obstacle. It doesn't forgive the wrong attitude. This is Sergei Sakharov Avtoban team. Let's see his familiarization run. So this is not his battle run. Then we've got 2 Danilas from the same team, by the way. I saw Danila Vorobyov today, and his car was moving, and it was moving on its own, which is very good. His car is doing fine. Look at the cartodrome. It's also unevenly dry. What can you do with this weather? You can do nothing. This patchiness is obvious when you look at it from above. You can see that there are various patterns and patches on the ground. It gives me the feeling that the wet areas will will not dry, or maybe they will, but you see the profile, the shape of the track also makes a certain impact. If it was sunny, I guess it would have been even more obvious. Well, we don't have the sun, but we've got Vladislav Yerofeev, who also goes to the health group. Okay, Sergei Sak is coming back from his warm-up run, and he is coming back to the start in order to do his battle run. Or maybe he says he wants to go to the health group immediately without the battle run at all. Okay, Sergei Sak. We are waiting for him at the start. Then we've got two groups, but one of them has only 4 drivers in it. Vakhtin, Yermokhin, Shikov, Abramov. But there are some interesting combinations of drivers waiting us. There are lots of those who could really compete with Artyom Shabanov, but I think that this is more of a no than a yes. 14 drivers have got results, and 13 are in the health group. Okay, let's see the driver from Avtoban. A driver from Minsk, Belarus, Sergei Sak, Master of Sports, Republic of Belarus, multiple winner of his local championships and the championship of the Eastern Europe. And this is his initiation to pedal drifting, a transition, the second sector, some struggling with the car. And here is touch and go 4, then a transition. One wheel is questionable. We will have to study where it was outside or not, and he was outside, and Sergei doesn't really get to touch and go 8. Can at least make it to the finish. Sector number 4, it doesn't really work out. He misses touch and goes number 9, and Sergei, who is now competing with an arm injury, he was allowed to race by the doctors, but he is taking pain-killing injections. He injured himself during the practice, and I guess that it's very bad for him. He's basically using one hand now. So, what can you say? Touch and go 7 with all my fantasy. I don't know how to take touch and go 7 without getting outside the track. Do you have to pull the handbrake until touch and go 7, then touch it and immediately press the acceleration? And it still wouldn't guarantee you from getting outside. But in this situation, it's really very challenging. It really is. And on one hand, I understand the stubbornness of the drivers who are trying to fulfill the assignment. But on the other, looking at the other contenders, you can see that a compromise would be better. But once again, I will object myself. Artyom Shabanov is a person who succeeded. Artyom Shabanov did it from the first attempt. But still, let us not forget that the drivers gain speed in the straight sector, and then starting from TG6, they speed up again in order to reach touch and go 7. So once you speed it up and running fast, so beautiful, and you fall into the wet asphalt. And what happens then? How, why, when, where from? It doesn't work out at all. I thought Sergei was doing everything correctly. I thought he would take touch and go number 7. He would stay within. But even his actions, no matter how careful they were, they still brought one of the wheels outside. Maybe this is about the lines that force the drivers shift inward, because immediately after touch and go 7, you can start this smooth transition. But it's wet. It doesn't work. You try, but the car begins crawling outside. So it is very, very hard to do. And it is all outside the racing track. There are lots of rubber particles, lots of slippery debris on the ground. So it is also breaking your grip. Danilas Karabagatov is preparing. He's already burning out as much as he can. And he will now go on his first qualification run. And we will very soon see the first attempt of the driver from Tomsk Lukoil Racing Drift Team. But we will do it only when we see the results of Sergei Sak from Belarus. We can't wait to see what is left of this 100, which I guess is impossible to achieve. And now you can hear his front wheels squeaking. In Moscow Raceway it was so cold, and now it's also pretty cool, and still you need to warm up your front wheels very well, because the grip on the front axis is extremely important. A warm tire is very different from a cold tire, because I told you it feels like walking on ice. All touch and goes 9 are missed, and 4 for the angle. Only 6 points for the line, 21.4 for the angle. So yeah, unfortunately it looks like this. This is 53.5 for the first run. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, doesn't look well at all. It will all be decided in the health group. It will be the climax of today's qualifying. And now in the meanwhile, Danilas Karabagatov. So nice and energetic. He begins. BMW E92. This is the duo. And he makes a very confident initiation. And he misses touch and go number 2, makes a transition. Also a very strong one, and one wheel outside, and you can see that he's helping himself with a handbrake, collecting touch and go number 4, making a transition, takes touch and go 5 with a big line margin. Now the key, touch and go 7, and once again we slide there. We slide outside the white line, collecting touch and goes number 8, and the last transition, and here on the edge, but still he's holding on the white line. Danilas Karabagatov finishes his run. But is there any reverse, any slant? Is it any tilt? I mean, you know, on the track can have this counter tilt, but or it is smooth. It is only possible in Kazan. In Kazan, we have it. And I just recalled RDS Open that we will have tomorrow at Moscow Raceway for the first time in history. And why Kazan? Because we have a final of RDS Open in Kazan. And in the meanwhile, we are watching the replay of Danilas Karabagatov's run, who had a lot of adventures outside. And then finally he found the right manner of doing it. But it doesn't work out. It doesn't work because of the asphalt condition. He hardly reached touch and go 2. This was not a very good situation, but still he managed, he handled it. But he didn't panic. He caught his car on the fly. He caught it and continued just like that. And then there was touch and go 7, the unfortunate touch and go 7. And he did what he had to do, which is pulling his car. So touch and go 7, it's like a wetland here on the track. And since the drivers don't have enough angle there, the vector is not right. It's hard for them to get on the right line, because according to the assignment, the angle has to be big in touch and go 6, and it has to reduce to medium by touch and go 7. And this angle reduction is supposed to bring you to the right line, and it doesn't happen. Falling in the large angle, of course, would be very dangerous in this situation. It would be kind of risky. 53.9, so he was close to what we call a big angle, but no, still not. And as a result, the vector turned out to be directed in a wrong way. The initiation was pretty moderate. So what can we say? There are things to correct, there are things to think about, there are things to try. Look, he's got these glass holders inside the car. This is a specially designed carbon part for holding the coffee cup of Danilas Karabagatov. So we thank Danilas Karabagatov for this run, and we will see him. Where will we see him, I wonder? The next one will be Danila Vorobyov. We are waiting for the score, and Danilo Vorobyov's adventures are not over. He's got some problems with the car. There is some tank. There are shock absorbers, and there are shock absorbers with tanks. There are shock absorbers with hoses, and this tank of the shock absorber is literally on the ground, and such a car cannot go on the racing tracks. But where are the mechanics? Where are the mechanics? But you're not allowed to do anything with the car when it's already on the start. But I just don't know. Did it really fall off on the way to the starting gate? By the way, many of the drivers, many of our contenders, many of the teams solve this problem very easily on the go, just using a tie. This is 12 points deduction for the wheels, -10 and -2. We are so good at counting, so the situation is pretty good. Only 2 points deduction for the angle and for the style. It looks good, but you can see that it is only 76.5 altogether, and he is currently 11th. Now he's better than Denis Smigal, Anton Dmitrienko, Artur Zelený. I have a feeling that we are proceeding to the next group, or first the next run of the same group, and then the next group, number 7. Danilo Vorobyov is going to the service park. And wait. Is Arkady Tseregrasov preparing for... this is Denis Smigal. Yes, Denis Smigal is going on his second qualifying run. For every runner, there is at least one non-runner, or sometimes 3 non-runners for one runner. This is an absolutely miraculous scenario. It is so outstanding, because usually by the end of not the 6th group, if you recall Moscow Raceway, for example, when we have already had 30 runs, we can see the general situation, what the threshold may be, and how much score you need to gain. But now we've got a huge health group with 1 attempt for each driver, without a warm-up, without a rehearsal. And everything will depend on these health group runs. This is amazing. Denis Smigal is doing his second run. He had 71 for the first. I guess he has learned his lessons. He has consulted his teammates and friends. And now we will see how good follow-up he has done. Denis Smigal is running in, and this is his second run initiation. Yes, great. He didn't want to do the Furidashi immediately, but still it did. And now the second sector, and he holds on to the track, collects touch and goes number 3. He shifts in water touch and go number 4, and then this is a beautiful transition. Then immediately another one after, and then touch and go 7, and no, still one wheel is outside. A transition to touch and go number 8, everything clear. And the last 5th transition in this sector, a small correction in the same place as before, and he misses to touch and goes number 9, unfortunately. So what can we say? Let's compare, because I've already forgotten what was there in the first attempt. I only remember the points. It was 71, and so here it is better, because he didn't go outside of the track, than a transition. So this far he's running better. It looks better. Once again, not enough angle, and the vector is wrong. The radius is too big, way too big. The angle has to be big here, according to the assignment. And the 9s, well, no, he misses 2 of the 9s in the second run, and the first one he missed only 1. And moreover, in the second run, the correction looked rougher in the last sweeper. But anyway, this is a déjà vu, a little déjà vu. There is some stability, less wheels out, which means that the result should be also higher, but we will see it all soon. So who else have we got here in this group? We've got Danilo Skorobogatov, who decided to stay. Sergei Sak decided to stay as well. And if he has, we probably missed it somehow. But we will find it out in a couple of moments. If we see Sergei next, it means that he stays. If we see Danila, it means that Sergei decided to move. But let me just remind you that Dmitry Sherbina, speaking about teams, Dmitry Sherbina is already there. He's in the health group. I hope his car is okay. I know that this is a lot of work for the mechanics. This is a intensive therapy, not health group for him. Our health group looks like a huge hospital with different departments. Someone needs a serious surgery. Someone is simply there, comes for a psychology session. Someone needs something else. So everyone has his reason to go to the health group. The first group where everyone got their ultimate results is something like the past, from a very remote past. Okay, this is only -9 for the line, so it looks very well. There are some deductions for the style, but they are not as severe as they could possibly be. Sergei Sak is in the health group. 79 points is the result of Denis. That is good. He is 10th at this moment, so let's not forget that the qualifying is 50-50. Half of the drivers have 2 runs and a half have 1 in the health group. Of those who decided to stay, let us glorify these heroic people, and one of them is Danilo Skorobogatov. After the first run with 76.5 points, he is preparing for improvement. Once again, he is making the run-in. And now he does a furidashi. This is very good. And now he is holding on to the track in sector 2. Then he collects the TG's number 3. Don't forget about TG number 4. Now he takes 1 TG, then another one. And come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, everything is done correctly in TG 7. Then TG number 8. Everything is still okay. The last transition, the last sector. Just come on. 9-1, 9-2, 9-3. Yes. 3 points of deduction is better than 5 and more than 0. So my memory may be deceiving me, or Danilo Skorobogatov just ran on the wheels that remind me of the wheels of Roman Tivadar. Are they blue? Something very similar that Roman Tivadar had on his S15. But okay, whatever, just a lyrical remark. For the first time in the last couple of hours, he didn't go outside the track near touch and go number 7. Yes, he didn't reach it, but still, it's better not to reach it than to go too far. Touch and go 7 goes to 3 points. And 5 point is a deduction that you get for 1 wheel outside. 10 points is for 2 wheels and 15 for 3. Within a very little part of the track, from TG6 to TG7. Before the transition, because at the transition you cannot go outside physically. You cannot. Let's check for the distance. It is around 45 meters long. All this dangerous zone is about 50 meters long. 5% of the scored section of the track, and such severe penalization is applied because all these angles, hesitations, and all these bad things that may occur, they make a fatal impact on the chaser. And narrowing the line, well, it is pretty broad anyway, it's pretty wide. You can go on a narrower line, it's okay. Going narrow is better than the wider, because there were situations when the drivers went on a wider line, and if everything was predictable, if it looked predictable, the chasers could handle it. They only had to go close and not get lost in the smoky tail. But if the leader says, oh, I'm going wrong, it may be a 0, and the leader started hand braking, steering and stuff, then it would end up in a very bad way. So the recipe that was intentionally or unintentionally suggested by Danila was probably the best one. He said, come on, to the hell with this 3-point clip. At least I will not get an extra penalty. And it worked. it looks reasonable in this situation, because when you really are afraid that a big angle may be dangerous for you, it's better not to go there. On the dry asphalt, it happens as well. And you need to combine a big angle with a high speed. So a high speed is also a factor that is hard to achieve in such a situation. It's pretty hard to keep your car toned, I mean, speed-wise, because the asphalt is very unpredictable. You don't know where the speed takes you eventually. So from all possible ways, it is very unclear. And it's not safe to go too fast. Knowing everything that is going on there, immediately after touching go number 7, it is a little wet. Oh, yes, exactly. This is what I told you. No more angle penalties, no more style penalties. It is now much better. And you can see that there is top score for Sector 2 and Sector 4. Yes, 27, 31, 35. We haven't seen it for such a long time. This is 91.5. Bravo, Damila. Now he pushes Maxim Grossman down. There are 2 time-up guys on the top. And both from the first group. Yes, it's time to move, guys. Time to scoot. Now the next group. How many people will go to the health group, do you think? Maybe 50%? Well, no one, because there are 5 of them, so it can be 50% anyway. Arkady Tserigradzev. It's time to compensate for the first stage in the eyes of his fans. Arkady Petrovich is performing initiation, and here are some questions about the first TG. And in the second, he totally misses it, but in the second sector, he is already there, and his Fire Lady and TG3s are also collected one by one, I guess. And now the transition, look at the pace. It's pretty high. What is happening here in TG7? And now, yes, he nails it. Bravo, Arkady. Finally, this is the last sector. Here you've got to go carefully along the line, beating this TG9 on your thread. And, well, maybe this is not the top result ever, but I'm 99% sure that it's enough to get to top 32. The first clip is taken, the second is missed, and then 1, 2, 3, everything clear, yes. Let's check the transition from TG5 to TG6. Humble angle-wise, so there was no big angle for sure, but we can now check the angle diagram of Arkady Tserigradzev. Check out the drift dynamics diagrams. But at the initiation, the correction will be definitely penalized. It will not be, it is not 55, maybe something like 49. Let's remind you that small angle is until 45, then from 46 to 55 is medium, and from 56 it's big, and over 90 is called the backward, and it is often prohibited. But it's hard to make a backward without collecting lots of penalties for other criteria. By the way, Mikhail Davidyan said that a greater angle, especially after these transitions or immediately before them, may be a severe mistake somewhere. We have already seen whole sectors zeroed because of the angle abuse or because bad angle stabilization. I've never been so worried about one certain driver on the track, because this segment, especially this one, it's always critical here, no matter in which direction the cars are running. When you're going downhill, it is also dangerous because you've got to be very careful in the downhill and also make a transition and not pushing your opponent into the wrong line. It is all very hard to do. But, well, it doesn't have to be simple. This is top league. This is top league drifting, so it cannot be easy. Otherwise, there would be no difference between the senior league and the junior league. There must be a difference between good drivers and outstanding drivers. Okay, so waiting for the score of Arkady Tserigradzev, and something is telling me that if this is not about the leadership of Artem Shabanov, but it's maybe about the second place of Danilas Karabagatov, because it was very, you know, what he did in the third sector, near touch and go 7, is very similar to what Danila did, but Arkady took touch and go 7 and Danila didn't. And therefore, considering the 91.5 points, the result of Danila, I guess Arkady may get like 90 plus something. Andrei Astapov is approaching the start line. Leonid Schneider is already there. He's burning out, checking his steering, that he's been having so much trouble lately. And that sound is made by Andrei Astapov's car. A slightly squeaking or whistling sound. Ah, wait. Where are the scores? I want to see the score. We want the score first. Well, we're happy to see Andrei Astapov, but okay. We will see the score a little later. I see them already on my screen, but not on air. Okay, whatever. Andrei Astapov, a driver from Yekaterinburg, is making a transition, driving into the second sector. He takes one, touching go number 3, then correction, then the third one. Then he shifts inward. This is quite a good top shot from where you can see what the car is doing angle-wise. One wheel is outside. A very untypical mistake in TG6. And then, carefully and fastly, he collects touch and go 7, the last transition, and now he only has to collect touch and goes number 9, which he does very confidently and solidly. The confidence here played the key role. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me announce that the track is dry enough for the drivers to feel comfortable. Of course, there are some little wet spots in some places, but they don't make such a big impact on the car behavior. If, of course, the drivers stick to the right line. So the grip has been restored, and now everything works the way it's supposed to. Even if the angle is not sufficient, you can still get to TG7 because there is concrete waiting for you. And it's also standing at an angle, so it is ready to embrace you, just like at Sochi Autodrome. There is also a little shift out there. There, the line is not exactly straight. There was a little correction in 3/2, obviously, but globally speaking, it doesn't really ruin anything. But the angle was big enough. Interestingly, we haven't seen the scores. I guess this is the score that we've been longing for more than anything else, especially considering what happened to Arkady Tsaregradzev in the first event of the season. I guess this is the most expected one. The judges have obviously done their job, but we haven't seen the score on air. But you see, a lot of things are going wrong in this situation. The traffic lights, the marshals had to take up their flags once again. And Arkady's score, we will see it only now when the judges are already working on the score of Andrei Astapov. So we will see 2 scores one by one. Probably it will take us less to wait for the scores of Andrei Astapov. But generally speaking, maybe like in poker broadcast, when you don't see one of the players. And this is 88.5. Congratulations to Arkady Tsaregradzev. For the first time this season, he qualifies for top 32. And now, this will be a miss or a score. If the score is very high, we will keep it secret until the end of the qualifying. And then we'll say, like, here he is. And the person who was 32nd simply faints when he sees it, if it was a poker broadcast. Okay, so now Andrei Astapov also has his score, so he didn't just drive for fun. He didn't even go to the health group, but I think he wouldn't, because why would he? Okay, Andrei Astapov, 28-29.5 out of 35 and 32. Which makes a total of 89.5, 1 point higher and 2 positions higher than Arkady Tsaregradzev. This is the difference. But both Arkady and Andrei have another run to do. And so, my friends, we've got 17 people with a score and 15 in the health group. And the only driver from Time Up team we haven't seen before is Leonid Schneider. He's doing his first run, Toyota Mark II. Number 7 is jumping at each gear shift, just eager to compete, and is sliding beautifully on the white line into sector number 2. And I was sure that one wheel would be outside, but no, it's not. Instead, Leonid Schneider is collecting touch and go number 4 in a very precise manner. And then he's got to do the transition, passes by touch and go 7, but no wheels out. And then he is collecting the last touch and goes missing touch and go number 9/2. And there will be a deduction for a correction. So that area has dried enough to get some grip, and you can simply run away from the white line by some active actions. You simply press the accelerator, add some handbrake, and you will be okay. 127 kilometers per hour is the initiation speed, which is quite a lot, and no too big angle touch and go 6. So I believe now Mikhail Davidians will shift into dry weather mode, and now therefore this angle should be penalized according to the judge's assignment. Now let's see what is happening here. Yeah, it's beautiful here. Yeah, pedaling too much maybe, and here the track is not dry enough, but here, from looking from here, it looked very graceful, very graceful. I don't know what other word I could use. It's beautiful. Misses 3/1, and then he collects 3/2, 3/3. But I think he wasn't outside, or maybe he was, but I didn't see any gap between the line and the wheel. What is going on with the score? We are gradually getting back to normal scoring, which makes me really happy. I guess we could draw the line here, but it would not be fair to stop the qualifying anymore. But do you think you can see the line well? I mean the full throttle area border. And here, yesterday, the problem was that the judges explained where those lines would be, but the rain didn't allow them to draw them, because water doesn't really work well with paint. Paint doesn't really work well with water. Painting water is not good if you're not in a kindergarten and drawing with watercolors. But drawing a line on a puddle is absolutely useless. You remember one of the comedy movies, there was a situation when a dead body was found in the puzzle, and next moment they drew that contour around. But it was a comedy movie, but this is a reality, and we are not making jokes here. We're very, very serious guys here, and we're waiting for the score. We're waiting for good score, indeed. But what we see, well, we cannot see. And Leonid Schneider and his teammates, his allies, his fans will definitely evaluate him as well, emotionally. And the judges will make it objectively. But you could tell that the asphalt is dry enough. Numbers have no emotions, but there are some scientists that study synesthesia, and they say that some numbers can smell like raspberry, for example. Okay, we've got the hat parade. I hope, my friends, that you don't feel cold. It doesn't really look like it's windy. It's 14, plus 14. Okay, so this is minus 3, minus 3, minus 2. The angle is fixed, minus 1 TG9. So it doesn't look that bad, except for sector number 2 and the angle deduction. But there was a correction, for sure, so it makes sense. And totally too much for the line. It makes a total of 80.5. Well, it looks like a good result. I would like to believe. But there is a joker in our sleeve. The health group. It can turn the situation around. But Leonid Schneider also have a joker up his sleeve, which is the second run. Roman Tivadar from Takayama Forward Auto. And his first run. Here we go. Forward Racing S15, number 6. And he is doing the initiation. And he simply rockets into the scored section of the track. This is the second sector without violations. He collects sole touching goals number 3. Now the double transition. Yes, he takes number 5. Another transition. Here you're supposed to add more angle, but a little bit much of handbrake. But still the line looks pretty correct. I wonder what happens with the other criteria. In the meanwhile, Tivadar is collecting the other touching goals number 9 and crosses the finishing line. So now, after the track has completely gone dry, every run is like a little holiday. I'm so tired of these tortures when the drivers have to struggle with the dry and wet asphalt. I know that Roman Tivadar also made a lot of effort and he had some wheels out, but still, this is a different thing already. It has a different vibe. It looks beautifully. It looks harmonic. He is on touch and go 7, and he doesn't cross the line here, at least. But it doesn't look like one single hole. This intermittent acceleration looked the same during the practice session. The fully dash speed was 131 kilometers per hour, maybe a little bit too fast. But generally, we are getting back to the reality that we're used to. Their record was 140 something. And who was that? I guess it was Roman Tivadar as well. But we have our entry ratings. Tivadar and Gusev are on the top of the rating, 142, and the angle is also the same, 62 degrees. Yeah, the degree may be a little bit too deep. This is what makes me doubt the relevance of these data. Gocha had 142 and 60 degrees. And it worked. But, well, the initiation doesn't have to fall in a big angle according to the assignment. It has to be medium. But in the big angle area, touch and go 6, unfortunately, even after various tricks, no one has got over 50. It has to be over 55. And then it turned into a torture. I mean, if you manage to spin your car into the big angle, probably you wouldn't have to do all those violent manipulations like pulling the car with a handbrake into TG7. It's good that Roman Tivadar stopped all these exercises right in time, and he pushed away from the curb line and went directly to the transition to TG7. Yes, he was very close to getting outside, but, well, then this is still an advantage, because when you almost fall out but you don't, it's good. I mean, it's so impressive, it's so exciting. So what is the air temperature according to our meteor station? It's 11.6. The temperature of the asphalt is 26 and the humidity is 100%. Typical St. Petersburg and its surroundings. What is the humidity in a glass of water? As far as I know, 100% is maximum. It is -2 for the line. This is the start. That initiation moment. In the other sectors, the line is flawless. And angle-wise, the deductions are not that big, in fact. So I think this is a strategy that works. And this makes it all of 91 points. This is serious. So difference. We're now we are showing, but not showing anymore. Could you please sit down, dear sir? Yes, yes, yes. No need. Yes. Do you see this beautiful lady? Her name is Alicia, and she is walking around the spectator stands. And there is Ivan, her cameraman, and she is she's shooting interviews with you that you will see tomorrow on air. And now you can see Grigory Gusev and his first qualifying run. He represents Lukoil Racing Drift Team and the city of Nakhodka. And his freshly built Supra A90 that is running towards the initiation spot. He presses the accelerator. Oh, why would you use the handbrake once again? Transition to the second sector, 3/1, 3/2. And this one is also quite good. This ducktail looks very humble from up here. And now this is the moment of truth. Yes, of course, this is a very, very strong handbrake pull. And it wasn't a smooth line. Wasn't a 5-point deduction. I don't know yet. We will see. And now in the fourth sector, the speed is crazy and he misses the last clip. What is wrong there? It looks like after all these adventures, the fourth sector seems easy. It's just a sweeper, even though it's climbing uphill. But there are some challenges due to the unevenness, due to the tilt of the track. And as far as the spoiler is concerned, it's a reference to the TRD ducktail on Supra A80, because on A80s, the ducktails are usually on the trunk cover. Here it's quite narrow and it is canonically installed on the trunk cover, but here it's kind of too small, too narrow, and it looks pretty organic, just like the line and the run of Grigory Gusev. I wanted I wanted to be a little bit more organic. I mean, there was too much of a handbrake, but after everything that we have seen this far, it is okay. Let our analysis be comparative. Let's compare. So it's time for us to shift to the dry weather mode as well. Here the mistake was a little bit too rough as well, but it looks like he manages to hold on to this line. From other angles we will definitely see this episode, but it looked like a big angle eventually. But we will check this observation of mine, but the handbrake was definitely unnecessary there. It is an unapplicable tool here. You are not allowed to pull it like this. Short stabilizing pulls can be done. Whoa. Yes, here you can tell that the correction is very hard. It looks like Grigory Gusev almost pushed against an invisible wall. And the diagram, you could see that the angle reduced to 10 or even 9. There was almost a straightening out there, which is not good. Even with this correction, it would be very challenging for the chaser. And here we saw corrections in the opposite direction, to the larger values, and we have seen where it can take you. It can take you to some very unpleasant consequences. And here, let me remind you that very severe mistake, according to the judge's assignment, would be a correction by 11 degrees. And somewhere this is a severe mistake, somewhere it is a critical mistake. I don't want to overload you with this terminology, but you see that the sky is getting darker, and it doesn't look like a good sign. It is never a good sign. Even when it's a sunset, it is not a good sign for drifters. Anyway, there is a danger of precipitation, and then it would be the greatest joke of nature and the weather. But this far, they say that in the next couple of hours, no precipitation is expected. But still, there are more unknown things than known things. Even if we take a look at everything, I don't think I see any rain spots. Something is coming from the south of St. Petersburg. Okay, so it's 25 for the line, 24 for the angle, 29 for the style, which makes a total of 78. I thought it would be more. He's currently 16th, and it's getting dangerous. I mean, this is a chance of losing the qualifying. The next one is Arkady Tseregratsev with his second run, 88.5. It is so surprising that no one from this group is going to the health group. Something must have changed. 88.5 is the result of Arkady Tseregratsev for his first run. Now it's time to break in the 90-plus club, I believe, and this is the initiation right now. And I have some questions to the first clip. I could hardly see it. And now Arkady Tseregratsev is sliding exactly along the white line, collecting TG3s and visits touching goal number 4 here. Yeah, I guess there will be a penalization. And here he leaves sector number 3 and breaks into the 4th sector, collecting TG's number 9 and the finish. It was good. I especially loved what he did with the borders in the transition after Dachingo 7. We will now see it now, and we will analyze it, because there it was super virtuoso, you know, when he slided along the white line out there. And now let's observe how stably, angle-wise, he is in sectors 1 and 2. Here, yes, there was a little out. Well, one wheel was out, but then he started the transition when the car was already like, do you want to go outside? And then the angle immediately changed. And therefore, Arkady managed to avoid the wheel outside. By the way, if the car is left-handed, it's a Nissan V. If it's a Japanese with a frame number, then it's a Nissan Fire Lady Z. This is Fair Lady. I mean Fair Lady, because Fire Lady is the car of Arkady Tseregradzev. His car is Fire Lady after several fires. But initially, the manufacturer called the car Fair Lady. Speaking about the angle, there was a correction at the initiation. There was a small correction in the second sector. There was a big angle in TG6, also according to the assignment. And there was some handbrake where it was not supposed to be. But this is more of an style matter, because there were no serious angle corrections. Because we were considering the angle, but too bad we don't have a style diagram. I wish we saw it. You can say something about the style from the line diagram and the angle diagram, but there is, of course, there is no specific style diagram. Right before the transition and speed up uphill, there is some moment where the angle has to be deep. By the way, the pace matters a lot from this point of view of the style. I mean, if in the first group we could see that it took around 37-38 seconds for the drivers to run through the track. Now it's 27-28. There was a fun theory that we made. If we take the last year, where we had commitment and fluidity, sorry. Commitment is the move straight, and fluidity is the transverse smoothness. Now there is only commitment in the style, which is a pure style. And fluidity now belongs to the angle criterion. So it's about the smoothness of acceleration, about the full throttle, about using the handbrake or not using the handbrake, about using the left foot or not using it. All these little details that you've got to study really carefully, that you've got to feel. And all this makes up this commitment and style score. And here is our magazine, dear friends. It provides you very interesting information about the cars. It shows you all the liveries. Here is an article about Kirill Matskevich. Is there anything about the health group, about how big it can be? Well, there's nothing, but it says it cannot stretch like rubber, even though our drivers are proving that it can. We've got interviews with several drivers. Let's check how many of them are in the health group. Pyotr Borodin is in the health group. Alexei Kozlov, no. Alexei Kozlov has got 2 productive attempts. Kirill Matskevich, yes, he's in the health group. Then who is next? These are the drivers. So 2 out of 3 are in the health group. Yeah, so this is the result, and you can find it all in the fresh issue of RDS magazine. Oh, wow! -2 for the line, and 1.5. Oh, 1.5. Okay, perfect, perfect. Exactly what we expected. This is what we like much more. Of course, this is not Shabanov yet, but this is 94 points. Almost 94 out of 100. So at least he is not meeting Artyom Shabanov at the early stages of the competition, unless anyone gets in between. But we will find it all out after the health group has performed. And we've got the 8th group, right? This is the 7th. There is Alexei Vakhtin, Dmitry Ermokhin, Nikita Shikov, Alexander Abramov. But they will appear only after the 7th group completes its 2nd run. Here is Andrei Astapov, who is running towards his initiation. He lacked half a point to reach 90. And now he's also missing one clip, but this is not the most expensive ones. Then he turns his E92 around, collecting TG3s, I guess all of them. Then he shifts inwards exactly on the white line without crossing it. And here begins the key to the sport section of the track. The key point, and exactly on the white line, he is pushing against the white line, pushes himself against the border in a really brilliant manner. I know that you could keep the... Oh, whoa. No way. If he left at least one wheel, it would have been better, but there was two, which is -5. Doesn't look cool at all, but generally speaking, the run was good. I mean, the run was good. Yes, he did miss that little touch and go too, which costs you only 1 point for the line. But what a transition! C'est magnifique. And wait, -7 for wheels outside. Because you remember, line-wise, he collects it all. But did he have 2 wheels outside before 3/3? I mean, as 9/3. Because if there are 2 wheels, the 9/3 will not be counted either, because you're supposed to take it with the rear wheels, not the drive shaft projection. And therefore, this is a very delicate situation. This is either -5 or -7 for the line. Yes, this is too much outside, near touch and go 6. And near touch and go 7, I've got some questions as well. If the wheel has been outside, this is -5, indeed. And this is the fatal 50 meters. This is the Bermuda Triangle of our sport section of the track, the Bermuda Sweeper. And this is a very long sport section of the track, 810 meters you're supposed to run through, drifting sideways. And the profile is not that simple. And here the ascension, the ascent begins. You're climbing up towards the finishing line. Here you can see that it's not flat at all. Of course, if we had a second screen somewhere near the second sector, it would have been great to check how the car is taking off, because the drivers are sitting very lowly. They're sitting very low, and it really reminds me of the last sweeper of the N-Ring, where we go for the 3rd event. It's great to come back to the classic on the 14th and 15th of June. Andrea Stavov did take 9/3, and after that, one of the wheels left the track. But of course, he could have done without it. It would also be 5 points, and 5 + 5 makes 10. And then 10 + 2 makes 12, so there would be no improvement whatsoever. But if our guesses and calculations are right, it looks like there is no improvement. But we may be mistaken. I mean, maybe there was no wheel outside between touch and go 6 or 7. I would like to be mistaken this way. I mean, we can be mistaken really often. We make lots of mistakes. We can be mistaken. If we are, just tell us. For some reason, it's very empty. But the judges' tower is all full, and lots of flags of our partners and sponsors that we're very grateful to. Our general sponsor, VTB Bank, PJSC, Premium Motor Oil Manufacturer, iMall Company, who is our official sponsor. And let us not forget Level Kitchen, who has been supporting us since the previous season. This is a healthy nutrition brand to fit your fitness goals. And Yandex Food now has got a great function. You can order a meal exactly to the place where you are sitting at the spectator stands. This is so amazing. Just use your application and follow the instructions. Enter your coordinates, and our courier will bring you your meal. It can be something from Level Kitchen, for example. And also, don't forget that the big food truck of Level Kitchen is available at the food court. It's very simple to find because it's huge. All right, so here we can see the score of Andrei Astapov. -9 for the wheels. Missed TG2. This is -10 for the line alone. And as for all the rest, it's not that bad. Yeah, the style has been also violated. Yeah, so there is no improvement, unfortunately, with this penalty for the line, he couldn't count on anything better. Leonid Schneider is not in a very good situation because he's got 80.5 for the first run only. And therefore, in the second run, he's got to improve his result for sure. Because otherwise, he would be very upset. He is the youngest contender of RDS GP, Leonid Schneider, and his initiation. And yes, he's running along the white line, making the transition, presses the accelerator at the right moment, and he collects TG's number 3, just like touch and go number 4. And now it's time to show the best of himself with the double transition. And now, superb! This is just exciting. Just keep it up until the last second. Don't ruin it. Collect beautifully TG's number 9, which he does. So, my friends, Leonid Schneider decided to ascend in the competition rating, to go closer to his teammate. Or maybe to climb even higher. But, well, then his run has to be perfect, because I remind you that Artem Shabanov's result was 98. He had only 2 half-a-point deductions. Of course, it was Mikhail Davidyants, the angle judge, who deducted half a point in each sector. And now, I hope that very soon we will see the result of Leonid Schneider. But the run looked really awesome, incredibly awesome. We haven't seen such runs today because we haven't seen such accurate runs on the dry asphalt yet. On the wet, we had one super cool run. That was Artem Shabanov, indeed. He was the first. And until now, we haven't seen anything like this. And there have been 35 drivers. Some of them decided to move to the health group. And I would say a great share of them decided to move to the health group, but not the maximum number. Yes, a great, but not the greater. Leonid Schneider has got one qualifying victory. It was quite long ago, and he was in Forward Auto back then. He hasn't got any event victories. He's got 2 podiums, and it was all in his rookie season. Since he changed for a mark, he hasn't got any statistically significant results. However, on board the mark, he got a bronze medal of RDS Europe 2022, which is also necessary to remember. But let us consider that we do love our junior series because it is our great supplier of talents, but the reality there is slightly different. There is more freedom, which doesn't work anymore because there are lots of BMW Z92s, even more than anything, and we know who is to be blamed. So we are waiting for the results. The judges are still thinking, and this is the thinking that is supposed to fill the hearts of time up with optimism, because after a high-quality run, such a long wait means that it could probably be a 100 points. Or maybe Mikhail Davidyants is trying to find something to peel off some points. Hello, everyone. Hello, guys. How are you? Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Yeah, it is really hard to identify your gestures. Of course, you see there people in shorts. I love you. These are traditional St. Petersburg people. There is no December in St. Petersburg that you don't see a person in shorts and a t-shirt. This guy is wearing shorts and a hoodie. Maybe because it's a merch. Yes, paid the money for that merch hoodie. We're still in the waiting mode. Surprising. And then we've got Roman Tivadar, who is going to do his second run. He's got 91 points for his first run, which is already very good. And then, of course, Grigory Gusev. We're waiting for something more significant than 78 points. And then group number 8. And then our little tiny health group. The single attempt drivers parade. The good weather waiters parade. Plus Dmitry Sherbina, who is absolutely innocent. He was not going to go anywhere, but the reductor that jumped out, first of all, rose the car into the air and also kicked the driver into the health group. But I'm afraid of thinking how much damaged the rear subframe is, because this is where the reductor is fixed. It must be simply torn, it must be broken. I spoke to Evgeny Losев on Thursday, asked what he feels when someone else is riding his X, and he said that this car is supposed to be in the museum, but it's still competitive and it makes him feel great. And maybe the museum would be quite a good option. Okay, anyway, Dmitry also said, oh yeah, who else? Who else could that be? Take 2.5 points away from Leonid Schneider. Come on, for God's sake. But, well, Duralex said Davidans. 97.5, losing half a point to his teammate. Leonid Schneider rises to the second line of the rating. We've got two leaders, 77 and 7. Two last names beginning with Sh. Shabanov, Schneider. Nowhere else to go. Okay, Roman Tivadar may tear this couple apart, break this couple apart, or maybe bring them all down in the rating, because this guy and his forward racing at 15 are very, very strong. He had 91 points for the first run, and we hope that he's going to improve his performance. He is initiating carefully, then he makes a transition. He's already in the second sector. Touch and go 3, and yes, he's collecting all of them. No more chance. And then he is getting through touch and go 4. Dynamic double transition, a good big angle. Come on, push it. Yes, that is cool. And now just don't ruin it all in the fourth sector. The hardest part has already been completed. Yes. He does it so. Maybe now Leonid Schneider and Artyom Shabanov will scoot a little bit, because the ski moment with touch and go 7 is something absolutely special. We've got some good news. Everything is fine, and Dmitry Sherbina's car is already burning out. It means that he will be here with us, and he may make it to top 32. Of course, we all want that, but there's still only 32 vacancies. We cannot do anything. We cannot make 32 as 33. So, well, Roman Tivadar showed us an absolutely brilliant run. Roman Tivadar is bringing new challenges to Mikhail Davidyans. Can you find anything here? Any angle mistakes? What if I find them? Any micro corrections? Roman Tivadar has got 2 qualifying victories in his career, and now he made a very big step to bringing this number to a 3, because it was a very, very good run. Roman Tivadar has got 2 qualifying victories, 2 event victories, and one of them was here. It was his rookie year, a new configuration. By the way, for a while, Roman was called a new configuration expert. He has got a victory at a new configuration at Moscow Raceway, and today this is a new configuration as well, even though last year Roman Tivadar failed to win the new configuration, but the season was generally challenging for Roman. We hope that we can meet him and talk about it, because from a distance, of course, it's very easy to evaluate, but it would be fun to get information from the first hands, because everything was going wrong last year for him. And moreover, there is only one lever you can see in the cockpit in the car of Roman Tivadar, because his handbrake is horizontal. Old school. First of all, you can never mix it up with anyone, but when the guys came to Krasnoyarsk for a local championship and they had those horizontal handbrakes, it felt like it was easier this way, like you cannot grip it mistakenly. And we have seen it so many times when the hand of the driver is reaching out for this vibrating handle, and it may be kind of distracting the driver, making him lose the focus. And now we're waiting for the results of Roman Tivadar. The judges are preparing it all gradually. The mechanism is operating. And I remind you that for the first run he had 91 points. This is obviously better, no doubt. It will be definitely better. I am almost sure, but everything is possible. It looked like my call has been heard. Yes, he just pressed the accelerator and kept it pressed. He only released it after 9/3. It was amazing. So this is a Supra wearing this birthday cone or something. This cone is not that close, but this is the camera magic. This is the way it looks on the camera. Oh, come on! Half a point, half a point, half a point! But we've got a new leader of the qualifying, Roman Tivadar, with 98.5 points. But Vladimir Safonov also decided to stay away, also peeled a little bit. There was some handbrake out there, microscopic one. Okay, I see that a 100-point run must be absolutely flawless. Maybe it was not, but we just missed such good runs so much that I really wanted that Roman Tivadar has got his first 100, but it will be. One day, it will be. And now Grigory Gusev has got 78 points, and now Grigory Gusev with his Supra number 21 is making a transition. Wow, what an angle! And of course the car pushed inward naturally because it cannot run any other way. Then there's a transition. Wow, did you see it? It means just because I can show some big angles where they're not supposed to be. And then immediately Grigory Gusev penalized himself as he lost the speed before touch and go 6, and he couldn't get in touch and go 7, the last sector. And once again, it looks like he overdid the angle. He was supposed to reduce it from the medium to the small. Why would you spin your car that much into such crazy angles? I don't have an answer to that. But sometimes it just happens unintentionally. I mean, this is just the way it worked. Maybe he overestimated his speed or something. Maybe he wanted to slow down with the angle, and then he just found himself out there. Some interesting actions of Grigory Gusev, and this is all because even though he was doing very well until the touch and go 7 that he ignored, but it was not getting out. It would be worse than ignoring a touch and go. But there were lots of line faults. I don't even know what Mikhail says about these excessive angles. He also said at the briefing, and he highlighted that even if the exit from the second sector, everything works again, but the angle is too big, it would be interpreted as a rough mistake. So why would you do it all? I don't really know. Especially in the double transition, you could see, especially in touch and go 5, when he was there, and this big angle caused him lose the speed. Yes, in zone number 6, in the clip, Grigory also went into a very deep angle. I could tell even without the diagram, but the speed was already lost. It had been lost in the previous angle by like 64, 65 degrees. It was absolutely unnecessary there. The angle has to be medium according to the judge's assignment. So why would you do it? Why would you try to overperform? And therefore, it is so sad because I know Grigory could do it much better. He could do it easier. And now there is a big possibility of losing the qualifying and not getting to top 32. Yeah, I know, you can play big angles at the practice sessions, like Alexei Vakhtin liked it. And it is also important, it is also necessary to remember that for Grigory Gusev, this car is new. This car is new and it is shorter than his E92 he used to drive before. Before that, Grigory Gusev used to drive a long-based chaser. The difference may be small, but anyway, here the car is shorter. And now, where you had to throw your car to make it spin, he just didn't. But I recall the first runs of Grigory Gusev on board his E92 at IDM Raceway when he played too much with the angles. But he did it without angle plays. But after that, he continued running in the same way with big angles, but without any special problems for the chaser. And the qualifying, he also looked well. And most importantly, he didn't do such transitions from a huge angle into a huge angle. He did all the transitions in a very delicate and controlled manner, gradually increasing the angle. And now it's 63 degrees and then immediately correction to 35, where he had to go carefully with a middle angle. First he increased it to big, then he made it small. So he never complied with the judge's assignment. But what really impressed me were the double transitions. For some reason, Grigory Gusev just turned by 90 degrees almost, and the speed was crazy, where some fast guys like Roman Tivadar, he had 60 kilometers per hour. I know there are no limits, there are no speed limits, there is no separate penalization for the speed itself, but 60 and 68 is a great difference. This is too much. This is like running away from someone who is walking. And if there is a car chasing you, such a big speed difference may cause not a collision, but a very serious collision, a very serious accident. If you're a chaser, you can definitely crash into your leader. This is like crashing into a wall. So this is a -6 in the third sector. Nothing really surprising. I have a feeling that is 71. Okay, 71 points. There could be an improvement, but there is none. I think this is very, very unpleasant. Now, we've got group number 8, the last one. They're already beginning. There are 4 drivers only, and the first one is Alexei Vakhtin from VS Team, the city of Leninsk-Kuznetsky. He came to drifting in 2018, and he came directly to RDS. Alexei Vakhtin is starting his journey, and this is the initiation and the first sector without any wheels outside, even though there was a little hint that there might be. The second sector, the third touch and go. It looks like only the third one was failed, but here we need to see, because the fine can be big. Here there is a correction, but he collects TG7. But even without a correction, it is hard to hold on. But with the correction, it's a 5-point penalty, and there would be 2 more, and misses 9/3. Yes, this is very sad, because the beginning was quite good. I don't even know what it was. Maybe it was anxiety, maybe some nervousness. What else could it be? But generally speaking, it was a good and brave run. I just wish it was slightly a little bit more accurate, and then it would have been perfect, to my mind at least. These wheels outside, they ruined the entire picture, and the score is also reduced to a great extent. TG4, I'm not really sure about TG4. We need to see what happened at the start. There was a correction, and then there was a transition, then corrections, and here, let me check. From this angle, it's impossible to see at all. You've got to see it from above, I guess. But the top shot was shown to us, but we didn't see the gap between the line and the wheel, so it wasn't there. But no, it was. It was, I can see. But was it near touch and go 4, or was it outside? Because we have seen several times when the wheel crossed the line and the clip was counted, but with a simultaneous penalty. But once again, this is better than losing 5 points immediately. But this is a beautiful livery. I really like that it is smooth like a mirror. I wonder, has anyone had a 100% mirror livery? Maybe someone who doesn't have any taste at all, but it would be so shiny. Anyway, our cameraman would be happy to have a car like this. I mean, shooting a car like this. But I really like the way it looks with these colorful highlights. They look very spectacular, especially on camera. Okay, we're waiting for the results because there is nothing else for us to wait, because Dmitry Yermokhin has already finished his rehearsal run. He's ready to start. And we've got Nikita Shikov and Alexander Abramov who are still waiting for their turns. Dmitry Yermokhin represents the team of Avtoban. Nikita Shikov is on his own. Alexander Abramov is from Predator Drift team. Alexander Abramov is always very good-humored. He's very lucky with the draws. First, he was in a sandwich between Arkady Tseregradzev and Georgy Chevchan. And now he pulled number 39, so he will be the last in the order. But we remember there is a huge health group after. In this qualifying, this is actually a huge advantage, because the most disgusting thing fell on the groups from 1 to 6. And all these adventures, well, the first group was more or less okay because it was wet enough. But the first person in the first group, when Artem Shabanov pulled number 1, I don't think that he was very happy, but he just got it. He didn't pull it. It was the last one left. I don't think he was super grateful. This is why he was the last to draw, because he was very successful in the first one. But finally, it turned out that it was a good draw, a lucky one for him, because then the track started getting drier, and all of those torches and health group transfers, we haven't had so many transfers ever. This is a great indicator of all those tortures and sufferings. But finally, we survived through it, and now we see beautiful and smoky runs again. And moreover, even the weather broadcast looks very optimistic. I mean, no rain is expected. So, my friends, those who are wearing good clothes, it's great. Those who have raincoats and umbrellas, it is very good as well, because your umbrellas scared the rain away. And out of 39 contenders, 15 are in the health group. I mean that we've got 24 drivers who are regular, let's say so, and I mean they have a full scale to attempt qualifying with a warm-up run. In the health group, they only have one run, and that's it. No rehearsal, no warm-up, nothing. And here we see -9 for the wheels. And this is a total of, you can see that there is a potential, there's a chance to improve it, and this is 68.5, and this is the 18th place. That looks like not that much. It doesn't really look safe, because there are some really strong opponents, including those in the health group. And who did Roman Tivadar compete with in the final of the first event? With Dmitry Yermokhin. Dmitry Yermokhin is trying to find mutual language on his new platform, a left-handed car, and he keeps on looking for the handbrake somewhere in the door, because he's been on the right-handed car all those years. But now here he starts. He runs with the second sector, collects touch and go 4, then he makes a transition, maybe a little too early. He is on the transition, and then look at this beautiful line. Touch and go 7. Here he makes a correction that will also be penalized. Now this is the last transition. Sector number 4, and along the white line. Come on, don't go there. And he didn't. He didn't. All right, the 4th sector is so brilliant that it makes a little clinking sound. The car is very sensitive to steering. It responds to the slightest movements of the steering wheel. The Silvia doesn't have a lot of grip on the front axle. You can use the acceleration for operating at the E92, and the settings of the E92 that Dmitry Yermokhin applies is more sensitive. Kirill Matskevich said in E92 is more of a tamed, and there are lots of things that you can do, but the Supra is more accurate and sensitive, but it depends on the settings. There is in this car there is much more grip on the front axis than on an E92. And Kirill Matskevich, I guess, has other settings. They're different from the other Supras. He's got his own unique way. And Dmitry also has a way of his own. I mean, first of all, he experimented on an S chassis, and then he experimented a lot, and he has learned a lot about this platform. And on this base, he begins working with his BMW 92. There are some differences on the rear suspension, first of all, and its geometry, and the arms and their location and arrangement, but the base is conceptually the same. I'm looking at the A80 Supra suspension. I don't really see too many arms there. Generally, there are two. But two is more than one, so two arms is a double fishbone. Even from 3 to 7 is several. But it is maybe not very right to say that 2 is multiple arms. Okay, whatever. There are lots of things to argue about. So there is a lot of smoke flowing above the track, and we are waiting for the results to appear very soon. There are a lot of things to argue about the structure of the suspension, and still never achieve the truth. Because it can be all considered in various ways, because the Audi and the BMW and everything, they all have their own conceptions, their own concepts of the suspension structure. Dmitry Yermokhin has got some penalty from Mikhail Davidyans, of course, because there have been some corrections. 10 points for the angle have been deducted because of the big angles after transitions, and corrections as well. So, nevertheless, this is 86 points. There is a potential, and I believe that this should be a positive result, a qualifying result. I hope that Sergei Sak also does the same, and that Dmitry Sherbina also doesn't let his mechanics down for such a great job. And we are ready to see Nikita Shikov, who is going on his first qualifying attempt with his Supra A90. Here we go. And he is running in and he initiates. Yes, the acceleration exactly on the white line. The rear wheel is, and unfortunately he misses 3/1, I guess. And here he is, appears through touch and go 4, then a transition, and then here the one wheel is out. Oh, whoa, 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 why would you do that? Why would you kick the pure cone, Nikita? And then he will be penalized for the wheel. And at least in the 4th sector, you've got to be careful. There were some angle corrections, but the pace is visually more than he did in yesterday's practice. Maybe I watched the practice yesterday with my own eyes, and today I'm looking at it through the camera, but maybe he really has added some more pace, or maybe it was because of the grip that is stronger after the rain. It always works this way. Everything has been running quite well until this transition. Here there is excessive line, which brought at least 2 wheels outside, which is -10. The angle was also too big, the way it shouldn't be. And then here is a question. Would the 7th touch and go count? Because 2 wheels outside, the 2 wheels were outside, and as far as I remember, the touch and go is not always counted. But at least 1 wheel should be there. There can be 2. But 1 rear wheel matters. You've got to take it with the left rear wheel. And as far as the outside clips are concerned, you can take it with the rear wheel, or you can take it with the front wheel. But, well, it depends. It depends. We will now see it all. We will now see there will be a very beautiful zoom in We will first look at the Supra, and we will then see the rear wheel of the Supra. The two wheels are there, definitely. You almost reached the cones. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. This is minus 15 immediately. Immediately minus 15. But if the clip doesn't count, it would be minus 18 within 50 meters of distance. But why wouldn't it be counted if the front wheel was inside the clip? This is not an in touch and go. Well, this is a very arguable situation. Maybe it could be just some misunderstanding, some excessive penalization for the celebration of the Jubilee, because this is our 90th official event in the career of Nikita Shikov, without any special projects like closures of seasons and so on. But speaking about the huge experience, since 2010, Nikita Shikov has been in Russian Drift Series, which was back called RDS West. Now it's a Grand Prix. And since the time, he missed only 2 events. Or, as statistics says, he hasn't missed a single one. If he did, it would be 88th event. Well, it's hard to say, and it should be checked out, maybe looked up somewhere. I think he took part in one of the events as a commentator, and there was one of the events where the car failed him even before the event was opened. So, but still, anyway, he hasn't missed a single event. This is his 90th event. And we wish him that he doesn't miss him anymore. And we wish that he continues competing successfully and enjoying it. Nikita Shikov joined RDS in 2010, and he started drifting in 2009. And before, the only one who started earlier than Nikita, it was Ilya Fedorov in 2010. And this is the result. Yeah, minus 19 for the wheels, minus 3 for the touch and go, minus 3 for another touch and go, which makes minus 25 for the line immediately. Only 5 for the line. This is painful. This is really painful. This is 60.5 points. 60.5 points. There is still a chance for him to improve the result, and I believe that he can totally do it. Maybe if Nikita is slightly a little bit more careful, he will get at least 20 points more. Okay, Alexander Abramov and his Dodge Viper with a B10 engine, Predator Drift team. And this is the leader of the team. Alexander Abramov is doing his furidashi on the white line with his left rear wheel. Here's the first transition. And now here, unfortunately, he violates the border of the track. At least he collects 2 of the 3s. Then he is running into the second sector, performs the double transition, and then, unfortunately, one wheel is outside the white line. But still, he's not confused. He works through TG's 8, and then he breaks into the next sector. Once again, the left-right wheel is outside. Come on, what can you do with it? He cannot hold it within the track. Maybe he was just seeking grip, and maybe the engineers of Predator Drift team raised the car a little bit above the ground. Now it's a little bit higher, and this made a positive impact on the car pace. I have discussed it with some people who understand it well, and what do we see? We see a traditionally spectacular run, and of course the sound, this American V10 voice with 2 Precision 22 and 26 chargers with 0.2 bar charging. It cannot be more, because otherwise it would turn the wheel into ashes in the several meters. The angles are great, and what is interesting, the suspension on this car is absolutely completely engineered and manufactured by the team itself, by Predator Drift team. And according to Alexander Abramov and many other respected drivers such as Arkady Zdegratsov, it works perfect because this car was tested by Arkady himself. Even in the slowest part of the track, Alexander was running at a speed of 69 kilometers per hour, which looks very good even against the background of very fast guys. For example, Grigory Gusev had 60. Roman Tivadar had 68. So this is a very, very high level. This is like Tivadar style, yeah, and this is very fast, very dynamic, which makes me very happy to see. But when we begin the health group, can we still call them a hospital? Can we say that they're getting discharged from the hospital? All right, so when we're still waiting, we're waiting for the score of Alexander Abramov. The first round of the 8th group is over, then there will be the second round, and then there will be the only attempt of 3 health groups by the number of participants. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So, this is a joke that went out of control, right? Every idea that that extends its limits becomes reverse. So now our health group has a very unhealthy look because it's unhealthily swollen. But well, what can we do? The drivers simply exercised their right. For someone it was really a chance because made a very reasonable interpretation of their situation. They analyzed it all and they could see that in that situation on the track it was not good for them at all, and their only chance was making this maneuver. It would be impossible for them to fulfill the judge's assignment, and afraid of making any fatal mistake, they just decided to wait for better weather. But still, I can see that the sky is getting darker. Yeah, hello, hello, hello. Why are you watching the opposite direction? What is there? Or maybe are you looking for something in the food truck of Level Kitchen? Would you like to order some food? Or maybe you've ordered a meal from Yandex Food and you're looking for the guy bringing you the meal, for a guy with a yellow bag. Yes, I guess this is lunchtime and you just must be hungry. Okay, so the first score of Alexander Abramov is coming up. Gradually, it is being loaded. Loading. Everything comes in its time. But it is definitely a top 32 qualifying run, for sure. I don't doubt. Even though, or it could be somewhere close to the edge. Once we see the numbers, it will be all clear. Because there are too many line mistakes. And when you lose too many points in the line, these deductions never come alone. They are usually correlated with other mistakes. And even if you manage to lose like 9 points for the line, you are very likely to lose something for the style and something for the angle, some corrections, and everything builds up into quite a ugly picture. And we are waiting for these numbers. I always feel anxious when there are too many line mistakes. And let me look into the past. Alexander Abramov was 23rd with 88 points in the previous event, and back then the threshold was 80 points. Ilya Popov was 32nd, ahead of Arkady Zdegratsov, who failed to qualify. His best attempt was 79 points. This was a great upset. Wheels! Wheels only! Come on! And the rest looks so wheel in the third sector. The second sector, -3 in the second sector, -7 for the angle. But the style was great. But, well, once you press it, yes, Alexander knows good style. You can tell from his look. 81.5, yes, exactly. Somewhere on the border, on the threshold, but still it's an 80 plus. Unlike his first event where he had 75 for the first one. Here comes Alexei Vakhtin. This is who needs to do something. The driver of VS Team, 68.5 points for the first run. Let's go. Alexei Vakhtin, his Supra number 42, is doing the run-in. Here is the initiation. Let the handbrake go, and here he does. Slides accurately along the white line. Yes, a little correction with the handbrake, just to direct it to the right vector. Then he misses 3/3, another transition. And once again, it is very hard for him to fit within the borders of the track, even though the pace is pretty good. Come on, leave that TG7. Just don't go out here and keep the entire harmony together. This time, the run is definitely better than the first one. It looks more confident, looks more convincing, looks more precise. Speaking about the track borders, which is great. Congratulations. He has done a certain follow-up for sure. He looks more moderate this time, more academic, if I may use this word. More academic, and you could tell that he has been working a lot. He sacrificed his touch-and-go 7, decided not to go in that loop, but he just made a transition into a medium angle and slided carefully along the sweeper. There was a chance to fall out, but he managed to avoid this. So, well, yes, this is a good, robust run. This is what I would say about it. I don't know about this situation, but in some other, I would definitely see congratulations. Here, there is still a big array of runs that we are going to have for dessert. The one-run guys that can shake the entire rating and turn it upside down. This reminds me of Alexander Abramov in a way, but without these wheels outside that he did. Slightly more humble, style-wise, and quite a lot of smoke, but there are some handbrakes on the way. There were some handbrakes where they were not supposed to be. Alexei was also very careful with the angles, which is not really typical of him because he loves big angles, you know. Once I asked him, why do you run into such big angles? He said, just because I can. Just because I like it. But it was his Altezza period thing. Since he changed his car, he became more moderate and more careful. Because I think car helps. Because Altezza has an interesting specificity. If you don't do anything special and you have to change the entire rear suspension to do anything special, when you run with acceleration, the acceleration is very strong. It makes the car slightly less stable, and it is turning on its own. It tends to turn, it tends to spin. If you want to reduce the grip, you've got to push the rear wheels a little bit. The judge's decision is loading. Loading, but I guess that there is some hope for improvement. I can feel it, like it's developing as though a photo tape. We are just waiting, trying to be patient, and then we will proceed to Dmitry Yermokhin, who also didn't do everything perfect in his first run, even though we could tell how good friends he made with his E92, even though you could tell that he did some serious inaccuracies, and the angle was the greatest of the mistakes. And I would be really interested in checking out whether he can make that step to the 90 plus. He had those restrictions when he had a Silvia. No, he didn't. Did he or didn't he? Okay, doesn't matter. But E92 really likes big angles. Okay? As far as Alexei Vakhtin is concerned, this is his score. -7 for the line. TG7 was a sacrifice, yeah. And the angle, pretty traditional for Mikhail Davidyan's. Yes, and there is a significant improvement. This is now 80 points, exactly. We used to say that this must be a borderline, but now, currently, he's 17th. He's still under danger, because you know that we've got the health groupers. Dmitry Yermokhin from Avtoban, representing the city of Krasnoyarsk. By the way, he's one of the guys who can push Alexei Vakhtin down. Together with Dmitry Yermokhin, we are going to the initiation point. He's collecting the first 2 clips, makes a transition, and one wheel is outside. It really wanted to go beyond, but it still is holding on to it. Through touch and go 4, he's running to the double transition, then another transition, touch and go 6. He releases the handbrake right on time, steers around, then he collects TG7, works through the next sector without violating the track border, but then the wheel rolls out and comes back again. Yes, there were some mistakes, including some very obvious ones, but it looks like he's been fighting for the pace. Let's compare the 2 runs. Here everything is very similar. Transition, yes, almost the same, with a little difference. In the second run he almost rolled out with 1 wheels. But let's leave it to the judges. In the second run, he's really running faster. You can tell, especially in the 4th sector, it becomes obvious. And technically, except for these serious blunders in sector 4, I don't see anything fatal. I don't see any catastrophic. In the second sector, 1 wheel kind of tried to slip off. But there was left foot, and it was in both of the runs after the transition, slightly, a little bit kind of controlling movement, But what is interesting, Dmitry Yermokhin initially didn't know how to use his left foot. Once he dedicated his entire winter to develop the skill, and the motivation of shifting to the left-handed cars was winter drifting, because on winter you can race a lot on board a Zhiguli, and Zhiguli is left-handed. It makes no sense in being left-handed during winter, right-handed during summer. Yes, so it is much more reasonable to choose one side and always run on left-handed, because these phantom handbrakes in the door don't occur anymore. And as Dmitry said, before it's too late, it is better to shift. It sounds very encouraging. It is not a secret for anyone, and I know it from myself. The older you are, the harder it is to learn and to learn something over. And Dmitry Yermokhin is 37 years old, so he is still very young. It's not late at all. And since he built a new car from scratch, including the engine, the reductor, the transmission, everything is brand new. The configuration of his engine is very similar to the Silvia that he used to drive. 2 points for the wheels, but this is sector 4, which means he is in this 3rd sector. There's 2.5, and once again this is Mikhail Davidyan's. And yes, there is an improvement, and this is 91 points. Yeah, this is very good. And 90 plus is always great. It is always a guarantee of top 32. Dmitry Yermokhin is currently 6th. He is pushing Maxim Grossman further and further away from his teammate. And Roman Tivadar pushed his teammate from the 1st place and pushed them all down in the rating. This is a very serious, very important run for Nikita Shikov, because 60.5 is definitely not enough. This is very risky. But on the other hand, it's pretty clear that because he knows what he has got to eliminate. Okay, he misses a touch and go, but the most important part is here. He's got to collect it all, which he does, and now he is moving carefully to TG5. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Come on, several millimeters away from the wall without violating the borders of the track, and touch and go 7. The last sector, 1 wheel out, and then it gets back, and finally he finishes. Let it go, just let it go. When Nikita passed by that wall and TG6 and TG7, I almost jumped to the ceiling because it was so risky and so epic. And most importantly, the reason for this transition, transition that was made in such a way, was it was unintentional. It was a correction. It looked scary, and then from 6 to 7, No, from the full throttle line to TG6. Wait. Let me give you the right formulation from this assignment and let you know. So, from the full throttle line to the transition after TG7. Okay, so it's -2 only. And I guess even the clip will be taken into account. So this must be a 6. Or maybe there are 2, because one was on the curb line and the other was on the line. But, well, maybe Mikhail Davidians may make a penalization for the angle. It has to be big there, and it wasn't big, or wasn't it? It's hard to tell. This is not a record-breakingly big angle, but it's 62. 62 degrees is a big angle, and then it reduces to medium. TG7 was just perfect. I don't know whether it was foreseen by Nikita Shikov himself. I don't know whether he did it intentionally, but no matter why it happened, even if it was accidental, it was amazing. It was absolutely beautiful, beautiful accident. I think Nikita was slightly angry with himself after the first run, and it worked the right way for him. On the other hand, was it worth taking such a great risk? Because he could do the same as in the previous run. But how can you not risk it when you've got 15 more people after you, and your place in top 32 is under great threat? And this is his 90th event. And his 100th event will be next year, on the 5th event of the next year. I hope we all survive till then. Let's wait for the scores. And interestingly, we've got the fastest gun shooter in the Wild Wild West in our judges panel. One day we will tell you who that is. We will make a serious podcast or something, and we will tell you, we will reveal that big secret, but we cannot do it this far. We've got to keep secret. But this is a very fun detail, and regardless of whether it is a qualifying or a tandem run, we always have one guy, one person who is the fastest shooter in the Wild Wild West. Speaking about the timing, we are late. I hope we're not critically late. I hope you are not cold. Hello everyone. I hope you're enjoying. We can't wait for the moment when the cloudiness becomes intermittent, which means that the sun will come out. Of course, we are impatient to see the sun. Come on, don't be cold. You've got food, beverages very close, or you can call that guy in yellow and everything will be delivered to wherever you are. I'm speaking about Yandex Food application, our great partner. And if you want to collect a combo of our partners, you've got to use Yandex Food to order level kitchen meals and pay it with a VTB bank card. Yes, exactly. And then full and content, you go to RDS shop and drive a car with IMOL oil. You can even buy it right here, or you can yes, you can purchase it right here. Wait, what is that? 5 there and 2 times by 1. So that was 5 by the wall, and touch and go 6 didn't count. Or 5 was for the 2 wheels. Okay, this is 78. 78. There is an improvement, but this is very, very risky. Come on, if not those 9 points, he would have had 87, and he would simply relax and prepare for the parade. But now he's under such a risk. And now, the final regular contender. Alexander Abramov with 81.5 points for the first run. Predator Drift Team Dodge Viper. And the run-ins become more and more spectacular. Very beautiful initiation. A lot of smoke, tons of smoke, but unfortunately one wheel outside. It doesn't want to stay within the borders. And here once again he's sliding on the border, sliding on the edge. Makes a transition. Now he's got to come back through touch and go 7. very, very right, even though it maybe is not planned. There was still a correction, but the pace is crazy, absolutely crazy, and he collects touch and goes number 9 and finishes. The pace is just over the top. The bar is rising so high. Like an electric skate, he is ironing the asphalt of Igora Drive. Just like the entire team of Predator Drift team represents the city of St. Petersburg. Alexander Abramov, Ilya Polishuk and Alexei Kozlov. They joined us for the first time last year at the 3rd event here in St. Petersburg with a wild card. Ilya Polishuk came 3rd and they all rose to the podium. It was a sensation. And back then, Alexander Abramov made his mind to go for a full season with the same team. And he didn't only say that, he also did that, which is especially important. And he decided to go not only JZ Viper, but on a V10 Viper. And he did it. Speaking about the speed, the initiation speed, it was not that crazy. It was spectacular, but it was only 124 kilometers per hour. Maybe this is what helped him stay within the track. So this is exactly what he does. Precise, careful, cautious, at the same time emotional, aggressive. This looks great with this Viper and the Predator on the fender, on the door of the Viper. Okay, now we are just waiting for the score. Then we will take a little break, as far as I know, and then after that we will proceed to the health group. The recovering health group. 1 injection per person. Will it cure them or will it kill them? We will find it out later, because they will have no warm-ups, no second chances in this crazy mode. So we take a commercial break, then we will see the scores and then the health group.
Touch my sleeve. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats. Up on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't need to get kissed, you might fall out.
Get your blood pumping.
Мы — команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы — тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
We're back on air, and the score is ready. And this is how it looks. Yes, this is -4 for the line and the angle penalizations, mostly in Sector 2 and Sector 4. And a very high styled score because commitment was over the top. And this is 85.5 for the second run. This is his best result. And now he is safe. He can prepare for top 32. He's 13th. Okay, so 15 people left. So even if all of them get an 80+ result, which I really doubt, he will be 28th. And our technical services vehicle just ignore the technical, the control points. And Mikhail Davidyans will definitely penalize this technical car. Okay, I'm just kidding. This is a very serious process because until now we couldn't repaint the control points because we had a lot of runs to see and the health group is huge. But we had to do it. It was the most reasonable moment to do this, to renew the lines and then keep it untouched until, I guess, the middle of top 32 at least, because I don't think that it will be a race that badly. And we've got 24 participants who have done 2 runs, so 48 runs have been completed. But importantly, I think it hasn't been refreshed since yesterday. In the morning they tried it, but it all turned into spots, not lines, because there was too much water on the ground, so it made no sense at all. So now our technical service is refreshing the lines. This is a forced break, but it is really necessary because nature is nature, and Igora is a very demanding track. It always tests us for our patience, for our resistance. But we are in the studio, so it only tests us for our patience. We come out for the pre-race and the parade, and today the pre-race is under big question. I think that we may not have it because of the timing problem, but at least, you know, the reality is still getting more stable because there is no rain. The track was wet for a very long time, which made the entire process 1.5 times slower. And most importantly, it also takes the judges more time to analyze because they are prepared for different environment, for different situation, because they have all of their references were made during the dry asphalt practice. So it all takes time. And speaking about the pre-race, we will let you know as soon as we have any decision concerning that. I see that the judges' tower is ready. And now I guess the drivers can come out to the start in the order in which they transferred to the health group. The first one will be Piotr Borodin, as far as I could hear. I may be mistaken. I guess the first... No. Anatoly Kizin. Anatoly Kizin was the first one who decided to move to the health group. So the only run, no warm-up, no rehearsal, only one run, only one chance. And the first one is Anatoly Kizin via team, St. Petersburg City. Last year he was in RDS Europe, which is now called RDS Open, and he was only in St. Petersburg and Ryazan. And this year he decided to go full season in RDS Grand Prix. So let's see what he can do this time. At the previous event he failed to qualify. Anatoly Kizin and his only attempt. All the previous points, his previous 67 points don't change anything anymore. This is the initiation. An interesting swing was made. He passes by touch and go 2, then he collects touch and goes 3, even though he almost passed by. And here the double transition and touch and go number 6. He misses touch and go 7, and here he runs with the violation of the track borders, collects touch and goes 8, and very violated touch and go 9. But touch and go 9/2 is left untouched. But this is still much better than his first run and much better than his second, which caused him go to the health group. I mean, the general impression is much better because now there's speed, now there's smoke, all of this is now back, and it makes a very good impression. And the general idea of touch and go 6 and further touch and go 7 was also good. Just maybe not enough speed, or maybe the transition was too early, or maybe the speed in TG5 was too big, way too big. If you're late with the transition, this would bring him to touch and go 7. It would safely bring him to touch and go 7. So I think this is a matter of speed, because he played too much with the angles in about touch and go 4 and 5 and towards TG6. In TG4, you've got to keep your angle fixed at the medium level and then pull your car to touch and go number 5 and then make a transition into a small angle and then once again and once again. Or I might be mistaken. In touch and go 3, the angle has to be medium, and then in touch and go 4, it may be small, and then after the transition to touch and go 5 is medium angle, and then transition into a big angle. So yes, so I was a little mistaken, but generally speaking, in fact, as I check out the diagrams in touch and go 5, Anatoly did remain within the limits of medium level. Then he flew into 71.1, then he made a correction to 48, which is a significant error. And apart from that correction, it also didn't allow him to set the right vector through TG7. I may suggest that this correction from 70 to 48 was caused by accelerator pedal that he didn't press on time, that he pressed too late. When you don't press it at the right moment, your car, which is currently in that position, it starts catching grip with the rear axle, and the front one begins to slip, and therefore the angle reduces. We have seen it multiple times. We have seen it many times, for example, in RDS Open and the first event in Rostov-on-Don. A great example is Vladimir Afanasyev, and he is a fantastic stunt with Anastasia Dandeleva, which ended up with the accident with the Volga. Now we say that you remember that Vladislav Sapelik used to drive a Volga, and he changed it for BMW E42 as soon as he found out that Anastasia Dandeleva was going full season. Okay, so we are now waiting for the scores. It's going to be either a high 80 or low 80. High 70 or low 80, I'm sorry. high 70 or low 80, maybe even under 80, because he really neglected the track borders plus the angles, corrections and stuff. So this is not a stable picture. Mikhail Davidians has pointed out multiple times. In the first transition, the angle has to be medium, and then he makes a correction into 38, which is small, and you just have to keep the angle stable. You have to keep it medium. So lots of mistakes, and this is what we've got. And 2.5 points penalty. A lot of work for Mikhail Davidians. He sees a great crops. All right, so this is 2028.533, and what have we got? He's got 81.5. Yes, the low 80s. I would call it mercy. This is mercy, and now our judges became very merciful for some reason. And he's 15th in the rating, so he's higher than Damir Idiatulin. But Damir decided to go as come as he is without the transfer to the health group. And in the meanwhile, this is Anton Kozlov from Carville Racing. The entire Carville Racing team will now go, and Anton Kozlov is in the first sector. Everything is much, much better than that. We thought that it ended with nothing. But the big angle was not necessary, and missing 3/1 also was not necessary. He reduces the angle, works to touch and go 4. 2 transitions, one after another. And now he presses the accelerator, and in a beautiful manner, without violating the borders of the track, he slides over, and there's only 9 Tsar left, which he does. Absolutely clear for Anton Kozlov. 73 points was his first result, but he zeroes us down by transferring himself to the health group, and he misses touch and go 3/1. Inertia was not enough. Plus, the angle was big and the left foot braking was used. And here you could see that the smoke was coming from the front wheels, but in fact this is optical illusion. I mean, well, not really optical illusion, but this is coming from the rear wheels. It is just flowing in such a way. This is why it looks like he is using his land foot, even though he is not. Anton Kozlov sometimes uses this way of maneuver, using his left foot. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is a blocked wheel, and it is smoking because this is a multiple arm suspension, and you can see it right away. Even though the contact spot is not very big due to the big angle, it is still catching on the asphalt, and because of that, once you touch your foot brake, the car blocks and it begins to emit this smoke because it's rubbing against the asphalt. This is a very, very obvious indicator. You don't even have to look at the stop signals. You can say it from the front wheel, whether it's rotating or not. Touch and go number 7. This is exactly what the judges meant. This is the perfect scenario. The open acceleration, very beautiful. And then shooting forward to the transition. Did he get outside? I wonder. Near touch and go 8. Hard to tell. But as far as I am concerned, without that left foot brake and that little blunder at the beginning, everything was absolutely perfect, especially the second part of the track. It was amazing, amazing. He didn't play with the angles. He didn't try to invent anything on the double transition. He just ran with acceleration, what Anatoly Kizin lacked. That speed, that impulse. This is what Anton Kozlov succeeded in doing. And judges asked to be very careful in touch and go 6. Don't throw your car into big angle, because it may also become the reason of it may make a bad surprise for your chaser. So slowly, step by step, the decision of the judges is loading up. We've got many more one-run guys. There is Ivan Palmin, then Grigory Burlutsky, Anton Klimko. I hope his car is okay, but I haven't got any news this far. Viti Sherbina is now here, then Petr Borodin, Kirill Matskevich, and so on and so forth. Ilya Fedorov, Evgeny Spirin, Timofey Dobrovolsky, Vladislav Popov, Vladislav Yerofeev, Sergei Sak, Danila Vorobyov, who didn't do any of the attempts. His engine broke in the first practice session, and he hoped that he would at least warm up before the 2 battle runs, but now he's got only 1 run as a result. 31.5 to 31.5, which makes a total of 88 points. Yes, there is an obvious improvement. So now the stake has been taken, the bet has played, and now there's Antom Leitis, who is still under danger, Artur Zelený, everyone who has got less than 80, Denis Smigay, Grigory Gusev, Nikita Shikov, and then Denis Tsarkaput. So we still imagine that 80 is the borderline, but this is approximate number, because our statistics is only limited with one event, but we will accumulate data in the process. And now, in the meanwhile, this is Ivan Palmin on board his Supra A90. He's pressing the accelerator before the dotted line, and then he breaks into the first sector. Then he spins his car slowly, but keeps the situation under control. And through touch and go 4 in double transition, he gets to touch and go 6, and no, he misses touch and go 7. But the main thing is at least not to break the pace. And then he makes the last transition, slightly bizarre, and passes by 9.3. Quite a lot of mistakes, especially compared to his first run. But now let's go deeper into the analysis. At least 5 points for the line for the 7 and 9/3. Let's refresh it all in our memory. Was there anything else about the control points? Well, I think no. I think he collected all the rest. But somewhere he had some big trips outside the track. At least it was not near touch and go number 7, where you remember the penalty is extra. It was in about touch and go 3, but also the angle was big, where it is supposed to be medium. And then there was a correction, and the correction was also pretty significant, by over 20 degrees. Yeah, so Mikhail Davidians is already peeling off those points, cutting off pieces of different sizes. We shouldn't expect any big angle points. In the style, there will be some penalization as well. The angle didn't always conform to the judge's assignment, and then after a while he got back to the correct assignment track. 122 kilometers per hour at the initiation, which is not as high as it was during the practice. Well, I don't think that we need it. There are no restrictions, first of all, and therefore you don't have to overdo it. Showing any crazy speed would be unreasonable, because in this situation there is only 1 run left, and all of those records were broken on a sunny weather, when the grip was stronger, when it was much safer to run, and the assignment was still in the process of forming, and the track was something like a labyrinth. It was still a blank sheet of paper on which you could draw anything you wanted. So the judges didn't really restrict anyone, and they just wanted to see what would look more balanced, what would be worse, what would be better. And it was still a process of formulation. It was interesting. You could see the tire prints outside the white lines. It was still the moment, the period of search. The period of search, and finally they found it. So it's not too simple, not too hard, and at the same time well balanced. The first 2 turns were pretty obvious. I mean, the initiation, the transition, and the double transition. That straight point where the control points 3, 4, 5, 6 But then starting from touch and go 7, there is a huge space for creativity because there is a lot of asphalt out there, and there were various options to choose from. All right, in the meanwhile, the asphalt has reached the temperature of 27 degrees. We'll see how hot Ivan Palmin is. -7 for the line. It was near touch and go 6 or 7. And therefore, this is -7 for the line. Oh, this is very bad. But this is 80. There is an improvement. But would it be enough? He is now 20th. He is standing right after Alexei Vakhtin. Better than many others, at least. Grigory Burlutsky, in the meanwhile, is now doing his burnout. So the improvement of Ivan Palmin was 3.5 points, but this may be significant. Grigory Burlutsky had 64 points in the first round, but it doesn't matter anymore because this is health group. Let's see whether he can make a dramatic improvement. This is his third touch and go, and he collects all of them. He collects the fourth, right underneath the camera. He is running, and here he's got to be very careful. He's doing right very well. And this is the last transition. One wheel is still outside. And for this reason, 9/3 is not taken. And I guess in touch and go 6, the angle wasn't too big, even though it's supposed to be. We will now check the diagrams. We will see what drift dynamics can tell us about Grigory Burlutsky. But I can share my feelings. I can share what I feel about the behavior of this car and Grigory Burlutsky on board this car. The work that has been done during the test at ADM Raceway does bring its fruit, because now he looks much more secure. You can tell he is showing quite a good run. Yes, there are some little flaws, like the transition with the short straightening from touch and go 7 to touch and go 8. It is not flawless, and it will be definitely penalized by our judges. Missing 9/3 is also a penalization of 2 more points. Then a left foot brake, which is not supposed to be there. So the first 3 sectors, even though the judges said that the angle has to grow out there in about TG3's. Oh, no, sorry. The angle has to be stable. With touch and go 6, where I doubted, the angle is 1 degree more. So it was 1 degree higher than the medium. You wanted a big angle. Here it is. Exactly 1 degree to bring this angle to big. He is a master of sports in automobile sports. It sounds very weird, but he is a champion of Russian circuit racing, a prize winner of Russian Rally Cup or a Rally Championship. We will check it out because we've been very precise with these formulations. We're waiting for the scores. And as far as the angles are concerned, we have sorted it all out, except for the last sector. Everything is more or less clear. But the question is the style and how much will be left out of 35. This is a great question, and we will get the answer very soon. I hope it will come soon. This is what I mean, because we will get an answer for sure. It is a guaranteed, but how soon will it be? Because otherwise we will not let the judges go down from the judges' tower until they give us the scores. It all depends. It all depends. We've got some help. Dmitry Voronov himself is typing us a message. He's a great racer. He is he's a rally and rally raid driver, and he's the head of the team, which has been racing with Grigory Burlutsky hand in hand. So he knows him very well, and he is writing us a message. So he writes that Grigory is a silver prize winner of a Russian Rally Championship. Yes, thank you, Dmitry, for this information. It's great to see that you Watch us. Grigory Burlutsky has got 86. Oh, come on. This is a great improvement. The competition in top 32 is becoming more acute. But I guess he's already in top 32. There are 12 or 11 more runs. 11 or 12. We will check it all out now. Let me make sure. Yes, he is safe. He's already safe. Anton Klimko, another guy who aspires to save himself with one run only. I only hope that his car doesn't let him down. And he is in 3.1 exactly. And then he shifts inward perfectly to touch and go 4. There's a double transition, and here you're supposed to let the handbrake go and press the accelerator. He is already collecting the 8s. Yes, he is. I hope he doesn't fly out. Come on. Anton Klimko has no problem with it. Of course, there were some tiny microscopic corrections, but generally the run looks very well. I admire our participants so much. Everyone has been watching their opponents, waiting for their runs, and it looks like it really helped. It really helped. And considering everything, all the adventures that Anton Klimko had on the way, there may be some technical problems. We still don't really know, but at least he zeroed his first result. Then he went to the health group, and then he shows such a great result. This is experience, and Anton doesn't have that crazy experience. He started doing drifting in 2021. He's one of the rookies. I mean, he's one of the least experienced old drifters. He's one of the alumni of Losev's boot camps. So he's been working on it. He's been working hard, and we have seen Evgeny Losev practicing with Anton, helping him, chasing him, and being his leader. A couple of seasons ago, he would never achieve these results, and now this is turning into full-scale competition racing. You can tell that Anton Klimko is working really hard. Anton Klimko has really improved his performance as a driver, and mentally he has also improved greatly. This is certain tempering. So we've got first information about timing. I don't want to say it out loud until Sherbina appears. He's got only one run, because Dmitry Sherbina caused the greatest of the breaks. We can see more yellow bags traveling around, so please don't hesitate. It's great that you look not only into your smartphones but also on our screens. You can also sometimes check out your smartphones and check out our Telegram channel, where you can find the latest information about the event and the timing. But this far, I think the opening ceremony will begin at 4 p.m. Moscow time. I hope it will be all according to the schedule. The pre-race will not be there. Tomorrow we will make a slightly longer pre-race. We will make a review of all the interesting things of today and some interviews. If we find the person who we want to interview and deliver him to the shooting spot, we will do it. Now our main candidate is Roman Tivadar, I guess. So if Roman, if you hear us, we will be happy to have you. But there are also guys who can show us something really impressive. But generally speaking, we often say that you've got save yourself, and saving causes safe runs. But Anton Klimko just showed that it was not so. Yes, the angle in the third sector was slightly violated, but he has got maximum for the line, almost maximum for the style. What? This is 93.5 for Anton Klimko for his only run. Isn't it brilliant? He takes off to the 5th line of the rating, from the hell to the paradise. Oh God, Dmitry Sherbina is now coming next. This is the guy who is really unlucky at the beginning of this season. He represents the team of Avtoban, the legendary Mark II. Dmitry Sherbina wants to be in top 32, and this is initiation here. He starts working through the first sector, another transition. It won't be very fast. He may be penalized slightly for this, but now he's only got to take it to the finish. Another one, and then after there is another. And the key moment, he manages to collect touch and go without breaking the borders of the track. Bravo! Touch and go 8 are taken. The last sector is left. Yes, there is a correction. And he misses 9/2. I think it should have been a little bit more expensive. But Dmitry Sherbina caused all the problems in the fourth sector by himself because he was using too much of his left foot, trying to keep his car under control. And the impulse, the inertia was broken. And therefore, instead of shifting a little bit outside, he started shifting inward. And then it was followed by a correction, which yielded the 9/2. And every time he used the handbrake, I felt very anxious because he would press the brake again. But the express repair of his subframe was a huge factor, of course, because it was broken, it was ruined. The reductor that he speeded out, but the mechanics did a great job. They are heroes. I need to go and thank the guys who are affiliated to this car, because every time the car changes an owner, the whole team of mechanics follow the car. There's a symbiosis of the car and the mechanics, because every car has its character and specificities. And here, the front suspension has been greatly upgraded. There was a silver suspension, a basic one from the beginning, but then it has been brought to the first edition of a Weissfab, and it works very well generally. And maybe this is why he's got to press the brake with his left foot from time to time, because the front axle is overloaded. As far as the angle is concerned, here, unfortunately, there will be a penalization. It will be quite a significant one in the first sector because the angle has to be medium. Dmitry had 43 degrees with a correction to 32. That 11 degrees, that unfortunate 11 degrees. Then in touch and go 5, he had to run with a medium angle, but then the big angle in touch and go 6 didn't work out, unfortunately. Then there was a correction, and the correction was very hard. It did look so, but the angle was greatly reduced. But we're speaking about the numbers of the zero angle. We don't have any threshold. Now everything above 0 is considered to be small angle, and there it is 5 degrees. 5 degrees is something that you cannot really visually notice, because it is so small that it doesn't really look like moving sideways, which is drifting. But the judges don't always operate the degrees, because drift dynamics also has a certain error, or sometimes it may interpret some things in different ways. And we remember that in Takayama Forward Auto, cars don't even run straight with a 0 angle. But wow, look at the style, especially in the fourth sector, and then the angle there as well. The fluidity now belongs to the angle criterion. And this is 80 sharp, the borderline 80. The borderline 80, so more and more drivers with 80 points. But if they all have equal points, if there is no second run, the judges will look at the style points. Ivan Palmin has greater style score. We've got to check it up. Now Ivan Palmin and Dmitry Sherbina on the same place. Now, Kirill Matskevich from Time Up. The only driver of the team who hasn't got a place in top 32 reserved for him. One wheel is already outside, but most importantly, his pace is also reduced. The second sector is already there. Touch and go 4, he's taken. Transition. One more. And here the angle has to be big, and it is big. Kirill is pressing the accelerator, but he doesn't reach touching 07. There is also a big correction before the transition and the last sector. You've got to at least check those clips, and I cannot say that it works right, but at least he has been pressing the accelerator desperately. Would it be the first contender who couldn't stand the stress of the health group? Because it looks more like two wheels than one. The front left also looks like it was beyond, somewhere beyond. But at least he didn't give up. He pulled himself together. This is not the tidiest run. There is a lot of nervousness about it, but if we recall the platform change thing, the E90 to an A80 shift, no matter how talented a driver is, in such a competitive environment, all these little roughnesses are inevitable. Yeah, there are too many wheels outside, I guess. I think it was 3, which is -10, but still it's -10 immediately. And you remember that he didn't take touching goal number 7. It's 3 points, which is -13 for the line only. And if the 3 wheels outside, and this is a 10 line violation, it is also associated with some style and angle deductions. So they never come alone. This situation doesn't look good, but it's enough to get anything. But very soon it will be closed because we've got many more drivers. We've got the pool being formed. We've got 30 drivers with a non-zero result. So after a couple of runs, we will begin screening them out. The 31st or the 32nd results will come out soon, and then there will be the 33rd consecutively, because this is math. And there is a certain limit until 39, and I hope that all the 39s will be non-zero, even though, you know, one little mistake and everything becomes clear. This knockout zone will fill very soon. And I've been looking at the wall. Are there some rubber debris? Yeah, it looks like that. What do you see there? This is a Rorschach test. I see some ambitions, hope for top 32 and hope for the victory. Is it an impressionism or expressionism or maybe abstractionism? Yeah, I guess so. Or maybe an installation already, an art object. It can be interpreted in numerous ways, because a traffic cone can also be a piece of art. Or maybe you can call it an abstract mural. There are lots of ways of calling it. At first it is a performance because the car is running, but maybe it's not right to mix up different kinds of art. So let us not elaborate on it. Let us not elaborate. Let us stick to the painting joke. 3 wheels. Are those 3 wheels out? That is very important because the 3rd wheel gives you another 5 points of deduction. So -5 or -10 really matters. Sometimes even half a point can be very relevant. It can give you a chance or it can deprive you of any chance. So. We're still waiting. And it's torturing. Ah, yeah, it is all ready. It is all ready. I see. We will now see the scores. It will all become clear right now, and we will be able to analyze something. Yes, Kirill Matskevich, run 2. Yeah, he didn't have run 1. This is 10-3. So it's 17 for the style, 26 for the angle, and 28.5 for the style. This looks very serious. This looks very serious. This is 71.5. This is 28th place, 28th only. So someone from the team has to go and pray. Petr Borodin, representing Astana, and Takayama Forward Auto, Forward Racing S15, 777 in his starting number. Running, initiation, let's go. Let's hold our fingers crossed for Petr Borodin. He makes a transition, presses the accelerator collecting. Touch and goes number 3. It's quite good, but the most challenging things are still ahead. I think he had reached the touch and go, even though the wheel is on the edge and the cone is flying somewhere once again. Once again, I have a question whether his approach to TG7 was correct. And the last sector with touch and goes number 9 and the finish. This is very, very, very questionable. It looks like there have been too many of different little things. In touch and go number 6, he usually presses the accelerator too late. I noticed it during the practice sessions, and all his problems come from there. Yes, the driver spins his car in the correct way, but he waits for the stabilization without pressing the accelerator, and this brings him outside the track stably. Like the car begins spinning, but there was no aggression. Maybe he needed to give it a little kick. That line, which is still virtual after TG6, it doesn't mean that you've got to press pedal to the metal. But you should see that the driver is still working with the accelerator. But this may be theory. But nevertheless, the rally experience of Petr, where there was some anti-lag thing, is now making its impact on his driving style, because the drivers of Takayama Forward Auto don't use anti-lags. They have mechanic manifolds. They don't have anti-lags. And this is their usual, habitual situation. I think Petr has been very gentle with the acceleration, because his speed falls to 55 kilometers per hour, and he's been pulling the handbrake for too long as well. He let it go, but it was not enough, I guess. The smoke starting coming only in the second sector, and touch and go 5 also causes lots of questions. There are no questions touch and go 6, but then you should also add the accelerator pedal press, and then it would have been much better. But from advantages, almost no corrections. This is also worthwhile noticing, and here Petr did a great job. And this is at least 5 points penalization. And the cone has been put a little bit closer than it used to be. He also has that massive body kit, and this is what kicked the cone. Maybe it is not as long as that of a Mark 81, not as long as that of an SX, but visually the car looks longer, and it looks like the chassis is shorter than it actually is. But in fact, the car itself is pretty short, the Silvia S13. And the SX are very similar to S13. It has RPS 13, the body index, and in Europe and in the US, the 200 SX was also manufactured in S14 body, and we have had such cars in RDS, and we still do. They used to be there in RDS GP, and one of them was a car of Anatoly Sherbak, and Dmitry Dobrovolsky also drives a 200 SX in S14 body, and so on and so forth. The next one is Ilya Fedorov, then Evgeny Spirin, Timofey Dobrovolsky, Vladislav Popov, by the way, and then Vladislav Yerofeev, Sergei Sak, and Danila Vorobyov, who is supposed to round it all up. So there is only Vladislav Yerofeev, who is in the health group of Likara Держимые Motorsport. All right, so we are almost ready. And look at the sun that is coming out. Some strange objects on the sky, say the people of St. Petersburg. So now, guys, those who brought sunglasses, hide them, not to scare the sun away. All right, so this is very good, but if not that 5-point deduction, press at the right moment and you will be in the top of the top. But now it's 25 for the line, and this is 88. Congratulations to Petr Borodin. He's already in top 32. This is a really bewildering beginning of the season, a very hard rookie event where he didn't qualify. But now he's got a chance to improve his situation, and he's going to fight with Anton Kozlov for the 13th place. So therefore, the judges will look at the style score. Now, Ilya Fedorov and his 44 points that are now cancelled. Now let's see if Ilya Fedorov can make something from this combination. He's freshly purchased VQ and SX. And this is already the second sector under the wheels of this beast. And Ilya Fedorov is shifting inward, collects TG5, touches the border of the track, and steers more in touch and go 7. And look, he's sliding along the border of the track, and he is pushing himself away from that board in the last sector. Okay, here he misses TG9 because the engine doesn't have enough capacity to pull the car in there, because there is an uphill climb and also there's a transverse tilt, and these are all holding him back. Still, this is better than his first run. It is much better than his first run. But I guess it should be enough to get to top 32. We will see, of course, but this far I can tell that another stake has just brought its fruit. I would be very interested in comparing him with someone else, maybe like Roman Tivadar. Tivadar as the golden standard, golden reference. All right, so I think we can say congratulations. Congratulations, he's not really that slow. It was 64 kilometers per hour in the lowest speed section against 55 that Petr Borodin had, for example. Of course, Petr Borodin was seriously penalized for that. By speed, Tivadar is slightly better, but only slightly better, only like 2 or 3 kilometers. And angle-wise, it's also okay. You can tell that where the angle had to be big, it wasn't big, because his car, his engine would simply be incapable of doing that. But generally, it's good. It doesn't look slow. It doesn't really look slow. It looks dynamic. Of course, with some compromises, indeed. But without these compromises, it would have been impossible. Ilya Fedorov promised to get a new engine by the second event, but he was too occupied, too busy, so he decided to postpone his promise to the third event. So he can postpone it over and over again until the final of the season, because he will not be brought to any liability. But at least this is another reason for some new social media posts. What is he doing? He's been building a new engine, seeking himself, and maybe traveling to China to coach some Chinese racers. This is what Ilya Fedorov has been doing a lot. He's been training a Chinese troop for RDS GP. Why not? You need to find enough Chinese guys and make them into the team. It may be the official team of the Communism Party of China. I don't want to say anything bad about the PRC. Why not? Well, I guess they could be perfectly integrated in our drift space. Because there are lots of Chinese cars and they've got lots of capacity and they've got a lot of power, I guess. So there are lots of things to choose from. And just like you have a lot of food options to choose from and have it delivered to wherever you are. Good morning or good afternoon or whatever. Doesn't really matter. Everyone came to see Shabanov and then everyone went to sleep. In the meanwhile, the qualifying has been running for 6 hours. What can we do? We are almost breaking the records, the longest scored section of the track and the longest qualifying ever. We have seen wet drifting, wet dry drifting, dry wet drifting, dry drifting. Now a cloud has come, so it is not over yet. There are shadows coming out. So, what is coming next, or who is coming next? After Ilya Fedorov, we've got Evgeny Spirin. But we're still waiting for the score of Ilya Fedorov, because we cannot proceed without. We have shown you some magic with not showing the scores, but they were prepared. All right, -4 for touch and go 9. And by the way, this doesn't look like a tragedy. The style is pretty clear, -4. Not that much for the ankle, by the way. Mikhail Davidians became kinder. Maybe because this angle didn't really spoil anything. This is 85.5, just in case. So this is congratulations, 5 minutes to top 32. This is 18th place, and we've got 6 more people. So yes, Ilya, congratulations, bravo, well done, great job. With almost no engine, but Artur Zilony is already out. So Evgeny Spirin from VS team number 54. This is initiation. One wheel is almost outside. Yes, it did. And he aggressively spins his car in the second sector, collects touch and goes number 3 and shifts inward along the white line exactly. Here, unfortunately, it is -2. And here, what is going on? Here, yes, I think that he's taken touch and go 7. And here, he corrects the car in the right manner. He doesn't go outside. I've got to press it, but oh no, there is a correction. And 9/2 is missed. And the correction was so big that my heart went boom. I thought it would be a 0 with such a correction, because the beginning was so great. And it was going so right, with some little roughness, of course, with the transition from touch and go 4, touch and go 5, looked a little funny. Let's take a look at it once again. It looked like there was an over grip in the front, and the entire body was pulled there. It looked pretty extravagant. But here, what happened here? Did he simply get stuck? Maybe not enough power, because he didn't let the acceleration go. But there was a correction. It means, and it almost went straight. Something was wrong with the grip. Let's check the angle at the finish. Well, in fact, it was pretty big from the very beginning. He was supposed to move from medium to small. It was 52, and then it fell to 25. At least this is still decent. Still decent. But the range of 30 degrees is quite big. You can see it very well. Even on air, you can see it. Of course, there was no one to see it with their own eyes. 2 supports, yes, everything correct. 2 supports by very famous and not the most affordable organization. Such supports are usually installed on full-scale circuit racing cars, where they work much more intensively. This company is trusted even by Formula 1. They've got 3 or 4 manufacturers that they trust, and this is one of them. It has got a good reputation. All right, so you could also use this moment for your advertising, guys. We're waiting for the scores. We've got a pool of 33 drivers, which is 1. Evgeny Spirin is the 34th. Artur Zilony is out with 46 points. The next one is Anton Dmitrienko with 58 points. He's the next candidate for being expulsed. This is not very fun statistics, but well, it is there. And I wouldn't believe that it is worse than 58 points. It's definitely more. I am very sorry for Anton Dmitrienko, but Anton Dmitrienko is still the 32nd. Yeah, so everything is correct. So this is the result. -6 for the wheels. This is 3 acts of having a wheel out. -2 for the missed TG9, and yes, it never comes alone. There is -2 for the missed touch and go, but there is -4.5 for the angle, which is the cause. This is a serious story because this correction would be very bad for the chaser. And this is not a very good situation. He's got 78 points only, and he's 29th. And there are 5 more drivers. Sergei Sak, Timofey Dobrovolsky, Vladislav Popov, Vladislav Yerofeev, and Danilo Vorobyov. These are the drivers who can do an 80-plus run, I don't doubt. And one of them is a driver of Takana Forward Auto, Timofey Dobrovolsky. Let's go forward racing S15, number 19. And he initiates a short handbrake and he misses touch and go 2. This is -1, doesn't matter that much. He's got to collect at TG number 3, but he is so much excited by the angles that he forgets about everything. But then he remembers and he gets in the inner clip, a transition to TG6. And this is a perfect exit from the pocket. And the last sector where he collects all the TGs on the way, no line problems. In the right moment, he eliminates all those bad effects and collects all the clips that he is supposed to collect. Maybe that correction in the last sweep occurs when the uphill climb begins. Once the uphill climb begins, a correction occurs on its own, because it happens on its own maybe, or maybe there is some little tilt. But there is also a feeling that this is a tragic combination of the tilt and the uphill climb, the vertical climb, and it makes a car being vulnerable to a sophisticated combination of physical forces. With all seeming simplicity of this last sector, you see, watching from above, looking at it from above, we don't see all these bumps and all these unevenness, because all the physical forces are pulling you back. They don't allow you to slide smoothly along the white line. If going downhill, you also have certain problems on the way. The car is pulling you out there. It is still slightly easier, because when you go downhill, it's slightly faster than when you go uphill. So this is very, very complicated. But on the other hand, we don't want simple configurations, right? We don't want them. We want challenges, because this is not a junior series with one transition, like D1 GP, one of the series with one transition or something like that. Whatever, let us not mention that. We want many transitions. We want difficult configuration. There is also a counter tilt. So it gives you the feeling that when you walk there, when you go on foot, you don't really feel anything dramatic. And looking at it from a car, I also don't really feel it. Maybe there is some more debris. Maybe this is because of the sunshine. Whatever. You know, this correction also has been there for a long time. It is very, very, very frequent. Simply pressing the gas is not enough. You've got to do something more. You've got something to stop the car from making these corrections. Only one deduction for the line and nothing significant. There was only one angle play and correction, which was this is what the deduction was for, and it makes a total of 93.5. It doesn't really cause any joy in me, because it was something very expected. And by the way, this is exactly as much as Anton Klimko has got. We've got so many repetitive scores. Vladislav Popov is coming out. Artyom Leitis is unfortunately out of top 32. And now the 32nd is Kirill Matskevich. So it looks like we are getting to 80 points as a borderline. There are several drivers with 78. They must be really nervous right now. And we begin the movement together with Vladislav Popov from Likar Одержимый motorsport. He does the Fury dash and he begins moving in this first sector. This is the transition. Here it is, and he begins collecting the threes. One of them hasn't been collected completely. Touch and go 4 is left behind, then the double transition. And this is Maybe a 2-point deduction for the correction, and then he's sliding exactly on the white line through touch and go 7. Runs to the last sector, and there are 2 wheels outside, I guess, and perhaps this was the reason why one of the 9s hasn't been collected. It won't be counted, unfortunately. And now I've got to... I said that Peter Borodin was Astana, but he's from Almaty. Sorry. Or maybe he was going to move. Maybe he's already packing. Because I sometimes have some problem with the Kazakh cities. Last time, when guys from Kazakhstan came to the Red Ring, a long time ago, I said Almaty was the capital of Kazakhstan, and the people from Almaty were very happy to hear that, because historically it used to be the capital, but it was called Alma-Ata back then. But the Astana people were furious. The next day, I brought it all back. I said that Astana was the capital. The Almaty people were like, oh, God damn it, stop saying that. But at least I didn't move them all to Kızılar'da or somewhere. Okay, so we are too much carried away. But let's get back. This is a really cool run. By the way, touch and go 7 was taken just in the same way as Arkady Tsaregradsev did. And Arkady Tsaregradsev did it brilliantly, perfectly. And by the way, he managed to qualify without the health group. One of the first ones to tame the touch and go 7. It was super awesome. What is the reason for getting out here? Let's see what Vladislav Popov is doing wrong. Maybe this is just the transition, probably a little bit too late, and this is what broke the line. All the line went there. It's good that he didn't get nervous after that, because he could have made it worse. This is what, not 2 wheel outside, it was 1 wheel outside. So once again, it's really great that there is less deduction. We need the scores of 4 drivers. Only 3 of them will do their runs, and Vladislav Popov, and his score will be on our screen right now. I surely think that this is over 71.5. I think this is an 80 plus. So all this structure is getting its shape. And the border is going down and down and down. And who will be left there, I wonder? Now Kirill Matskevich is under threat. And now the lowest positions are Nikita Shikov, Denis Sarakaput, Kirill Matskevich, Grigory Gusev. So therefore, to get in top 32, you've got to make at least 79 points, 78.5 and more, let's say so. So this is the border, the exact border that we've got here, 78.5. 78.5 is the minimum, because the health group guys have only 1 run to do. So the second run, the only run, would be better than a 0 anyway. So unfortunately, Artur Zelenyy and Anton Bedrienko and Artem Letis are already out of the competition. But why Artur Zelenyy decided to continue qualifying, why he didn't go to the health group, is still a mystery to me. But these are the results of Vladislav Popov. -4 for the line, and several deductions for the angle, and 4.5 for the style. And the major part of the problems is sector 4 in the style. And this is quite a good score. This is 87. So this is surely a top 32. Congratulations to Igora Drive Motorsport. Now there is only Vladislav Yerofeyev, who hasn't got a reserved place in top 32. And Vladislav Popov is the 17th in the qualifying rating. And this is Vladislav Yerofeyev. So we thank Kirill Matskevich. Unfortunately, he is taking his place among the audience. Vladislav Yerofeyev, number 20, Igora Drive Motorsport. And almost the same car as Vladislav Popov, so it is almost identical. This is a transition number 1. And the sun is coming out. Just look at that. This is for Vladislav Yerofeev. I hope it doesn't shine into his eyes. But unfortunately, we've had some problems in touch and go 3 and with track borders, and he doesn't collect touch and go 7. There is a transition number 8 in the last sector. So you've got to collect the 9s at least, and then hope that the judges will not make too many deductions for the other places. But there are lots of problems. He didn't take the 7, but it's still better than having wheels out. But we also need to take a look at touch and goes number 3, because from this angle you can see that he misses them and misses them. Slightly narrow he is. I have a feeling that these are nerves, perhaps. But you know, the thing is that because of the narrow line in the second sector and this narrow line in touch and go 4, the entire run shifted a little bit. He got outside the track there one more time, and therefore he didn't reach touch and go 7. So this one shift at the beginning of the scored section causes the entire line to shift. The phase shifts, and therefore you are running to the wrong place, not where you have to go, but where you're going. But Vladislav Popov decided not to correct this line inaccuracy, to keep more score for the style. Here you're choosing the best option out of the 2 bad options, but I'm totally convinced that there is no time for analysis during the run. But this is also about your mood. You've got to continue moving in a rhythmic manner, no matter what. Once you try to correct your previous mistakes, you cannot correct them. You see, it's impossible. But sometimes, like we people, we make it all more complicated. We try to overthink things, and it slows us down. An athlete, a driver, has got to switch this function off in his brain and try to get a maximum from the current moment, from here and now. This is the mindset of musicians, right? You can make stops at rehearsals, but at the concert, you just got to go on and on and on and on, because if you make a mistake, you cannot correct it. Stopping is not allowed, so you just continue and pretend nothing happened. So I think here, this is the same thing. It's like a song that you've got to sing from the beginning to the end. And then you can analyze to some follow-up if you wish. And there is one phrase that we used to say, stay in the moment, be in the moment. The situation, the task of a driver is to run from point A to point B with the right mindset, following the assignment of the judges. Just try to conform to the assignment. The right angles, pressing the acceleration when needed, and collecting the touch and goes. A -3 for touch and go 7, -5 for touch and go 3, -10 for the line already, -9 for the angle, ouch, and -1.5 for the style. Yeah, I told you the style would be great. He did collect a good score for the style, but this is 79.5. This is the edge. And Denis Sarakaput is going away now, unfortunately. Yes, we say goodbye to Denis Sarakaput from VS Team. And now the next one under danger is Evgeny Spirin. He's got 78 and no second attempt. So if Nikita Shikov is higher in the rating, and so is Grigory Gusev, who is already safe because his second run was better, 71 versus 60.5 that Nikita Shikov has got. Now Sergei Sak, and his mission is to get more than 78 points. The champion of Belarus and Eastern Europe is doing his only qualifying run. 1.5 arms he has got. He's trying to tame his Z and make it move in the correct line. Touch and go 4 that he collects. Then another transition, another one. He takes touch and go 6. There is handbrake, but he still collects touch and go number 7. with some damage to the style. We'll see where it takes him later. And the last transition, which is pretty smooth here. One wheel outside the track, but he collects the clips. No! This is more of a yes than a no. But there can be different things. 3/1 could be missed. He didn't reach it. But, well, it looked like the second turn after the transition is a smooth curve. But you've got to go there with a big angle, because there is first a very sharp apex that comes very early, and then it looks like a spiral, and this adds up to the difficulty. Here in this turn you can see that it's more or less smooth, and then there occurs this this turn, and then it becomes straight and straight and straighter, and the driver has got to shift inward. So it is very, it contradicts the circuit racing logic. But here you see we have a different mindset. The corridor has been narrowed to ensure this accuracy. But you've got to shift inward, and the inner edge of the track is also designed this way. So whatever, there is a very complicated logic, really, if you try to compare circuit racing to drifting. There are lots of things to consider. So anyway, this is all exciting, this is all very interesting, but what we need the result of Sergei. There are only two drivers left. There are only two, that is Sergei Sak and Danilo Vorobyov. Sergei has done everything he could do. Now everything depends on what the judges say, how they interpret it, and what a score they give him. And then there is Danilo Vorobyov. And then we will see the final list of the top 32 contenders. With great satisfaction, I want to say that there are no by-runs whatsoever. And no matter how great you are, if you are Leonid Schneider or Roman Tivadar or Artyom Shabanov himself, you still have to fight for a place in top 16. Another interesting thing, there is only Kirill Matskevich of the health group who doesn't get to top 32. So this massive transfer to the health group actually was a reasonable thing to do. It really helped. Kirill Matskevich also improved his result because he had a 0 for the first run. So, yes, he did. He just failed the only run he had. He had 3 wheels outside immediately. And, of course, it ruined everything, ruined all of his hopes. And it was very unexpected for me. I really didn't expect that. Because Kirill Matskevich is a vice champion of RDS Europe the previous season. And you don't become a vice champion randomly. You gain this title for a reason. Another prize winner of the previous season is Ivan Palmin. He was a 3rd, and the champion was Grigory Gusev, after which RDS GP drivers were prohibited from taking part in RDS Open in a pro competition. Like Timofey Dobrovolsky, Artur Zelený used that opportunity. They built new cars with less capacity and less power to take part in the next competition. This is what makes the Open Championship so beautiful. You can take part in any number of events at any moment of the season. You just say, I want to join. You pay the fee, you bring your license, you get the gear, you bring it to the technical scrutineering, you get approved, and that's it. And you are among the participants, and you are there. You take part in the Open Championship of Russian Drift Series. That is cool. That is great. This is almost like GP, but it's really open. It has less restrictions in the... And I guess at Moscow Raceway, the lineup will be very interesting. But traditionally, throughout the season, the number of drivers and contenders is growing, and the location is new for this championship. Many drivers are really interested in trying. The configuration will be very similar to the final, and it is a way of rehearsing. Okay, -3 for TG3. Yeah, you could tell. And you don't have to be super smart. not to see that he is in top 32. This is 81. He's 24th. Unfortunately, Yevgeny Spirin is out because he is now 33rd. And now Danilo Vorobyov is saying his last word. The driver who hasn't done a single run during the practice session because his engine failed him. He missed the entire Thursday and Friday, and today he also didn't really have a chance to practice, and he's doing his only run. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's see whether Lukoil Racing can go all together to top 32. Now, thanks to Sergei, Avtoban is all there. Danilo Vorobyov is now touching the road outside the white line, shifting inward, working through touch and go 4. Then a double transition, and here without crossing the white line, no, it slips off. And here as well, it's -5 points deduction. And here and around the top TG8, one wheel is outside again. He's got to collect the TG9s, and this is the finish. It feels like there's too much pressure in the tires. If it was one run, if it was his first run, I would probably say that it was great. I would probably be calm and relaxed because it really does look like a good start for a good qualifying. But it feels like the pressure was very high in the rear tires and he didn't feel comfortable enough. In the end, he slipped off the track 4 times, and one of them was 5 points deduction. So it's -9 for the line immediately, without the left foot braking, without the missed touch and go 3, which is already -10 for the line. Out of 100, it is 90. Plus, there is 11 points margin for other deductions. The angle deductions and style deductions. But there are corrections. And what was there in around TG6 and TG7? Perhaps there will be things to say. I don't see a single thing out there. But anyway, you cannot do anything else. Everything the team could do and Danilo Vorobyov could do, they tried to do. But this is a very bad situation right before the qualifying runs. Such a little detail, but it deprived Danilo Vorobyov of his warm-up run and his 2 full-scale runs. But if Danilo Vorobyov did his run in that environment that was on back then, it wouldn't have been better. And he could have gone to the health group with some certain luggage of knowledge. I know that it was very chaotic. A very chaotic condition, this patchy condition of the asphalt. He could still have some foundation. So who goes to top 32? Nikita Shikov or Danilo Vorobyov? Everything depends on this score. The rookie or the most experienced driver of our championship? I wonder. This is a very big question. Youth versus experience. By the way, Danilo Vorobyov, even though he is very young, he is, how old is he? He is 22 years old, but he's been in drifting since 2021. So this is his 5th year, since the age of 17. And Danilo Vorobyov already has some podiums, some victories. RDS West, RDS Europe, not RDS Open, but, well, at least West and Europe. Which means that, well, of course you cannot compare his experience to experience of Nikita Shikov, but for a while Danilo Vorobyov was the most experienced driver of RDS Europe. Now it's Mikhail Davidians. The championship has changed its name twice, and he's still there. Okay, we're still waiting for the score. Everything is pretty fragmentary there. Speaking about the parade, it won't start at 4 p.m. because it's already 4 p.m. So it will start at, well, we will announce We will try to start the awarding ceremony as soon as we can. And of course, it all... sorry, I mean not the awarding ceremony, the opening ceremony. This is how I traveled in time. And top 32 round, I really doubt that it can begin at 4:45. Maybe like something like 5:15. And it would be a great luck if it does. It's great that this is almost white night period in St. Petersburg. It gets dark very late, so we have some chance. We also have to have some one more times and stuff. I hope that we don't have any, but well, who knows? We want many things. Or maybe Ilya Polishuk and Georgy Chevchan style one more times. This is okay. This is what we like. One more time caused by mutual cluster hack. That would be not good. There is only one judge who is still thinking, and very soon we will see the score of Danila Vorobyov. And it goes like bum. Very, very dramatic. Grigory Gusev is already breathing out with relief. Lukoil Racing Drift team will be represented by 3 cars. VS team has got 2 only, 1 Supra, 1 BMW. Time Up has got 3 because they lost Matskevich. Carville also has 3 because they lost Artyom Leitis. And Starter Stars is the only one warrior, Sergei Kuznetsov, on board his flanker. Sometimes, before a big takeoff, you've got to fall. So, who knows? Who knows? This is what happens in a roller coaster very soon. Very often, I'm sorry. Yes, we are preparing for the opening ceremony of the second event of RDS GP 2025. But in the meanwhile, we cannot finish the qualifying because it can only finish as soon as we've got the score announced by the judges. So Danila Vorobyov is waiting for his result. His fate is about to be determined, just like Nikita Shikov. They must be very nervous. There is only one person, one run, and so much depends on it. So much depends on this. This is something incredible. So what can we do? The judges have finally made up their minds. Now we will see the graphic presentation. Or no, or not. One of the judges is changing his mind. This is a torture, especially when this is the last figure. So this far. Okay, let us be quiet, not to spoil it. Let's speak about the future. In a week, Moscow Raceway will host an RDS Open event for the first time. This will be the 1st of June. Very nice date. And 3 weeks away from today, we will meet at N-Ring. This is a location with maximum events of RDS. No other circuit has hosted that many. On the 14th and 15th, we will do the 3rd event of RDS GP, and 1 week after, on the 22nd, 23rd, there will be RDS Open. So you may stay in Nizhny Novgorod, just walk around. There are lots of activities in between the events. So the July will be very intensive, very saturated with various events, because we will have a festival, RDS Fest. So please watch, follow our announcements on social media. The dates will be announced. And naturally, everyone is invited. All the RDS GP drivers are invited to ADM Raceway for the 4th event, 19th and 20th of July. And 1 week after, we will meet here for Garage Fest here at Igora Drive, where traditionally we will do an RDS Open event. The Coliseum is waiting for its gladiators, one of the most exciting locations. Everything is so close. Yeah, I know it's not that fast, but there will be so much competition, various incidents. We love motorsports for lots of things, including crashes. Well, Drift Coliseum is about the proximity. There is no other location where cars are running that close to the audience, but it is safe at the same time. And now, finally, the moment we've been waiting for, -11 for the wheels. -11, -12, -3 for the style only, and altogether it makes a total of 79 points for Danila Vorobyov, and he takes the 32nd place in the qualifying, shifting his teammate Grigory Gusev to the 32nd place, kicking Nikita Shikov out. He's 33rd. Lukoil Racing Drift Team is all together in top 32. Grigory Gusev hits Roman Tivadar. Wow, Roman Tivadar is the winner of the qualifying, and Artyom Shabanov will meet Danila Vorobyov. Wow, interesting. I really wonder what Artyom Shabanov has to do to finally win a qualifying, because he didn't win it once again. Qualifying on the wet asphalt, it was a great performance, but half a point. Okay, this is all about the difference, about the condition of the asphalt, but Timadar's run was super cool. It was not a 100-point run, but it was amazing. So everyone who made it, congratulations. Congratulations to Dmitry Sherbina. We thank you very much for your work. You did an incredible thing. Nikita Shikov, Evgeny Spirin, Kirill Matskevich, Anton Dmitrienko, Artur Zerelny, all the guys who didn't qualify, thank you for your courage. Thank you for coming out to the start. But unfortunately, there are no enough places for everyone this season. So, my friends, the qualifying results have been announced. So we take a break, and we will have a commercial break, and then we will meet for the opening ceremony.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Это должны знать все! С ВТБ нам выгодный дорог.
А почему выгодно? С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
С ВТБ нам выгодный дорог.
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ, все получится.